Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Good to see everybody. Sandy, first one here. Hello, Sandy. Sandy. And Sandra Dutcher, my mother, of course. Second. Hello, Mandela Mile. Laura, been a long time. How you doing? And Blickum Blick. Oh, let me drop the link. Blickum Blickum. How you doing, Kelly? Oh, I just dropped a link. Oh, can everyone hear me all right? It's been a while since I did a live stream. How you doing? Awesome. Thanks, Laura. Hey, Sandy. I don't know. I got the. What's going on here? I got to refresh this. I got one connected, secured, full power. Is everything okay now? Sorry about that, guys. It's crazy. Guess my internet decided to reset or something. Okay, let's see. We got William. Hey, long time no see. Haven't heard from you in a while. Good to see you here. Snafu Marco. What's up? Gotta wake up. Hello. That way. Camo. Jace Ventura. Yeah, finally. It's good. So anyway, I'm gonna do it again. I'll drop a link. Anyone wants to join me up here? It's awesome to see everybody again. It's been a long time. Yeah, definitely prepping, William. That's for sure. I've been busy last couple years. I grabbed a nice piece of property in the woods. It's all woods, vacant land. Been clearing a nice area in the middle of it. Getting all set up. Already got fruit trees there, berry bushes, grapevines, all my medicinal plants. Been very busy. Hey, Allie, how you doing? Yeah, I hope everyone is prepping too. It's crazy out there. This is crazy. Yeah, I cleared about an acre and I put a good 6 to 12 inches of wood chips. I rented a 12-inch wood chipper and just covered the whole area with wood chips. It's already black, rich soil from being woods, creating a food forest. Gonna park a camper there. Little getaway place, you know. How you doing, Camo? Good to see everybody. Yeah, I already did it here where I live. I already got plenty of fruit trees, bushes, berries, vines, everything, you name it. 80 different medicinal plants. Most of everything's all perennial. You all been up to? Yeah, definitely it's gonna get worse. I know, Snafu. It's hard for people not to see it now. Yeah, permaculture. That's right. It's amazing. You never have to fertilize your plants. You barely even have to water them. You get that much wood chips, and it all breaks down into nice. Oh, it's awesome. It just turns nice, rich soil. Has everything a plant needs. Planet X Watcher, good to see you too. The optics are high, to say the least. The optics are crazy. What do you think about that meeting at the WF where they told him, go F you? Is that for real? Or do you think that's just all part of the show? Rock Uncle, hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm not dead. Yep, I'm still here. They didn't come get me yet. You also can drop links if you have any videos you want to share or share your links with each other. Of course, you can connect, whatever. That's what we used to do, try to get everybody together. Yeah, funny as shit. Yeah. I mean, it's good to see that someone would stand up like that, but I don't know how. If it's for real, but is it going to do anything? Is it going to slow it down or It's definitely been a long time, Rock. Again, dropping a link. Come on up, someone. All right, hold on. Who do we got here? What? How you doing?
All right, how's everything?
It's going. I've been going non-stop, pretty much 7 days a week. The only time I is when I go to sleep. I get rest.
Yeah, the same here, just getting prepped up all the time, never stopping. A little here, a little there, and before you know it, God forbid anything happens, at least we're all set.
Yep. What have you been up to? And hello, Snafu and Sandra.
Just working on the property like you, fixing up everything, getting everything ready. Taking one day at a
I know
time. The
you are.
weather's been a little rough.
Yeah, definitely. That's why I've got a little time where I can start doing a couple live streams here and there, and maybe some videos. I've been doing everything myself. I don't have a crew, no help. Not even machines. I could use an excavator, but this is me and a 4-wheeler and a chainsaw. You know. Now I got a pickup truck with a trailer, so I can do a little more too.
Like,
Yeah, I've been
how's
running free
everything with
market.
the family? How's everything been good? It's been
Yeah,
a
we're
while
doing
since
good.
we've been up in here. It's good to see everybody again. See you back up on. I guess
Yeah.
it's better that we even share more information out there because things are getting critical in this world today. If you
Yeah.
look at what's going on in the news and all the stuff like that, I hope everyone, it's not lax sitting down, don't go crazy, but just a little here, a little there, but what your supplies increase and just preparedness is so important. I put a lot of posts on my private page. I have a survival page called Beyond the Backwoods. And I share a lot of information from homesteading to you name it, everything you could possibly think of. Because I feel that the general public needs a little more information on, getting themselves together.
Yep. So did you make anything, add anything, or are you just still doing just maintaining?
Yeah, I've got into now I started using solar generators now, as well as hybrid generators for solar. I mean, with gas and propane and other stuff like that. And always got to have a couple of backup plans, and uh, just getting everything ready and trying to teach a lot of people too. In a dire situation, especially. You want to keep everything as quiet as possible because when people go through these hardship, you can have a lot of problems with other people. So you have to try to kind of keep it down. Yes.
Mace. Well, pepper spray, bear spray. Got a little one, got the medium sized one, and I got the real one for when you do run into a bear.
Yeah, I got everything. I bear from bear mace to
Yeah.
everything that possibly need for self defense. But I think one of the biggest things, Bob, is setting up a protocol within your own home. How you're going to handle the situation. I advise people sometimes to just shut your power down, give yourself a test, and for a few days or so without your phone and everything, and see how you fare dealing with total darkness, no electricity, stuff like that. That's basically what you do when I train a lot of people. Getting their homes prepared. it's not just fortifying your home, but self readiness. In your vehicle, from bug out bags, 72-hour pack, to different means of keeping yourself going. I mean, think about something. Sometimes if you have your solar generator, or if you have a light, think about all the people that walking around the woods or in the neighborhood, they see a beacon of light in your house. That's what they're going to beeline to. So maybe keeping your shades down, and uh, using candlelight, using the candles, and keep the shade down so it's minimal light. You still have light to see around the house, but you want to keep it down to a minimum where if you're outside, the house still looks dark. That helps keep a lot of people from saying, okay, I lost power, but if that guy got power, where did he get his power source from? And then now you start drawing attention to yourself. Um,
Yeah.
I still have all those pamphlets that I put together for you, Bob. As soon as I head out towards your direction, I'll stop by and share some of that stuff with you. So I
Sounds
guess
good.
readiness and preparation drills within your home is so important. You know.
Big
Exactly.
Bob, my
But
brother. Good to
yes.
see you, dude.
What's up, Snafu?
Hey, man, I just wanted to share with y'all. It's good to see you back. The digital
Thank
experience is ramping up, and I know why you had to take your break, but it's great to see you back. And I've shared the wisdom. I figured you wouldn't mind this, Bob. You said something to me a while back on a personal thing that I've been sharing to a lot of people. Some of us been doing this a long time. And I remember, when Bob had to leave, he made a statement to me that was so impactful. He said, we could sit here and talk on panels or do what we got to do and blah, blah, blah. But when it got too much, I just took time for me. And, it's amazing to see how much progress you did, Bob, how much work you did. And I took that to heart. Just remember, the optics are high. They will ramp up, especially with what's happening right now. And Bob, it's great to see you back, brother. And I tell people all the time that statement you made to me, especially the ones who are dealing with this online, digital experience, so to speak, is really impactful. How much time do we spend talking, or what we should do or how we could do it, blah blah, versus actually taking time to do it. And I remember that statement hit me, Bob, when you said you
exactly.
got so much done doing it. And Bob, it's great to see you back, man. And the Snap the Crew, the truth you always has, you always did. And much love, bro. I just want to say hi real quick.
Awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And we
Really.
definitely need to talk about
And I
some
hope
more
you're
of
doing
them
well there. I know
optics with
you're
the drink stuff. I'd love to talk to you about the cleansing more and stuff. If you are streaming more here and there, did some topics you cover are so outstanding. But
yeah, yeah, definitely. But I got a new one for you. It's tree
yeah.
water.
Oh,
That's crazy.
let's
Just
hear it.
tree water. I've been since I got this property, I was thinking of, plant some or tap some trees, but I found out you need 40 gallons of tree water to make 1 gallon of syrup. And I was like, it's not worth it. It's too much work, you know what I mean? But then I found out that tree water actually has all vitamins, all minerals, and it's loaded with electrolytes. And that's your emergency water. We got it all around us.
How
It's
how are
not
you
just
pulling the
maple
free water?
trees. I just take well, I got taps. They're 5/16 taps. I got stainless steel ones, so I can just keep reusing them and not worry about plastic ones breaking or anything. But you can even use a straw, or there's many different ways you can do. You can do it with a knife. You know what I mean? But I did
No,
it
I
with a
totally
tap.
get it. But is it like, I guess, how much output of water are you getting a day, or versus like per day? Is it very minimal, or uh
Okay,
I would
there's
assume.
a time of the year, it's usually springtime, or when the temperature is warm in the day and like really cold at night. The water will flow more. You can get like a gallon a day per tap. But I got 7 trees tapped, and I've been getting 3 to 4 gallons a
That's
week.
awesome, man. You ever get your
3 to 4.
bees? You ever get some bees out there? I met a guy
Not yet.
yesterday. I get
Not
this. No,
yet.
you're gonna love this. I met a guy yesterday, and he has learned to train his bees to pollinate his marijuana plants, and so they're making can of butter. Basically, like he took a set of his bees from his bee operation and put them in his plants, and they're pollinizing the plants, and then off just the plants, not regular flower pollen. So it's kind of, but we'll talk more, man. And I'm kind of interested in this bigot. Are you just straight up sticking them in there, like just, and then just, you said a gallon a day? It's actually pretty good.
Well, that's like a peak. You know, I've been getting 3 to 4 gallons a week, or every like 4 to 5 days. I don't know. It's some when it's really freezing out, you don't get any. But when it starts warming up
And
during
you
the
really don't have
daytime,
to
you can
feel
get
like,
some.
I
I'm
mean,
trying to do
obviously you
it.
probably are filtering it, but if something happened, like, do you think it's drinkable unfiltered?
Absolutely, I'm drinking. What the very first time I tried it, I was like, "Wow, it's amazing!" And you can taste how clean and pure it is. And once you taste it, you know, I don't want to drink anything else. I want my tree water. You know what I mean?
No, no, it's kind of like the earthen thing.
That's how good
Probably
it
it
is.
probably hits you to a point of where you feel it. You feel the
Exactly. You
difference.
actually feel it.
Minerals, the actual real shit that you need in your body. So,
Yep.
all right, man.
I'm
Well,
gonna be
hey, I
doing
gotta
some
go
tree
take care of
water
some stuff. But
fast.
True Secret Bob is fucking as always, my brother, and you can hit me up anytime, dude. It's good to see you, bro. Good to see you, man. The optics are high. Hashtag truth, yo.
Good seeing you too. Thank you. Hold on for a second, William. You can take over
Yep.
for 1 minute. I gotta see what's going on with the cats.
Yeah, folks. Water storage is just very important for all of you guys to store water as well. You never know when you're going to need it. As soon as the power's out, sometimes the well pumps are going to go out. I like to have hand rig, like hand pumps, and so I can do it manually even the power's out. You can set it up to your well inside the house, actually through your own basement if you have a basement, or even outside in like a little box of an outhouse. You can have the line set up where you can hand pump it from a distance where no one can see you. Um, that I would think is very important. So water storage is, to me, is very valuable, because you never know when you're going to need it, and you're making sure that the water is purified and clean and everything else. I took the time and actually develop a water filtration system for my truck. I built a doomsday prepper truck, just so that I'm able to gather resources and have it filtered through my own truck, and be able to retrieve it and bring it back home if necessary. If I have to, get out, go away from my position to retrieve some goods. Um, so sometimes, like, stuff like that will help a lot. I mean, you can have water straws, you can have everything else, but if you look around your home and see, what you can harvest from the ground, even if it's in dead of the winter, like I said, you get that tube down in that well, you got it into your house, you can hand pump that fresh water and still be able to get it even when the power's out. My truck is kind of tricky because I have a bunch of different type of filters, and I have a pump that goes right in. I could just park my truck up to a stream, set my pump up, pumps the water right into the truck into a holding tank. It gets filtered like 4 times, and different type of filtrations and setup. My power source in my own vehicle is a solar generator, built into the truck, with solar panels on the roof of the truck, so you can't see. Not only that, solar panel will give me power for my filtration system, but it also for the campsite. And also, I can jumpstart my own truck from within the truck itself without having to go outside. I keep 3 different batteries. I also got AC DC inverters hooked up. I have so many different stuff on that vehicle, so I can utilize it for the great outdoors, as well as for personal use and an emergency use. Um, you know, like I mentioned before, 72-hour pack with gear, clothes, tent, things like that you keep in a truck. Um, Sometimes even in your own home, you don't have a generator. Here's to some people, but somebody has a car. So sometimes just getting that AC DC inverter from, Walmart or Home Depot, whatever, and connect it to your car battery. As long as you got a full tank of gas, you can run an extension cord into your house and provide yourself with a little bit of power while the car's running, providing that you have enough fuel to keep it going as a emergency alternative. and you can actually hook it up to the boiler and kickstart the boiler and get it going and get heat in the house. But in that sense, wood stove is probably one of the best ways to go, because with the wood stove, you can always get firewood. You could power could be out. You're always going to keep that house nice and toasty. So it's great. I mean, a lot of people say, "Well, I like a pellet stove." It's great. Pellet stoves are great, but what happens if you can't get pellets? It's useless. Look outside. You got a vast amount of trees you can utilize to keep yourself warm. Me and Bob's been doing this for years, and I do it and I train people, and I'm an avid outdoorsman, so we share a lot of knowledge with each other personally. I know him personally; he's probably one of the best you'll ever find out there to learn a lot of different things. He's as serious as he gets, and I'm the same way. You know, it's not that we're crazy or we're like neurotic about certain things, but we always like to be prepared because we know tomorrow, we don't know what tomorrow brings, but at least I don't have to compete with hundreds of people. That's the hardest thing, when you can't provide for your family or you don't have anything and you would have, should have, could have, and now it's too late. You're going to deal with a lot of stressful situations. But knowing that you're prepared and you've tried makes a big difference in survival and thriving. And being self-sufficient is not just being self-sufficient to have adequate supplies, but also for farming, growing your own stuff and being like, I raise chickens. I get 365 eggs a month with just 15 chickens. Now I have 50. But and then I grow my own feed, and I process my own stuff. So the same thing what everybody should do. Any take on that, Bob? You want to share?
No, I think you got it pretty much covered. As far as the trees, though, that I was talking about, that was asking what kind of trees. From what I understand from the research, is that the trees that the leaves fall off of, you can tap. It's not just birch or maple. You can do oak trees. There's many different kinds of trees you can tap. But also from research, there are some trees you don't want to tap because I guess there's poisonous. So, but I don't know any of them that are around my area. I mean, from the ones I saw, I'd never even heard of them before.
Yeah, I planted quite a
But
bunch of fruit trees during this, last year, 2 years ago. Now I'm starting to get a lot. I got natural berries. Learn the foliage that you have around your area, your property. It'll help you, you know, be able to gather food. For every month is different. June, July, August, September, October. Certain species of these plants grow and some die. So you got to know what's available in that time of the month. That's why I recommend sometimes, you guys get some plant books and learn about the plants and learn what's, edible and not, and then eat a little here and there and get your body accustomed to it. Don't shock your system by eating a ton of stuff and you've never ate it. And now you got yourself a little sick and a bellyache or whatever, but you have to condition yourself uh, and to eat these things and get used to it. And also the biggest thing in survival is mental conditioning, knowing how to block out the stress and learning to focus on what's important in the task at hand. People panic, people react differently, and sometimes in that situation they tend to forget what they actually were supposed to learn. So pay attention to what you're doing; it'll help you a lot in the long run.
I want to just say hello to Wake and welcome. She's been there for a while waiting. And I know Blickham, hello, you
How
just
are
got up
you?
here. I'm rusty at this. I'm doing good. Are you there, Wake?
What's up, Bob? Kelly here.
I made it. I made it.
You are talking
I
to
don't hear
me.
you. I don't hear you, Wake. You're welcome that way. And I'm sorry if I'm missing a lot of your messages. I mean, if you repeat it or highlight it even in my name, it'd be easier to see. Like I said, I'm rusty at this. It's been a few years since I've actually did a live stream. No, I can't hear you.
You
So
got a
anything
copy?
you want to add? What's that?
You got a copy on me, Bob?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Good, good, good. I'm
I hear
sorry
you.
about that echo, man. I knew I would do that. How's it going?
It's going. You know, I mean, me and you've been keeping in touch somewhat.
Yep.
Usually just every day,
Well,
something.
yeah, it's always
Gotta get
nice
it
to
done.
pass on information, man. I'm a sponge for knowledge, and you
Yep.
know that you are too. You're a good source.
It's not just me, it's everybody. Look, if you got William here giving out knowledge, everybody that
Yeah,
comes here,
yeah.
we all have something to share. It is
It was great
awesome.
talking to your mom too,
I
man.
mean,
She's something else.
she's in
Hey
the
there.
chat.
Well,
Hello, Sandy.
speak of the devil. Hey,
Hey,
Sandy.
how you doing,
Who's
Sandy?
speaking of the devil? Who's speaking of the devil?
This is Kelly, the devil you talked to a couple of days ago on the phone. I just met you.
What?
No. This is a different one. This is Sandy.
Okay. My
Oh,
bad, my bad.
that's
No wonder you were. Sorry about that.
Freaked me out there a minute.
I guess so.
Sandy Hopkins.
What? Hey,
I'm sure
Bob.
you two even know each other from back when we were doing live streams.
Well, anyway, it's nice to meet you.
Hello. What's up?
Uh, uh, wasn't your mother?
Yeah,
Weren't
maybe
you
next time
living with your,
I'll get my mother.
no, Wickham?
Yeah.
Wasn't your mother?
What's that?
Her, you're talking about Bob's mother, right?
What?
Yeah. I
What's
was,
that?
yeah. But you were talking about my mom, right? Were you asking me about my mom or?
Yeah, didn't you have? Weren't you living with
Listen,
your mother or something?
Yeah, she's right here. As a matter of fact,
Really?
say hi, Mom.
Hey.
Hi.
There she.
so what have you been doing, Sandy? What kind of prepping you been up to?
Oh, nothing, honey.
Okay.
I started, I started my pools, and I got some good compost in there.
Awesome.
You're good. So how
Your
you guys
mother?
are coping with the weather? By you?
It was 75 degrees today.
You heard?
70 here right now.
75.
Still,
Wow.
it was about 12 less than a week ago. Crazy what we get around here.
We can give her a shot awake
Well,
if
I'm
you
in.
want.
Well, right now I'm in New York City. My home's upstate New York. Last week was pretty damn cold. You know, it was like 12 below. Uh, the weather's different compared, from the distance from New York City to the countryside. But it's been fairly okay so far.
Yeah, the reason why I got this, I didn't get to finish, is because the last time I went to the property, I actually saw bear prints. And last year when I bought the property, last winter, I didn't see any. I only saw deer and coyote, no bear, up until just the other day. I know there's bear there.
Yeah, in spring I
So
got a
it's
lot of bear up by me. 'Cause I'm on a mountain, so it's like an everyday thing. They're like dogs and cats walking around. You get used to it after a while, and some big ones too.
yeah, it's pretty big print.
So have you guys been gathering supplies? Have you guys been getting ready? Being that, when you look at the news every day, you see all this nonsense going on. So I hope everybody's been thinking out many ideas and see what you can and cannot do. Salvage what you could, and if you can, it doesn't hurt. Keep a few things around. You laugh, but I would go into the yard sale pages during the spring and stuff like that, and people would sell these little propane tanks for the barbecue grill, and I gathered the tanks, and either I exchanged them or refilled them. And the reason why I collected them was for the fact that even with a power outage, you could still cook with your, barbecue grill. So it's good to have a grill kept on your premises in case, nothing else is working. And then you also have the adapters. You can use those propane tanks to fill the Coleman tanks for camping, or you can use it with an adapter and use it for your generator. If you have a gas and propane hybrid generator like I do also, you can also get the adapter and connect it to the house and use it, especially if your big tank is empty. God forbid, That's why it's always wise to keep your tanks full. Every now and then, my girl works for the oil company, so we always make sure that we got the oil. We know when the price is going to get jacked up, so we try to salvage what we can. Um, with the propane tanks, I figure, I stock up. So in a secret location, not on my property, but I always said to myself, never keep all your eggs in one basket. So I move it around. I have it in different locations. I gathered up to almost 52 tanks put away as a
Wow.
spare in case.
Damn.
So then, I gather fuel, non-ethanol fuel only, because it lasts longer than regular gas. But it's good to have regular gas. But non-ethanol lasts a long time, and also when you use it in your machinery, you can leave it in there all year round, and it doesn't affect the carburetor or machinery or your car or whatever it may be. So storing fuel is super important. As firewood for the wood stove, I got approximately like 8 cores of wood alone, and just already cut and split, ready to go. And each year, if I do use it, I burn only what I cut from the year before. So it's like a year over a schedule. So that way you get the wood time to cure and all. But with all the trees that come down in the wintertime, it's good to salvage them, cut them, split them, and stack them. Never know, you might need it for heat or even a campfire or emergency use. You never know. So it's just a wise thing to do. Um, I have a lot of things, my people might think I'm a little extreme, like I told you, I was building this truck for almost 3 years now. It's got everything you could think of, even like a box where I just press a button from the dashboard, the box on the ceiling opens up, and I fly a drone 5 miles out and check the roads and give me some logistics of what's going on around my property and what's happening and who's what's where. Um, Sometimes you guys can even get in touch with your closest neighbors that you can really trust in a sense, and find out, how they feel about what's going on around. Don't tell them about your preps, but kind of like feel them out on the situations. If something was to happen, what are you guys are gonna do? So, I have maybe one or two neighbors in such a far radius from me, but I agree that if shit ever hit the fan, I will definitely knock trees down and block the road to keep cars and vehicles. What do you think, Bob?
That sounds like a good one. I didn't think of that. I think you've been very busy. That's many years of propane, though, isn't it? I mean, I'm thinking how much propane I use, and wow.
Yeah, it's not too expensive to fill, $12, like that.
I
And
thought I was.
you don't look at it.
I thought I was doing good though with 2 30-gallon tanks. I'm thinking shit that'll last me about a year. If I do because you can use a fire
Well,
pit, whatever. You don't have to always.
it's good to have.
Yeah,
That's good
yeah, yeah.
enough. You don't really need a lot, but the only reason I like the smaller tanks is sometimes maybe, God forbid, I have to help a family member. I can spare a tank or two. It's also good for like a barter system. Same thing when
Yep.
when you got sugar, salt, and food. If you got a barter to get supplies, you don't know what the situation is, so I can't say. But
Well,
anything you
like
can
this.
get is good. Go ahead.
like as Awake was saying, prepare for chaos coming from out the southern border.
Repeat that. I didn't hear
You
that.
know, and I covered that back in 2019 when I was in streams. The chaos coming from the southern border. You know how they're just
Well,
coming across. Well, they've been doing that. I was covering it back in 2019. It's nothing new, but now it's just even more. I mean, just imagine the numbers. They're not telling you the correct numbers.
No, they're not.
I've
Really.
seen and I've heard.
My guy
I've
said
heard
it.
that the them coming in actually exceeds our birth rate.
Yeah, big time. Yeah.
yeah, it's gonna get chaotic eventually in the southern
Yeah,
border. Let's hopefully,
and
this,
to cause a lot of chaos,
Part of the plan.
knocking on doors, going around asking for clothes or food or whatever, or even just stealing people's stuff.
yeah, New York City's just as bad too. But
Yeah,
I'm
neighbors are hard to
working.
come by. They're really. Welcome back, Awake. No, still not working. What happened? I see you're muted now.
Any questions out there, Bob? I can't see the chat, but let me know what they're asking.
Oh, I missed a lot of comments myself. Trying to listen and keep up with both, Rock Uncle says he has neighbors that are ready, so that's what's up. It would be awesome if a lot more people were easy to connect with.
Bob, did I tell you that the water was out in our apartment complex for like, a good 3 days? Did I mention that when we talked? People around here got a little taste of, that kind of thing. Of course, I've got water, so I was in good shape, but a lot of people really weren't. It was incredible. So, yeah, it doesn't hurt to have a little bit, what you can.
Hold on 1 second.
A little extra, at least enough to give you time to where you don't have to join in all the mayhem when everybody's trying to hit the stores at once. This is a huge place, man, and for 3 days nobody could take showers in the morning. That is crazy. But you know, maybe it'll wake a few people up. I can't really, I don't have
Yep.
room or the means to really defend a big, I lived in a house with land most of my life, but I'm in an apartment complex now, so you know I do what I can do. I've got a little butane cooker deal that runs on sort of hairspray size cans of butane and a bunch of those, so I'm not totally unprepared, but I just don't have room. If I did, I would.
Mm-hmm.
But still, there's things you can do. Maybe it won't come to
I
that.
agree, Rock. I think that.
Yeah, um, yeah, I agree, Rock. When that people woke up, maybe they could at least mitigate some of this that's down the road here, right around the bend. But yeah, it's a little late. But people are waking up, man. I've got 4 or 5 friends that they took a long time. It really did. Took a long time.
Yeah.
Yepper.
So they'll wake up eventually one way or another. It's just whether or not it bites them in the rear end or not is, uh, going to be a lot of people get caught flat-footed. I'm afraid losing the water for seriously. It went out Monday around 1 o'clock and came back today around 1 o'clock. 3 full days. That's crazy. They got a little taste of it.
Hmm.
I had plenty of
Hey, Mr.
drinking water
Jones.
outside, and so I didn't have to join the melee running out to grab. People were running around with cases of water and collecting rainwater in buckets to flush the toilet. It's been raining here, man. It's crazy, but no reason
Hmm.
not to be a little bit prepared as much as you have the space and means to do.
I think Sandra's having trouble with a microphone. You have to have your headset on, Sandra.
Okay, all right. There's the one I intended to mention
That's
there. Bob's
yep.
Bob's Sandy. I'll keep my Sandy and Sandra
The
straight.
mother. Yep.
We need to give
That's right. I'll know
Darlene
her how
a
to do
raise.
it next time.
We need to give
She
Darlene
can't
a
prepare.
raise. She's doing her
Huh?
outstanding job of providing links.
She is too. You got that right. She's fast too.
Yeah, she's really good at what she does. She's a piece of work in my book.
She
That
is.
Darlene, I'm telling you what, man, she's a good one.
Well, I'm gonna remove you, Sandra. Yeah, Darlene is always good at doing those links like that. I don't know how she does it.
Hey, Rock, that your comment there, bud. Excuse me, y'all, if I interrupted anymore. Do you happen to know this guy Mike from around the world? That he's on Paul Begley's channel. Bob, I just mentioned him to you the other day when we were talking. That guy, he he's been on the money
Right.
for. I've been watching him for about at least 7 or 8 years, and it's unbelievable. But anyway, he was saying that in 2019, he was saying that at the beginning of 2020 there'd be an event. All he would say was it would originate in China, and a lot of people would cease, and that it would affect everybody in the world, and even people that were used to what he would say, happening. It was still, quite a bit surprise. Hey, there you have it. He said, all I can say is that it's going to be a shortage on toilet paper, paper towels, and cleaning supplies. And I trusted the guy enough to, you know, stock up for the best part of 2019, 2 for 1 and try finding that kind of deal these days. Got saved a good bit of money. But anyway, just wondering if you
I,
were familiar with him. He was
yeah.
talking about that very famously.
Back when they first came out with that. Mm.
About what?
Say it again.
Get that right, Laura. I was saying that Laura, it isn't good enough. They still believe in politics. Yep.
It's two clowns in the same circus, if you ask
You know
me.
me.
Nobody. Lord help us.
I've always said it's a world stage of controlled
Yeah,
puppets,
yeah.
just dividing and distracting you. Look over here.
It's a, it's a
We're so
football game.
divided. That's why we can't
Yeah,
unite. We're divided in so many different ways. It's crazy, and we were told how they can do it to a country. You know what I mean? They told us all this stuff as it was going on.
they did. It's part of their gig to tell us, you know that. But
Yeah, yeah.
they do tell us. You know
You
what?
know,
They make it
with this
seem like
whole
they
world
do.
going crazy like this, you know, come to realize you learn one thing with all this, and the thing you learn is that you can't trust the system, you can't trust the government, you can't trust nothing. You're constantly being lied
Hmm.
to. And think about
Trust,
all these people that are
trust your
migrating here by the tens of
instinct.
thousands. They're getting taken care of better than our own citizens, our own veterans, our senior citizens, everything. So this is why these channels and prepping shows have been increasing as of late. And, you know, look at what's going on. I look at foreign news right now, and UK and all the other countries are warning all the citizens to start stocking up on supplies, batteries, and everything. And if you notice, your own media is not telling you anything. They're not. They're just distracting you with so much other propaganda. They're not telling you the truth of what's going on. We're in the midst of almost World War III, and there's a lot of things that are happening that is not discussed to the public view because they know once the people find out, people are going to freak out and get pissed off and rise up or panic or whatever it may be. So, get yourselves ready. It's going to be a long rodeo. And I just hope and pray for everyone that they get themselves prepared, with food supplies, with water, with clothing, with, you know, your logistics, as I would say, because if you don't have your logistics in place, you're going to be in a lot of problems. Sometimes you also got to realize, people do get compromised, whether it's from the general public or the military or whatever it may be. What's your plan B and plan
So
C?
many.
If,
Yeah.
okay,
I was just saying, there's so many different scenarios that could happen. Many. Just look around you. What has been happening to people?
that's right. And how many of you
I'm
guys
sorry to
are
interrupt. Go
practicing
ahead.
with your firearms? How many of you guys are training yourselves to, you know, with drills? Take your kids out, put an alarm, make them run out and get dressed in the matter of a certain amount of minutes, grab your backpack, and how fast can you get your car into your car? Time yourselves. Train your family, train your children to be prepared and know what to do when the alarm goes off. Uh, if you don't, you're just going to be that much slower, and then it's going to cause a lot of confusion. I rather everybody in the household know exactly what to start with, what to look for, what to grab. But you shouldn't be looking for stuff to grab. You should have it already packed, ready to go. There is certain things you keep in your vehicles. There's certain things you keep hanging on the wall in backpacks. There are certain things you keep in secret locations. Like I said, never keep your eggs in one basket. You should have caches of food supplies and equipment, even if it's ammo or whatever it may be, in different locations. Make PVC tubes, 6-inch tubes with caps and barrels buried in the woods somewhere. Only way you would know where it is. In case you get compromised, you didn't lose everything you have. You can go back and gather more supplies and still be at the same pace that you started with. Um, you have to get yourselves together with everything because, you know, look what happened. And I'll use an example. Years ago, my family, and I told Bob this story a while back. He used to laugh at me. He said, "Hey, you're a doomsday prepper. You're worried about the end of the world." And I said, "No, my father always said, have an umbrella because you know sooner or later it's going to rain." And I didn't understand that till later on in life. And what happened is when COVID hit, my mom's called me and my daughter says, "Listen, we're in New York City. We can't get food. We can't get nothing. The supermarkets are ransacked. There's empty shelves. People are going crazy. They're afraid to go outside." So I turned around and I said, "I'll be there in the middle of the night." In the middle of the night, I was able from upstate New York, dispatched 200 pounds of food for my mother, 200 pounds of food for my daughter. Didn't even scratch my supply. So they were like, "Where did you get all this stuff?" I says, "Well, you guys used to make fun of me, call me Mr. Apocalypse or whatever, but the reality is, I'm here to save the day for now." But now it taught the family a valuable lesson that you have to be prepared. Now I got my whole family starting to prep. Now I got people, all of us, you know, getting the logistics together. So this is something that maybe, all our readers and subscribers to this page and all our friends and families think about and start collaborating with each other on what can we do to get through this. I stood in a town hall with a sergeant from the police department, the pastor, and the head of the fire department. They had a town hall meeting at a sportsman bar, town hall, and everybody was talking, and I decided to raise my hand, and I says, "Listen, I have to ask you only one question in front of the community. What's your protocol if shit ever hit the fan? What are you gonna do for the people? Do you have food supplies gathering? Do you have clothes? Did you gather clothes? Do you have shelter in place in case people lose their homes, fires, etc.? Just basic protocols. You know, they stood quiet, and that was the most saddest thing to look. That here are great individuals that help the community, but in reality, they didn't have nothing for the community. So this is why you have to be prepared. This is why you have to prep. This is why Bob puts these shows to keep you informed of what's going on with society. It's not just news, it's us. It's a way of life. Our forefathers in the 1800s didn't rely on technology. They did it the old fashioned way. It was an art and a tradition that was the way we survive and thrive. We need to go back 10 steps back in order to go make 15 more steps to the future. You need to learn all what is lost. Knowledge is very important.
I could not agree more, man. A sponge for my people perish for lack of knowledge. I've heard it said. I agree with that. It's gold, man. And people, not a lot of people these days have it too much. You put them out in the woods, buddy, it's all over.
It's, I look at us, okay, we're battle hardened because we're in the mountains. We learned how to, country boys know how to survive. But also, you have to understand too, not everybody has that same knowledge. What if you're a city person? There is difference in urban survival compared to wilderness survival. You should learn both. You know, what do you do when you're in a different situation? You're working like such as I in New York City. How do I get out of the city? Do you know the railroad tunnels? Do you know all the ways to get back upstate? And avoid the city areas where it's congested crowds, people are rioting. You need to have a game plan because we don't know what tomorrow brings. That's why it's important. Logistics means not just understanding what to do, but understanding, learning how to read a topo map, how to navigate through the mountains, how to on the roads, which roads to take and which not to take. Communication. You have your both in radios, you can communicate, but when that, it's great technology, it's great to have, but what if you don't have, how to leave markers, traditional Indian markers and Boy Scout markers in the woods where you can let your family know exactly where you're going without giving away your location. Um, we have, and I'll give you a little tip. Sometimes you can use a color banner on your home. And a color banner, what I mean is a piece of paper with different colors. So the colors represent the situation that you're in. And it's an example. Let's say you leave a yellow paper in your window and I happen to come by. That means you're around, but you're very leery of people who not enter without calling or making some form of communication. When you put the color green, means everything is okay. If you have a color black, the possibility to let your family know that you are no longer at this location. You have left Dodge. So if you left Dodge, your family should already know exactly where you're going, especially only the little ones you trust. Um, Sometimes if you have a purple piece of paper, it means you're home, but you need supplies, you're short limited supplies. Maybe you're medically in trouble. You need assistance or enter a caution. So this is just a little tip. You can do it in many different ways, whether it's handkerchiefs, color, or you can use tree markers. You can use stones. Uh, the way you place things around your property, something that you can do to establish communication in the sense that if someone's walking down the road, a group of guys, they can't pick up what you're saying or what you're doing or know what's going on. But your family will have the idea of what you're going to do and where you're going to be. And it also keeps them from harm's way because you don't want your family to drive up to your house and hanging around there trying to call you and shout. Now you're bringing attention to foreign entities and putting yourself in danger. So by you looking at a mark, you know whether to stay or go. You understand? And you don't want to sit around in the area too long in the open. It's the most dangerous thing you can ever do. So this is just a little tip protocol. Logistics is in many forms. So just pick up something and think about things. I just threw that in the air as a sample.
Well, you throw a lot of good info out there. Appreciate it. Wish I could help people more. Give them the kick in the butt to actually do it. I'm
Yeah.
guilty of not practicing a lot of things. I'm too busy just getting stuff done. You know what I mean? But yeah, I should get into doing a little bit of that too. Grab and go. Or,
Yeah, that's why I said one more time we mentioned Bob. So maybe one day we'll get together. Okay. Sorry about that.
what's that? What was that, William?
No, what I was saying was sometimes gathering with your own prepping groups or people who you can trust, you can get together and share something to train together and give each other ideas in a different location, not within your home, but in different locations. Um, Sometimes you have something I might need, and I might have something too much that I can share with you, uh, and work together, helping each other establish that point. Because in reality, your strength, when you have a strength in numbers, is always better than being a lone wolf. A lone wolf is great in the art of survival, but the reality is that you have to, if you don't have that additional help, you can actually be in more trouble than you can anticipate. So, um, I train, like I said, Bob knows my whole history, but I train people in the mountains, in wilderness survival, urban survival, certain things. I'm a prepper. I admit it, Um, but I really, really feel that the more we talk about it, the more we share, the more we have a better understanding, the more it helps us in the long run. There's a million prepping pages out there where you can go, but I don't like to chat. I like to gather information. Maybe there's something that they post up or a chart that I can utilize for myself and um, things to gather. Knowledge is, like I said, knowledge is very important. Sometimes you go to a yard sale, you go and buy books, you buy things. I buy camping grills. I buy Coleman stuff from the old days and little propane tank setups, kitchen setups. Cots. I buy cots, a lot of cots in case, I have to offer my home for safety for some of my family and the children or whatever. Uh, you'd be surprised. I find more stuff in the yard sale pages that it's amazing what's out there. People just getting rid of. They have no idea how much that can help you.
Yep. It's like I was saying before about when I did all those wood chips, when I bought the truck and trailer. I've been marketplace. I've been going to people's places. They have big mounds full of wood chips, and I just load it up and bring it over. And yep, I'm
Oh yeah.
talking wood chips. Plus, I cut down like 100 trees, and I had a lot of chipping to do.
Do you mainly
But
use them? Oh, sorry. You use them for compost or mulch mostly, or both with wood chips?
everything, because
Yeah, that's
see, people think the wood chips steal the nitrogen from the soil, but as long as you don't mix the wood chips in the soil, it's okay because it's only on the top layer. Yeah, it'll
yeah,
take some nitrogen from the top layer, but the roots are down in the ground where it don't need that anyway. So, but as it breaks down, it breaks down into a food, a fertilizer, natural,
yeah,
and it just keeps feeding itself. That's like in the woods, the leaves fall, limbs fall, trees fall, they rot, and they keep feeding itself. That's how the forests feed themselves. That's basically what I did by just creating a layer of wood chips. I mean, that's going to be many years of composting, and the top layer is going to keep all the moisture in, so you rarely will have to water it. I've seen food forests where they dump a foot deep of wood chips, and in hot areas too, where they never even have to water their plants.
yeah. Man, the first time I
And
made
being
compost,
and being a natural fertilizer, and it creates the healthy plant where it doesn't get infested with bugs. You won't have the bug problems. These food forests, I mean, I haven't had too much problem myself. I have because I'm mixing all kinds of garden plants along with all my other stuff. But um, these food forests, they don't have any bug problems because the plants are just so healthy that they can fend for themselves.
yeah,
Yeah, you can also
And
use it as
Darlene,
bedding material. The
yeah,
wood chips you
yep,
can use as bedding material in the campsite. Uh, Definitely keep
yep.
you warm. In a survival
And
situation, you
actually,
can
when
take
you're
wood chips.
walking on it,
Yeah, you can put it in plastic garbage bags, wood chips, and make a small, like almost like a blanket that you can cover yourself in. If you're ever freezing to death in a wood, pine needles and wood chips, fill them up, and then you put these bags around you and use it as an insulator while you're sleeping on the ground and cover yourself. It's
mm,
actually better than a damn blanket when it comes to emergency situations. Um, because there's so much, and because wood chips are cut down, it burns slower. So even in a campfire situation, you don't want a big flame burning logs where everybody can see you. You know, you dig a hole in the ground and
mhm.
you put the wood chips in the ground and make a smaller fire with less flame, but you still get the same amount of heat radio to cook. So it serves a million purposes. It's an excellent thing to do.
Paris, excellent.
The Paris. But yeah, because when you walk on them, you can actually.
There we
It's like
go.
walking on a sponge. It's so soft. The ground is soft. And it's always like that for years. And Darlene's been trying to find your link.
Are there any mushrooms,
She can't
Bob? I
find it.
think
Uh-oh.
um, another stuff. Mushrooms you can grow on wood chips. Several kinds. Can't think what they are. Some coffee ground, but
Yeah, you
sounds
can
like
add all that stuff to it. Yep,
you have plenty of them.
Oh yeah.
I do. And I'm actually still going to be putting another layer on springtime. Did you hear me, William? Your link for your YouTube?
Say it again.
Darlene's been trying to get your link for YouTube to share it in the chat with everybody because people want to
Well,
grab your
I
channel.
don't.
You're
Yeah,
knowledgeable.
I don't have a YouTube link yet. I haven't really put one up. I just have a page on Facebook that they can look at and join, and I'll add them, and take whatever information is free for you guys to copy, whatever you want. Just go onto
What's the,
photos, and it'll show you everything I posted. It's called Beyond the Backwoods. Um, you guys are all
she
welcome.
already found
Just
that.
she found it, yeah. So that, but
Yeah,
I would
she
like to make
found it and
YouTube
shared that
videos,
one.
but I don't have that technology, man. That's around. I don't have the time.
I hear you. But some of us don't do Facebook either.
Yeah.
Facebook's trouble for me.
No, it does, but I use it for because I'm on a Patriot channel, so I get all the overseas news from Patriots, so that I can find out exactly what's going on. Because you're not going to hear nothing from TV, nor are you going to hear anything from the news, so you need to find a different source of information.
Yep, container garden's good too if you don't have the space. Yeah, the sun. I don't plant too much in direct sun anymore. I do it in partial sun because that white sun is too hot for a lot of plants that used to like full sun.
Yeah,
And everything
exactly.
grows very
Yeah,
well.
man.
Yeah,
I have to shade
no
my.
more direct sun.
Nope. Crazy.
Not 6 to 8 hours of direct sun anyway. 4 5 hours is good.
Yeah, noticed a big change just in my little potted plant garden. Anyway, there's nothing that not very many things can take full direct sunlight anymore. They say it's not as good for people either.
Yeah.
UVC rays coming in. So
Well, yeah, they had everybody
plants, yeah,
putting
it's
that
very
suntan
good.
lotion on to block the vitamin D the UV rays.
That's what my
Hmm.
guy was saying. The frequencies is changing, and you don't get nearly as much vitamin D from sunlight anymore. That's what he's saying, and he's the guy that's really on the money.
Yep.
Yeah, peppers. Yeah, they can still. I saw our neighbors grew some peppers, and they took the sun okay. Tomatoes did
Yeah.
pretty
Actually, I'm
well, but some of my potted plant, there's no way they can take 8 hours direct sunlight.
with my greenhouse I built. I put a 50% sunshade on it, so it's blocking 50% of the sun, and everything in there grows amazing. Imagine that. Unbelievable. That's how I help keep it cool. I don't have no fans, no anything. I just got a big window I made at one end where I can open it, and the door on the other end. I just open both of them. That's enough airflow. And everything grows so much better in that greenhouse than it does outside of it.
Very true.
You too?
And here, I got a little volume here.
Yep. Speaking of pepper plants, I got some in here over winter. See this
Nice.
guy? Trim it all down. That's gonna be a beast. It'll be in like a 4 foot tall pepper plant. I
That's
got
awesome.
dozens of them.
Yeah, I like to save my own seeds out of my own plants and then regrow them every year. I don't even go buy
Absolutely.
seeds. I harvest my own from my own garden and I constantly grow, a large amount of stuff. I mean, I'm so far, thank God, I've produced over 300 pounds of veggies every year. So now I got into canning and all kinds of dehydrating and freeze drying to you name it. Uh, but I give out a lot to the family as well. But I'm starting to learn more and more. The more I get involved with it, the more you learn different things. And like right now it's winter time. I already, turned over the ground and I added all my wood ash into the soil, and with all the chicken poop, and I mix it and I rotate it. Then I put a big sheet of plastic over the whole garden area and let it, kind of like sit there for almost the whole winter time. And then come spring, I rototill it again, and then I just start planting, and my plants just grow ridiculously big, and then the ground has plenty of nitrogen and everything else. So I use my own material between the wood ash, the chicken shit, and cultivating, constantly pulling out weeds or whatever. But there's a lot of weeds that I take out too to make salad with, because there's so many different weeds that are actually healthy for you to eat.
Mm-hmm.
Just some of the things I do, it's something you gotta enjoy. It takes a little bit of time, but you know what? You appreciate it when you start to eat the good stuff.
Yep. Nothing like your own fresh food.
Exactly. But Bob, I'm gonna have to step out. I have to go to work at 2 o'clock in the morning. I just want to
Wow.
say
All
hello
right.
to everybody. It was great seeing you get back on after quite some time. I really missed this channel. This is a great channel. You're a great
It's awesome.
prepper and wonderful people here all the time. We'll talk more, and I'll see you soon as I get a better phone with a headset so I can hear better, because this phone is a little, antique.
Ah,
But to all you guys, God bless you all. Stay safe. Um, we'll be back with more in time. And remember, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. So get yourself together. It's never too late. Um, just little here, little there. Don't freak out and run your pockets dry. You'll be okay. Just practice, get ready. And you know what? If nothing ever happens, you're just gonna eat good. So thank you guys. Have a wonderful night. God bless you all.
Good
thank you for
stuff,
coming.
man. Good to see you.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Take,
Thank
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
take care. Bye
It's a
bye.
good surprise.
You got it, Bob.
Have
I'll
a
see
good
you
one.
soon, Bob. I'll stop over and check out that jungle you got over there.
Oh, it's
All
nice.
right.
You
All
got a
right.
lot of good stuff.
From the
Take
I
care.
video.
got a lot. I got a lot of gadgets too. I'll show you.
Yeah, definitely. I got some stuff for you too, as well. I'll talk to you
Okay.
soon.
All right. Awesome. I'm gonna stop my cam. Have a smoke.
So did your
A lot of
mom
good info.
try to pop in here, Bob? I saw her pop
Yeah.
in. I hadn't heard much out of her. Is she the silent type tonight or what?
I don't. She probably doesn't even have a headset on.
Oh, okay.
You know.
We had a nice little chat, man. She's something else.
Yep. I told you she can talk.
She really is. Well, hey, I mean, I talked back to her, so we were neck and neck on that,
Yep.
And then she talked to my mom for a while, so that was nice. I had a couple of things in common. It's a small world, man.
It is. Too bad you didn't get connected a long time ago.
Yeah,
You know. She
better
was.
late.
Yeah. Better
Well,
late
the
than never.
change, like I said, I've been keeping up with, ever since the beginning of all that progress, and it really blows my mind that we talked about stuff for a good little while after you left. So she sure is appreciative, and I would be too. That's heavy duty, man. I'm telling you. That's well, that's how it should be, as you know, but it's not for most people. Those that can escape from that uh, circus are a lot better off, man.
Yep. I got her hooked on the tree water.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yep.
I was looking out in the backyard today, man. It was raining, but I was like, okay, now that tree looks pretty tappable. I got online and found some little, spout deals.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't look too invasive, but
Right.
you know, I really want to do that. I like I said, that birch water, man. I love drinking that. I really did.
Yeah, I'm gonna try
Saved me
doing it
a lot.
year round. But they usually just tap trees for like a few weeks out of the year. But I'm gonna try doing it year round.
What about oak trees?
Yep,
You can do that.
yep.
Um, let's see. Well, we got that. We have those. As far as birch trees, I don't really think we do.
It's okay. It all tastes good.
Yeah. I
It's
just
got
really
a,
had no idea you could just almost tap anything but a, you know, pine tree.
either, either did I.
Wild, man. That's wild.
Yep.
But it
And
makes sense.
and if you can't have it for at least every day, I mean, if you need it at any time for emergency, it's all around us.
That would be a pretty handy thing for people to know, man.
Absolutely.
If things go south, as it were. Um,
I tried to make that video on it, but I didn't know. I didn't have my microphone.
uh huh.
So it came out pretty bad, but I'm rusty. But yeah, I want to get that word out. Everybody needs to know that it's really really good to know.
Yeah. Um,
It's so healthy for you too.
yeah, I was
We've
looking
been doing a
into
tree water fast, doing like a 3-day water fast, but with just tree water. It's
Yeah,
awesome.
I was looking at it again today, thinking about ordering some, but it's so expensive, man. But I went over the nutrition information. It is just incredible. It really is. It's got also manganese. I know magnesium is a thing people talk about. A lot of people are low on that.
Potassium.
But
Yeah.
well, yeah, big time. But
Yep.
manganese is, they say, some people overlook that. But I am not a. This is not medical advice, right, buddy?
That's right.
It's
That's right.
strictly the opinions of expressed here, not necessarily those of the management. I am not a doctor, but and it tastes good
Yep.
too, man.
Me
That
either.
birch water is killer, man. I was thinking about it. I swear all day long today. It's like how good it tastes, man. Just a little bit sweet, killer, I think. Um, did you ever get into kombucha,
No, no.
man? I think you'd be surprised. It's super, super easy to make. It's almost automatic once you get it going. Um, and it's really, really, like if you're brewing beer or making wine, you have to really, really. When you sterilize everything, obviously, but you don't have to, go it through all the several steps because it's so acidic. It just kills all any other kind of bacteria except what you want. But you just make a batch of green or black tea. I use black tea, organic and organic sugar, just like you're making a big pot of, sweet hot tea, and just put it in there with the culture, man. And a week later, you just, if you get one with a little spigot, you just keep adding. However much you use, you just add that much tea, and it just keeps itself going. It's super, super easy. And it's so good for you, man. The probiotics is kind of the main thing, but look into all the other stuff. It allegedly
Yeah.
has anti-seed properties. A lot of things allegedly do, but it tastes so good. God, man, really got to get you
Well,
started on that. All you got to do is get a what was it? I think I got a 2-gallon jar with a little spout on the bottom. You know, everything's upside down. You just prop it up and just tap it, and then you can also make, you know, different flavors like you see in the store. You just add stuff to it and bottle it. And you have to be careful, man. It can get so carbonated, it'll pop the cork, put your eyeball out, or whatever bottle you put it in. But man, it's good stuff. I'll send you some links.
Okay.
I think I told you the last time we were doing this that one of the big, I don't know, major commercial kombucha companies, the guy started it because he's convinced that that's what cured his mom of the C word, and so that impressed him enough to start a company. It's good stuff, man. It really is. Things like that, carrot juice, organic carrot fresh, man, you can just feel it, you know, working. Same with kombucha, all that, you know. It's a
Mhm.
living food type deal, you know. Um, but it really is easy, and you can make it better than store bought, you know, super fresh.
Yeah, anything you get in the store.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Man,
you
even an 8-hour delay takes so much of the fresh, you know. But
mm,
that's why I got into doing the juice thing for so many years. You know, it's just right off the, you know, hot off the presses, man. Now, you've done that for a long time, right?
what's that?
Juice, you've done the juice thing, right?
Yeah, we
Juicing.
do it sometimes.
Yeah, that's kind of like me. There's been periods, you know, but
The juice fast takes out all the fiber, which actually holds all the heavy metals and everything also.
uh,
And it's a good way to flush your body out and cleanse it while it's
yeah,
you're absorbing the nutrients without all that fiber slowing it down going through your body.
right. Yeah, and it's about rupturing the cell walls. You know, if you just juice, you know, just squeeze it out normally, you're still good. The cells will are still going to be intact,
Hmm.
but the juicing breaks. That's the key to it, or so they say. What do I know? But when I make just sometimes if I just make carrot juice, I'll use the pulp to make muffins, and they're out of this world, man. Really are. Put a little molasses and whatever, you know. But usually, boy, it makes instant compost. It turns into compost, you know, being super ground up. It turns into compost in about a week. Bless you.
That was a cough.
Oh,
Got
well, bless
the
you
mom
anyway.
saying, telling them say hi.
Yeah, I thought I heard a little stray voice in the background. Yeah, tell her hello. I enjoyed talking
She's-
to her the other night. I really did.
she can hear you.
Well, hey, Sandra, Sandy, how are you? I got the right one, okay? I scared the other Sandy half to death. No, I didn't. But I had her
Yeah.
mistaken for you earlier, so come here, dog. Show your face. Come here, buddy.
Drop the link if anyone wants to join the panel. Come on up. Open topic.
Come here, dog. Trying to get my dog to join the panel here, but this rainy weather, it affects him too, man. He's kind of extra drowsy. Come here, dog. What are you doing?
Yep, we'll be popping back on now and then.
Well, I hope so. I really do.
Be
Get a
making some videos.
get get a few more. Once I mean, man, once you get it rolling a little bit, people got to
It's
find out about it again. I'm inactive on my channel, and I don't know. I really would like to do something with it, but
do some. Do some. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I just want to say stuff that you would get put into timeout for saying. You have to resist I don't know where to draw the line sometimes.
Well, you just can't directly say this does this or this
Yeah.
does that. You gotta just put it out there for people to do their own research.
So you've had at least 3 YT timeouts, right?
Three.
And you have 3 of them or more.
I've
'Cause
had
I know
many.
I was responsible for one of them, but
I've had many. I think they took down probably close to just as many videos I still have up. It was
yep,
just like a couple months ago they took a video
yep,
down.
yep. Same here,
I
man.
mean, they're still taking them down from years ago.
Yeah,
This is not a strike. Yeah, but I had a lot of timeouts. That's why I had to wait a couple weeks in between. 2-week punishment. Then you got to be careful. When you get 2 strikes, that's when you got to be very careful.
right.
And I've been there several times.
I got one copyright strike, and I'll never figure that out as long as I live. That issue, but there was a Leo Kottke, this fairly obscure guitar player. I don't know, 2 or 3 rooms away, barely. I don't know how they even picked it up, but then there's all the people that they'll play along. They'll play the whole freaking video and play along to it or critique it, or I'll never understand exactly how that works. And then if you're out in public and a bar is playing, a certain song, they can get. I don't know how they differentiate there. It's crazy because you literally there's people on there, they'll play through the whole song, start to finish, either jamming to it or talking about it. How do they? I don't know.
I don't know either. But Rock said they took his whole channel down on one strike.
For one
Must have really,
strike,
he must have really upset him.
wow. Well, I've gotten plenty of
Yeah.
what is it, Britannica boxes underneath, my stuff, and I was proud of that, but never had any, major. I've had videos deleted, absolutely, but not, never threatened to be taken down so far.
Yeah. Yeah, Darlene says the last time you said you'll be back in a few days. How long has it been? 2 years?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm glad
Unfortunately,
Darlene
sorry
made
about that. The longer I was away from it too, it was harder to come back. But I'm here. Yep.
Yes, it's work, man, even for just a little, you know, small
And like
channel.
Rock says, you're going right for the jugular. It's actually I didn't get into that code word nonsense thing, and that's what got me. Yep.
I started to take some pictures, videos yesterday of those long, funny, skinny clouds that go through the sky, but there's plenty of that out there by now. But it's incredible.
This is a Rock Uncle video. He makes some awesome videos. I don't have
He
time
does.
to edit like that.
He does, man.
Yeah,
He
he
really
puts them
does.
together so well.
Thick ass vids. He does.
We're gonna check out Rock Uncle Production #2. If you don't have Rock, grab them up. And you drop your links to your channels too, everyone. That everyone can just drop their links. You got videos you want to share, drop them, share. Here we go, Rock. Boom, 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 boom. Yep. Uh-oh. That 1 second will get me.
It's good stuff.
Hey, Jackie. How you doing? Stephanie. What's up? Good to see everybody, you know? Been years. Crazy. Thanks for that, Rock. Oh. That wasn't the end. I thought that was the end. No, that was me. I thought that was the end. And then the advertisement coming on. I'm sorry about that. There's actually like a couple more minutes left. My bad. Told you I'm rusty at this. Ooh. It's all right. We'll continue it on. Mhm. Oh boy. Whoa. How dare you? Yep, it's all in our face for everyone to see. Are you talking to me, Darlene? That was the only link I got. I don't think I was locked up, Rock. I was just watching the video.
That was pretty much the story. Rock. Good stuff,
Yep.
man. Good soundtrack too.
Yep.
Excuse me, y'all. I'm in the middle of doing something for El Mamo.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I enjoy those videos. I really do. I got to get back into watching his videos.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate you posting that, Bob.
Yeah,
I'll
absolutely.
be RB.
If anyone else wants to share a video, drop the link. And you drop your own links too if you want to share your channel out as well. Yeah, YouTube don't like a lot of videos, Rock. I'm surprised my other video is still up. Democide. Death by government.
Hey, Bob, have you or any of you ever heard that Killing Joke, that band Killing Joke song called I Am the VIR blank S? Have you ever heard that song?
No.
Well, if you played it, you probably get a copyright strike. But if you play it on silent, man, they put the lyrics up. They told the whole
Mm-hmm.
story, man, right there, and people just I'll send you a link, man. It'll blow your mind.
Okay.
It Yeah, you couldn't play it. I don't think. I don't know. Not much of it anyway, but I'll send you a link to it. It'll absolutely blow your mind. Anyway, hang on.
I don't see the link, Laura. Yeah, of course they know. Exactly. Cat's not happy. Do you have the link, Laura? So, what topic tonight? Anyone have any topics you want to talk about? Other than preparing for the end of the world? What's the name of the vids? Oh, yeah. Thanks, Darlene. You're always a big help. Yeah. I mean, could you imagine just starting from scratch? Seems like it's gonna be a wild 2024. I'm assuming everyone is buckled up.
I was popping up and down, making mom a little late night snack here. Sorry about that. Missed a little bit.
We like snacks.
She's if she wants to eat, man, I'm gonna feed her.
Yep.
You know, she lost a lot of weight. Those nice hospital visits.
It's a leap year. They love those. Hmm.
I see that, Sandra. I'll tell her. Sandra
I
says
was,
hi, Mom.
I was just gonna tell you.
Well, thank you.
Yep.
It is passed along. Says hello. Her YouTube people. Yeah, I guess maybe I ought to reactivate her channel.
Yeah, definitely. Let's get things going again. You
It's
know,
very,
yours too.
very low content as it stands now, but
Yep.
maybe I put up some of her recordings. She's a recording artist, or at least she used to be.
Yeah, I didn't bring any content for tonight. I thought we'd just get together and be more like a reunion. See everybody again. Hopefully, I'm just a lot more that we got to see we haven't seen yet. But it's good to see everybody. You know,
It really is, man. It's
it
fantastic.
is.
It's a good
Yep.
vibe. It really is. I'm trying to. I can't really read the chat very much. I'm kind of up and down here, but it's so good to see everybody. It really is.
But like I used to do, I always brought content with me as well. So it was always in between talking and about stuff. I shared a lot of information through the videos as well. I'll be
Yeah.
doing, I'll be doing that too. Bring a few, but I didn't bring anything tonight. So if you have links you want to share, I'll share yours. A lot of crazy stuff going on out there.
Yeah.
And there's a ton of things we could be talking about. Right?
Yep. Within the community guideline standards, that is.
Well, even if it's not, we can talk around it.
You want to see my little aquarium jar, Bob?
I'll wait till I make the screen bigger after I play her video.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you were gonna. Okay, cool.
Because we're in them little tiny windows now.
Whose video?
This is Laura.
Oh,
Laura
Laura.
K.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
I haven't seen a sky like that in a while. But I got some pictures of my own sky looking like that a few years ago.
Wow.
Mainly here, it's like total coverage. It's like cloud coverage most of the time. The whole sky. Sometimes you see a hole where it's a nice blue sky on the other side of that cloud coverage. It's kind of weird.
That's amazing. That image right there.
Yeah, she was with her two sons watching this sunrise. Never saw another one like it. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
crazy. It really is. That is something else, man.
Oh, really, Darlene? You knew I was gonna come on because your
Ah,
witch's broom started acting things up.
she's been balancing again, Bob.
All right. Yep. All right. I'm gonna check
Hey,
this
it worked.
video,
It
and
worked over here that one time.
that's right. I
It
forgot
really
about
did.
that.
Couldn't believe it, man. And that was one of
That's
those
crazy.
slanty rooms.
Cameron said we could talk about the tunnels under New York. Yeah, there's tunnels under everywhere. We all got tunnels.
Yeah,
Yep. All right, I'm gonna
that's
play
an
this. And
interesting. You start looking into that, man. That'll take you down the rabbit hole, as it
yep,
were.
yep,
Lots of tunnels. I mean,
yep.
oceanic tunnels. Crazy big, cavernous. Drive a
Hmm.
semi for 15 miles to get to it. Tunnels.
Yep. I'm gonna play this and I'll be right back. I gotta check on my cat here meowing for some reason.
Daft. Yeah, they do think we're daft. Man, look at that. That is that is intense. That is beyond intense. But, wow. Wow. That is. I can only imagine being there in person, Laura. Wow.
Table scraps for dogs, good or bad? Table scraps can be healthy for dogs, but here's 3 dangers you.
Wow.
That was no good.
Cat okay, buddy?
Yeah, it's gone. I think there's a cat outside.
Uh huh.
Yeah,
That'll do it.
sure will.
Mine's the ocean. Wow, that's that that. Mm.
Yeah, thanks for that, Laura. That is crazy, Sky. Of course, you gotta like it. Huh? Oh, it's from 3 years ago. Okay. Exactly. It's about the when I saw mine. I really liked it 3 years ago. I can't like it again. That's funny.
I wouldn't mind sharing that, Laura. That would be okay. That's intense. It really is.
Yeah, of course, Laura. Everybody can share. Thank you all too. Appreciate it. So, Kelly,
Yes, sir.
you got the stage. You got the stage. What do you want to talk about?
Well, let me put a link in here. I'll show you my little jar first, and I think about. I wanted to ask you a little. I wanted to learn a little bit more about that the dry fast thing. I've man, I have to wean myself into that
All
if I were
right.
to do it. 'Cause if I if I forget to drink water on a day, I usually get a headache, and but it's just because I'm probably just used to drinking a lot. But I'd like to learn more about that. That's incredible, man. About the STEM cell
Let
thing. That's pretty amazing. It really is. I want to look more into that.
me see if I can find it real quick.
And
Yeah,
also
because
tree tapping, man.
yo,
I'm glad to hear about that. I really, like I said, I didn't know it was. Well, I mean, I knew you could get water from different trees besides just birch. I just didn't know that many other kinds were is pleasant to drink or whatever. Because that birch water is just outstanding. It really is. I love it. So, but you've had it straight out of an oak tree, then
I put them all together. I got 7
mixed
trees
it.
tapped. Yep, I got 7 buckets, and I just put them all together.
So
And
you could boil that stuff down and make you some
you see,
molasses or whatever, right?
right, but it takes 40 gallons. You got to boil it down to 1 gallon.
Wow, 40 to 1.
And if you do it with birch, it takes 100 gallons to one. That's insane.
That really is, man.
So,
Maple is nowhere near that much, right?
right. So I
It's
wasn't even going to bother. But then when I found out that it has all this nutrition in it, and I'm
yeah,
thinking, wow, we got all this nutrition and it's filtered through the tree and it's everywhere. I mean, you don't want to do it in a dump site or somewhere where it's contaminated, but
yeah. Chernobyl.
look, she's saying, I wish I knew how to get water from my oak trees. I did a video, it didn't come out that great, but I was showing, I didn't show how to do it, but all I did was take my battery operated drill into the woods and I
Yeah.
picked out some trees. And if you just put a little niche in it through the bark, put a nice little cut in there, and you'll see water coming out. Then it's a good tree to tap. And I just take my drill bit and I drill in an inch. I tap the tap in it. I hook the hose on my tap, going right into my bucket. But there's a lot of ways you can tap a tree. You can just put a slice in it with a knife and put a little curl on that piece of wood so the water comes out, it drips off of that into a container. They can tie it to a tree or hang or whatever you got to do.
Yep.
But I've seen it has all vitamins, all minerals, and is loaded with electrolytes. So I figured I was going to give it a try. And I recommend everyone do it. Not saying it's going to cure anything. Don't want to
No.
go there. YouTube. But I drink it all the time. And when I do run out of it, I'm like, I don't even want to drink anything else. I want my tree water. This stuff's good.
Yeah, man.
It's really good. Rock. All right. I got one of the videos on dry fasting. It's a short one. And I believe he's going to talk about how it promotes stem cell growth. When you're doing a fast, like a long fast, whether it's 3 days or a week or a month, whatever, you're burning up the the weak damaged cells that are in your body. It's taking them out first, which like cancer cells. It would take them, turn them into an energy, burn them up, gone. So when it's taking them cells away, it's promoting the body to promote the growth hormones. So those cells that are being burned up and taken away are being replaced with brand new cells, which is called regenerating. But when you do a dry fast among a water fast, the dry fast is you go a period of time without drinking water as well as eating no food, no water at all. Some people have actually done it up to 9 days.
Man.
Well, I don't recommend that for anybody. You got to make sure you're hydrated before you do a dry fast. You can do like say you have a drink before you go to bed. Say your last drink is like 9 o'clock at night. You're already getting a fast, but what time you get up in the morning, you're getting all night. Try going until the next night, just 12 hours or 18 hours, work your way up with a dry fast. Don't just won't decide to go, I'm going to go 3 days without water. You know what I mean? Everybody's different. I've done it 2 days.
Yeah, you'd have to do it at least 2 days, I would think, for it to really kick
Yep.
in effect. I don't know. I mean, but the that's a new man. I didn't know the things that it did. It's amazing. Really, I'm interested in it, but I really would have to.
But
I would
this
have
is
to
Luke
work up to it, work down to it, whatever.
Gilligan's Island. We want Bob. You guys are funny. Yeah, this is Luke Coutinho. He's a doctor, and I'm just gonna play the video and let him tell you. Um, here we go.
I hope you're having a great day and I hope you're staying safe at home. I hope you had a beautiful weekend. Well, it's the start of the week, and over the weekend, we've been getting a lot of queries about dry fasting and intermittent fasting. And a lot of people now are moving from just their pursuit of weight loss to overall wellness. People are like, yep, we struggled too long with diets and exercise programs with a long-term goal of being just to lose weight, lose weight, lose weight. And there's a whole load of other people who focus on wellness. And when you focus on your overall wellness, guess what? If you have excessive weight, you start to lose it. It's as simple as that. If your body's carrying excessive body fat, you tend to lose it when you start to focus on your overall wellness. You see, the human body is one. You got to look at it 360 degrees. You can't just look at the kidney when there's a kidney problem. You can't just look at the heart. Everyone knows that everything is interconnected with each other. There's a problem with high blood pressure. It's not a cardiovascular problem alone. There's a potential threat to your kidneys. There's a possibility you have diabetes. There's a possibility of your diabetes and high blood pressure damaging your kidney. So you see, gone are the days where you can only look at one body part like you're a car, and you take a car for servicing and you check part by part. No, you're not a car. You're a human piece of machinery, all beautifully combined and intertwined with each other. Every function is interdependent on one another. So when you look at wellness as a whole, everything starts to get better. There are people who only say, hey, Luke, I need a diet plan only for my skin. Hey, Luke, I need a diet plan only for my gut, for my brain, for my hair. But whatever they ask for, the approach has to be on everything. You have a problem with your skin, you have a problem with your gut, you have a problem with your hair, you have a problem with your gut. You see, everything's interchanged. So that's where fasting comes in. Fasting is therapeutic. And of course, if you look on social media, most people have made it into a fad, into a competition. It's all about how many hours I did and all of that stuff. Not necessary. Today, we're going to go back to the simple basics, and I'm going to leave all of you with one simple challenge. One simple challenge. I mean, you can take up my other challenges on Instagram, but on Facebook today, I'm launching one challenge, which I'm going to explain, and it's going to change your life. Okay. And if it doesn't change your life, that's okay. Maybe fasting isn't for you. There's something else out there for you. We're talking about dry fasting today, and we're talking about sunrise to sunset. 12 simple, beautiful, powerful hours. Now, I understand if you can't do the early dinner and the sunset, then okay, maybe you want to try it twice in a week on your weekend. That's up to you. One solution can't solve everyone's problems, but do your best. Okay. After sunset, or within an hour after sunset, have your last meal and your last glass of water. This means that during the day, from the time you wake up till evening, you're going to hydrate yourself. You're going to finish your 8 to 12 glasses, which is usually what is enough for most people. Of course, unless you have instructions from your doctor to be on a water restriction because of a kidney problem, a lung problem, or whatever. Obviously, that's common sense. For everyone else, anywhere between 8 to 10 to 12 to 14 glasses of water is more than sufficient, also depending on the kind of physical activity. You're a long distance runner, you're going to need more water. Your workout was more intensive, you live in an area where it's hotter, you're going to need more water. So make an informed decision, okay? Make an informed decision, use a little bit of vitamin C, which is called common sense, okay? 8 to 12 to 14 maximum is best for most people, okay? Now, you're going to stop eating your food and you're going to start drinking water at sunset or within an hour after sunset. And then you go through 12 beautiful hours of not eating and not drinking. Now, what if you do feel thirsty by 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock? Okay, you're not going to die of dehydration because you've hydrated yourself during the day. You're probably going to feel hungry and thirsty because of habit. Okay, your body's used to you drinking water. It has a memory. It's used to you eating food at a particular time. It has a memory, and it's going to wonder what's wrong and give you that kind of craving. Ignore it. Of course, if your blood pressure's falling and you're feeling like you're going to faint and all, just break the fast and drink water. As simple as that. Okay, get through the first day. A little bit of, fighting with those feelings. The second day will be a little bit easier. The third day will be a breeze. The fourth day, you'll wonder why you haven't done this for the longest time. Okay, so sunset to sunrise, no water, no food. If you need to take your medications, plan it in such a way, if your doctor allows to finish it with your meal or within that 1 hour after sunset, and then take your first medication, like if it's a thyroid, after sunrise, when you finish your 12 hours. Now, in this 12 hours, the first night you may not sleep really well, although most people sleep way better when they dry fast or they intermittent fast. It's okay. It's just one day. All right. Stop instant gratification. Stop feeling that everything should happen your way and easy. It isn't easy always. First day, second day, third day, it'll be a breeze. The second day may be a breeze. The first day, most of you will go through without feeling a problem. Okay. And then when it's sunrise, after sunrise, you can have your first glass of water and then you can break your fast. If you're not thirsty and you're not hungry, okay, truly, not because your friends are doing it, okay, go on for the 13th hour or the 14th hour, but don't push yourself. Listen to your body. Your body will tell you enough. Break the water fast or break my food fast. Do this for 5 to 6 days in a row. And I'll tell you what you can expect. You can expect your sugar cravings to come down, your caffeine cravings to come down, your appetite to come down. You start wanting to eat your meals at regular intervals because that's when your body starts getting trained into a cycle to ask you for food. Okay, your energy levels are going to go way high. Your clarity, your mental focus. If you've been struggling to meditate, you're going to be meditating way, way better. Simple benefits. Okay, this is not my invention. The Jains do it. The Muslims do it. The Catholics do it on certain days. It's existed for the longest time, but we've been too busy drowning in complication. We've been too busy drowning in science, waiting for science to tell us what the next best thing to do, which is not wrong. If we're doing something dangerous, we want science to save us. But if it's something like common sense and wisdom that, hey, we're all eating too much and eating less is actually going to be better for us, guess what? You need wisdom, not science. So the whole point is, but for everyone out there whose life depends on science and they don't make a move without science, there's also a lot of science with dry fasting, and it's all up over there in all of the medical and all of the scientific websites, properly documented the scientific benefits of dry fasting, intermittent fasting, and everything if you do it the right way and you don't make it a fad. Your skin is going to start glowing. Your hair is going to get better. Now, if you have a very severe autoimmune condition or you have a really out of control thyroid gland, fasting may not be your best bet. But you can start with 8 hours. Be gentle on your system. Usually 12 hours is easy and gentle on everyone's system. But like I said, everyone is different. Remember bio-individuality. If it suits you, great. Doesn't suit you, do not do it. The beauty of this compared to people who do 17, 18, 24 hours, but they start at 1 in the morning, the next day they start at 10 in the night. No, those are broken rhythms of fasting. You want to follow the circadian rhythm and you want to go sunrise to sunset. Sorry, sunset to sunrise. Do this for the next 5 days. Okay, and we'll have another call next Monday to actually discuss how each of you felt. We have people with arthritis whose pains have literally disappeared. And it's not me saying it. If you go on the website and check testimonials of people who have put in pictures and their stories of fasting, even I was surprised. Like, wow, is it really that powerful that your pain can come down? And then the science backs it up. Yeah, Luke, when you fast the right way, what comes down? Inflammation. What causes pain? Inflammation. So you see, there are people who have reversed their type 2 diabetes with gentle fasting and lifestyle. At the same time, some people who are highly diabetic, you may need to eat at regular intervals before you actually start to break into a fast. There have been people with severe acidity. The moment they started the circadian fasting, the acidity disappeared. For some people, it got worse. So they have to gradually get into fasting. Maybe not keeping long gaps between meals for someone highly acidic. You'll have to find out if that works for you or it works against you. But eventually lead unto the understanding that we are eating too much, we are eating too often, with too few gaps in between us, and the portions are all over the place. And that's why we have hormonal issues and everything else. So the beauty is, don't put yourself into a box. You don't need to be into a box. You can't put physiology, chemistry, biology, and human intelligence into a box, like a 16-8 or a 17 whatever. No, you find your niche. Most people get the best results in 12 hours. Some get it in 13, some get it in 15, some get it in 18. It's up to you. Don't look left and right to see what everyone's doing. You decide your fast, start it, and observe. Ask yourself questions. How did I feel today after 12 hours? What's my energy levels? Like, am I feeling light? Am I feeling less bloated? Is my gut getting better? Great. How do I feel after 13 hours? So you do self-introspection with yourself, not with the world out there. Okay, no one, not even myself can tell you how many hours of fasting is good for you. But I can encourage you to listen to your body and let your body tell you exactly what's right for you. So are you in? The next week's going to be beautiful.
All right, he was just talking about fasting. That wasn't the one I wanted to find, but oh well. I'll find it and I'll share it next time.
Well, I learned something though. I mean, I couldn't do it that long. I like the little intermittent. I might try that. Pretty wild, man, to me.
Yeah, that wasn't the video I thought it was, but that he explains it very well about the dry fasting with the stem cell, where it promotes stem cells, and we all need stem cells to repair organs for your body to actually repair.
I had no
But
idea.
I'll find that for next one.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's crazy, man. It really is. I knew about the regular, how it got rid of toxins, used up those some bad cells. Regular food fasting or water fasting.
Here's a perfect example right here. Sandra Dutcher on the screen. She goes, "That was good to spread the facts about fasting." Well, she's stage 4. She used to have diabetes. She used to have a lot of problems, but now she don't take any medications. She's feeling awesome. I mean, she's going on 81 next month. She's out there. She's shoveling them wood chips with me, loading the truck. She's out there helping me spread them. She's raking, shoveling. She helped me shovel. I was out there plowing the roads, and she's out there shoveling.
That's pretty amazing
It
considering
is.
the
And
starting point, man.
but I'm not saying that it's a cure-all, YouTube, or
No.
nothing like that. Just saying what my mother does. We got her juicing sometimes. She'll do the water fast sometimes. She'll do the dry fast sometimes. And she's actually last year they were going to kick her off hospice, and now they're saying the same thing this year. They're saying, you know, she's getting she's too good to be on hospice.
Well, that's not a bad thing to get kicked out of, if you ask me, buddy.
That's what I said. I said they're nothing but a
That's
you know,
crazy.
yeah. Yeah.
Not a lot of people, some people do. It does happen. I'd like for it. My mom is technically on hospice, but it's not because she's on her way out. It's just because she's so disabled, can't do anything.
Speaking of which, is she up to talking? I'm sure everyone would love to see her.
Well, I could get her to say hello. I guess she probably wouldn't want me to show her face. She hadn't combed her hair or anything, but let me ask her.
Okay.
She's actually, I just gave her, like I said, hey, dog, come here. Excuse me. My dog is bothering her right now. I just made her a little snack. Maybe I'll wait a minute before I let her join in. She's a little bit hard of hearing at this point, but she's in the middle of eating, so maybe I'll wait just a minute. Hey, Mom.
Yeah.
Well, we were just wanting you to say hello again to Bob and all the people on YouTube. There's some people that remember you.
Who did?
Bob and all our people
Who
on
wanted you to
YouTube.
say hello?
Just say hello. And the people on YouTube. Sorry,
Tell
y'all.
them hello.
Well, anyway.
Hello, Mom.
He said hello.
Hope you feel better soon. She
I
can't hear, right?
I don't want to yell too loud, which is,
Yep. That's right.
and blow out, StreamYard, man. Blow out your headphones.
Well, man, next time
I have to talk loud to
enjoy.
get everything across. But she did say hello. She's still hanging in there, man. Just a little bit strength. The way the bone deal, it healed sort of, but it was like you took a piece of wood and shaved it. It kind of curled out a little bit. It wasn't like a straight across break. And so that's really never going to go back together, without them going in and literally, putting a pin in there to make it, because it's just grown out to the side, like you just took a hatchet and, left it in there and sliced out a piece that sticks out. It's weird. It's not a typical break. So it just basically disabled her, man. And she's just lost a lot of strength, obviously. But at least she's not getting nursing home food. There's that.
This is true. See, even Sandra Dutcher, same thing. She broke her ankle. They wanted to put pins in it. They wanted to do surgery, saying that she might not make it.
Yep.
I told the doctor right to his face, I said, you know damn well those bones will draw themselves back together and heal themselves all by themselves. He goes, you know what? You're
Mhm.
absolutely right. But she needs surgery. And I was like, no. And you know what? She didn't get the surgery. She didn't do all their nonsense, but she did go have the cast put on, and those bones healed together perfectly. Because they had two doctors that were trying to convince me to have the surgery. And no. And you could tell they didn't want to admit it, but they showed on the x-rays that as the progress goes, we kept checking with the x-rays. That's how I was knowing what I know, that everything's going well. That they grew perfect all by themselves. And I've seen from other people where even bones that are 2 inches apart will actually pull themselves back together and heal on their own.
Wow.
But
Well, healthy body heals itself, man.
No, bird,
yeah,
In most cases.
get down.
but they said she'd have a hard time walking and blah 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 blah. And she's out there, like I said, she's she's there's no stopping her. She's got the energy, and she's just it's crazy. Total turnaround. But yeah,
It's amazing, man. Um, mm, something that's not supposed to be well known or promoted.
and they kept trying to push the vitamin D too. Oh, she has to have the vitamin D to help the bones grow back together. That's not like, come on, doctor, you want to give me the sunshine in a pill, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
He goes, you again. He admitted that I was right, but it works. No, thank you. That's when we were doing the juicing more quite often. We were doing the juicing and fasting, and for an 80-year-old woman that has all many different chronic illnesses, she didn't have a good chance. But a lot of
Yeah.
those illnesses went away doing what she's doing. She used to have to
Uh-huh.
take insulin every day. They even hooked her up to an insulin pump where it automatically pumped the insulin in you. She don't have that anymore. And the
Yeah.
funny thing is, years ago, they wanted to take her pancreas out, called
Wow.
the Whipple procedure.
Wow.
Yeah, pancreas, part of the liver, part of the stomach. It's crazy. You want to take like half her insides out.
And it's not like having your
Now
appendix. Uh,
her
dang.
body's under control now. It's doing what it was supposed to do. Puts out insulin when needed. When she eats, her sugar goes up, and then it goes back down, just like any of us.
Get down.
Yeah.
Get down.
But just that problem.
Arthritis gone, fibromyalgia gone. She had carpal tunnel syndrome. She used to have to wear these wrists up on both of her hand, on both hands. It's crazy. Big, massive cast. It looked like gone.
So what I can't even remember how long ago it was when it really started. 3 years? I can't remember. When was all that? Did it start basically?
What's that?
When she first, technically went on to hospice and they wanted to give her, morphine and blah blah blah. It's been about what? Since
It's been
you
over
know,
3 years. Yeah.
yeah, I was thinking about 3 years. I can't remember exactly, but I do, man. I was there, buddy. I remember, the whole when it very first started. That's crazy cool. It really is. I told her, I was telling her about a friend of mine. It's not as dramatic, but it's pretty up there. This guy that I I worked with him in this restaurant back in the '80s, and he's been a friend of mine, a lifelong friend ever since, and he's just always been a real like a man's man kind of guy without really meaning to. Great guy, man, heart the whole bit. But always just been was super healthy all through the years, and I lost contact with him for maybe 5 or 6 years. He got married and did all this stuff, and got to a couple of habits he shouldn't, and had a heart attack or two. But the first time I met with him, I guess about 3 Christmases ago, that would go see a band, and when I saw him, I mean, I literally had to just hold my jaw from dropping because he was overweight and walking with a cane and all this pain. I mean, even his skin had broke. I was like, holy cow, dude. And, but anyway, so we got back in touch, blah, blah, blah. And about a month later, he just called me and said, man, I know you're into all that, natural stuff. He said, I'm on all these blankety blanks, and I'd like to kind of get off and change my, anyway, long story sort of short. I had some things on hand, and I said, man, give me half an hour and come over, and then I gave him links to a couple of other things. And we kept on talking. I didn't see him again in person for a couple of months, but we kept talking, pretty regularly. And he never mentioned whether he was doing it or not. He didn't say a word about it. And I saw him about 2 months later. He came over. I mean, before he even parked his car from across the parking lot, it looked like I just couldn't believe the difference. His family flipped out. His doctor, he had full support. They couldn't believe it, getting off all the all the crap he was on, man. It was phenomenal. Throwing away his cane, his skin cleared up. He lost weight. He was out of pain, and he was off at
That's
least
what's up.
90%. It was remarkable, man. It really was, and it blew his mind. All his friends, and I even, sent some links to some docs. They couldn't believe it, man. And it's just, it
Yep.
worked in his case. It really did. It wasn't that much, that many things really, but it made a difference. Big difference.
Are doctors all like foreigners around everywhere? Because here it's like they're all foreigners. They're not even from here. You know what I mean?
I've heard it's been so long since I've been to one, man, in person that or on anywhere.
So I know they can come here and get their free
Come here, buddy.
college.
Come here.
They can come here and get their free college.
Yeah,
And
that's
I've
true.
seen the people here to go to college for being a doctor. It takes like only 70% of the people don't even pay their tuition off by the time they die.
Wow, I believe it, man.
So it's kind of like pushing the Americans down, and then all these other people can just come in and they don't give a shit about you. You know what I mean?
It's man, I don't even know where to get started on that. I have
Yep.
seen a few really outstanding, excellent positions. I
Oh
will
yeah, I'm
say
not
that.
saying all. Of course,
As a
some.
rule, it's just garbage, man. I'm telling you. But Lord, that was
Yeah.
that's crazy talk. I heard that somewhere. That can't be right.
Well,
But
anyway, once you become a doctor, you're under their control anyway.
well, it starts. A buddy of mine. That's really what got me down the rabbit hole is about the Federal Demonic Association, and hearing somebody say, "Man, they'd shut you down tomorrow if they had the manpower." I was like, well, "Wait a minute! I thought they were supposed to, I thought healing stuff was cool, you know. No, if they can't make money off of it, you know. And that's what sent me down. And yeah, they do from day one. They got them. They got them in their back pocket, man. It's just how it works.
Yep.
Over.
The first thing they see, welcome, you
Yep.
know, have a big party, and then they do the, you know, the 18-hour shifts, you know, that's, you know, do all that. It's all about, you know, it's a plan, man. It's been in place for a long time.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yep.
I have some good friends that are doctors.
Yeah.
They're, you know, I think I'd say the majority of them are hip to it, but they don't want to say it. Obviously, you know, they don't want to risk their careers, man. You know, a lot of the ones I know, you know, off the record, man, they'll like it. The official narrative is BS, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's how it is. It's, you know,
But we don't need them here.
yeah,
Hospice, when
no,
you used to walk in
I'll
the
say
door and
my,
want to push the morphine right off the bat.
yeah,
I put a
I've
stop to that.
I've said it a
But it's
million
comfort
times.
care. It's comfort care. We want the
Yeah.
patient comfortable. Because they'd be
Hmm.
like, what's your level of pain? A 2? Well, you want some morphine? Really? You're going to give morphine for a level 2? How
Yeah.
about a Tylenol or something, you know? But you're going to go straight to morphine? Get out of here. I mean,
Yeah.
and just they're talking comfort care. I'm like, give me a break. Comfort care. I can see if you're in excruciating pain where you have to have it. That's one thing.
Yeah. That's a different
You know what I
deal.
mean? But
Yeah,
if you have like a level 2, like a little small minor headache, whatever, could take morphine. Get out of here.
man.
They used to go back and complain about me all the time. Till finally, she got these nurses that come that they're actually awake and they've tried a lot of stuff that we do, and we sent them home with a lot of stuff that we do. You know, so they'll come and we're gonna have conversations with these ones, but the ones before, I've had them even get in my face and yell at me.
Yep.
Yep.
That's one thing I wanted to mention to you now that you bring that up, because my mom has the exact same deal going on. She was having the OT, the occupational and physical therapy people, but she just got so weak that it switched to the hospice people. But man,
Yeah.
a surprising number of them, man, are really interested in it. They're I mean, they're if they're not awake, they're really on the verge of it. It was surprising to me the number of them who really were into, you know, the natural kind of thing. They really are.
Yeah.
It's
I've
amazing.
had I've had a
More
few of
than
them
the
go.
physicians, in my experience, you know, is a rule. Not all of them, but you know,
They had a meeting about me, and the head honcho there actually told them to leave me alone. That they can't offer anything better than what I'm doing.
well, that was a win because,
Yeah, and
as
then the
you
social
know,
worker came and talked to me for about 2 hours, telling me don't stop what you're doing, no matter what anybody else tells you.
yep, let's take the money out of their pockets. So, among other things, but we're not supposed to know about that stuff, man. But it's
Yep.
yeah, I learned a lot about the process, about how the docs, you know, they're in their back pocket literally from the day they walk into school, man. They really are. But
Yeah.
like I said, it's a plan that goes way back. It's just it's crazy. If you need them, you need them. You know, I'm not saying, but got to remember
Yep.
all that stuff. You know, it all started with plants, and that's really, you know, it says a lot right there. But They don't really want you to know that. But
And it's not rocket science. It's really it's just hidden information.
well, you know, I just think about it like back in the day, 3 centuries ago, before we had the corner drugstores.
Mm-hmm.
Daylight was precious and everything else. Man, you wouldn't go tra la la and out with your basket to collect herbs if there wasn't something to it. They couldn't afford to waste that kind of time, man. Really,
Little
you know.
House on a Prairie, right?
Yeah, well, even before that, but
Do you
yeah,
remember? Yeah, do you remember Little House on a Prairie?
oh,
The doctor
absolutely,
used to go around with like a little lunchbox type thing, and it was filled with herbs.
wow, yeah,
It didn't have all those stuff we have today. It was
yeah.
herbs.
Well, I just I got into it around, I guess, junior year in high school, and just did some experiment to see if I could make my own version of sleepy time tea. That'd be stronger, and I made a batch that had a few of the same like passion flower, but it had a few other things that I looked into, and skull cap and whatnot, and brewed it really strong. And a buddy and I were going to go out to a big party on Friday night after a big long week, But he wanted to try. It's like, I don't want to, I didn't expect it to really be anything. It's like, I don't want to get sleepy necessarily, but he really wanted to see if it did anything. And I made a batch. I made him a cup, and went back to make a cup for myself. And the phone rang, and I got delayed about 15 minutes. And I went in there, made my cup of tea back in the living room where he was. He was laughing and leaning back on the sofa with I thought he had brought over a bottle of booze. We were in high school. Like, where'd you get the liquor, man?
Hmm.
I didn't connect it with a tea. I thought, well, okay, well. And then 10 minutes later, he was out snoring. I was just like, well, maybe he just had a long week, whatever. I'll drink my tea and wait. Well, he'll wake up and we'll have plenty of time to go out. And I went in the next room and I was just watching TV. And the next thing I know, it was daylight, and I was like, oh crap, man. I thought I had gone out and got blacked out drunk and didn't remember coming home. That's how strong it was, that tea, man. It put our lights out complete. It flipped me out. I thought I had literally forgotten what happened. And I ran out to see if the car was in the driveway, and it hadn't even moved. And that's when it hit me, It's like,
Hmm.
okay, there's something to, you can't say herbs don't work. It blew my mind how strong that stuff was. But
Yep.
sorry, mom's telling my dog to get down. Beagles are just they're real by their nose. Wish you'd come over here and make an appearance, but when there's food around, it just ain't gonna happen. Hey, dog. But he takes pretty good care of his grandmama. You know, he's good. He's a good dog, good animal. What you got going? Yeah. I saw a cat in there earlier, man. Didn't I licking itself?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I have two black cats added to my other two cats I had. I had two orange cats.
I've always had cats almost my whole life, except for the last few years. But this guy right here he's a handful. All right.
There's one right now.
Excellent. What's up, Petey?
Yeah.
Man,
It's midnight. Uh,
I can see that. What's up?
okay.
we've had some pretty amazing cats. Hang on, let me show you this, man.
Red Dawn. Mary Ingalls is less annoying than Laura.
Let's see if you can see this. Like,
Who's that?
my mom painted one of our cats.
Oh yeah, okay. Yep.
Yeah, we've had some good ones, man. Long, like 22-year-old, lived for a very long time. Had some good animals. I got one now, man. Tell you what. Where you going, dog? Speaking of, hey, bud. He's still a hellion, man. He's a hound dog.
Yep.
Off to get into something. I might need to run him OUT here in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
When he's not 3 feet away from me, man, I know he's up to something. I really do. Hey, dog. Hang on, man.
Yep. Gotta let him out. You good kitty, huh? Yep, someone had black cats, so I ended up getting to them, brother and sister. The girl cat, though, she has a little white spot on her chest. Other than that, all black.
So you got 3 cats all together? You said you
Now
had
I got
What's
two
that one?
orange cats. They're two brothers. Now I got these two black cats, brother and sister. It wasn't planned, but they're cute kitties.
We got a lot of feral cats around here.
Mm-hmm.
I've been making my, organic dog treats for a long time, and I made a cat
Awesome.
version. And all the feral cats, they were the test subjects. They certainly did enjoy them.
Yep, I like cats. I've always had German Shepherds, but this time I'm done
We
with
had a,
dogs.
we had a cat named Pogo the day I came back from the hospital. I still remember that cat. We had it for a while, after but so I've been around animals since day one, man.
Yep.
He was pretty much solid white, if I remember. I think he was, but he was a good cat, man. And I've had some really good ones ever since.
Mm,
I had a possum for a while.
a possum.
Pretty wild. He really made a pretty good pet. After a while, after about a year, a little more than a year, he got a little bit. He was not really rowdy or mean or aggressive, but he we had an old cat. Speaking of, he was like 20 or 21 at the time, and he just, the possum would eat his food, and but man, when he was little, he was a lot of fun. He potty trained himself like from day one, and he started using the cat's litter box. Like, okay, that's cool.
It's
And
awesome.
anyway, we've always been into critters of all types. But usually we've had dogs and cats. at the
Mhm.
same time.
Turtles, snapping turtles, dogs.
I've had my
Mm-mm-mm.
share of turtles. I really have.
No, not me.
I had a box turtle that took up under our front porch. It was it got a little bit eroded from the water flowing under it so many years, but it was still real sturdy. But took up residence there for about a year, and I fed him fruit and flowers, and it was pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
He stayed there of his own free will, but it was kind of cool. He was there for at least a year. He overwintered, I couldn't see, he dug up, did that deal underneath. But the winters are pretty mild here as a rule, but he still hibernated for a little bit. And I forget, box turtles, you can tell what sex they are by the color of their eyes. See, I think males have like reddish orange and females have greenish yellow eyes. So anyway, those of y'all that might need to know,
Yeah, I didn't know that.
that would be my. I don't have a spirit animal, but if that would be it if I did have one. Right.
Hmm. I don't know. Can you see the chat?
I was just looking; it was freaking me out. I was behind a little
Oh,
bit.
oh,
Red
okay.
Dawn. Um, Here you go, Bob. Just a little. Here's like a little intermission video. You want to pull that one up? Just
What you got?
my little, uh, my little jar aquarium. A couple of little inhabitants. Come up here, dog. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. What is it, dude? Come here. Come here. Let your people see how beautiful you are, dog. Come here, buddy. He's on a mission, man. What do
Hmm.
you have to do, dude?
All right, got it.
My
Wow, look
cousin.
at that. Real plants, right?
Huh?
They're real plants.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
That's what's up. Pretty cool.
Yeah, everything seems to be pretty happy in there. Those I wish you could see some of the little shrimp babies, man. They're just so tiny. They hide. They look like little red ants. Anyway, there goes one.
Is that a cleaner?
What, the shrimp?
Hmm.
They do. They'll pick up.
No, I see the shrimp now. They look like a cleaner fish.
Oh, now there's a
The
little
darker
catfish.
colored one, or is that a shrimp also?
The red ones are shrimp, and that guy on top of that
A
round.
catfish, yeah.
Yeah. And those are
Yeah.
that's the smallest known catfish in the world right there. That's full grown. That's a full grown. That's why I put them in that small, kind of small jar. I think it's 5.5 gallons. So, it's not tiny, but
Mm.
but it's still pretty relaxing. I'm used to having the bigger ones, but that's all I can do in this place. Just like gardening. So, but
Yeah.
it's kind of nice. But
I got one now too. 50-gallon. Just tropical
what do you
fish
have?
with
Oh
plastic
yeah.
plants.
Well, they just sort of complete you know, the nitrogen cycle. Whatever it is, and kind of keep it clean.
Yeah.
The fish stuff fertilizes the plants, and the plants clean the water. But
Absolutely.
Oh,
I used to decades ago have that, but this time I didn't get that live plants yet, but definitely want to add some in there.
well, the what makes it so much easier these days is the LED lights. Back in the old days, man, to get really good heavy duty plant growth, you had to get a bunch of fluorescence or sodium or whatever. It's really expensive. The LEDs, you know, they got systems you can program to simulate, moonlight or a thunderstorm. Is pretty crazy, but just a cheap Amazon, LED lights on a little, stand works fine. Plenty of light. And the water that's the best fertilizer in the world, man. Because everything it's all natural, organic, if you will. But
Yeah.
broken down in the water, the plants can, take it immediately. Uh, I had an apartment. We had a courtyard, and during the except for about 2 or 3 months of the year, everybody kept their plants out there, and I started watering ours with. I had I don't know 5 or 6 aquariums, and just water. That's what I've always done when I've had them. Use that water for the plants, and then everybody else in the complex said, "Hey, man, when you start watering ours, they could tell the difference." And we lived on it was like a 30-degree slope downhill and just a little narrow courtyard, and cars had to be paying attention anyway because they parked on both sides and there was only one lane in the middle, and still that little bit of space was enough for people to catch their eye, like how vibrant the plants were, man. The flowers, it was, I'm telling you, it's worth having an aquarium just for that alone, really.
Hmm.
Natural fertilizer, man.
Yeah, I just cleaned mine out like a week ago, and I took the buckets of water out and dumped it all over everything.
There you go, buddy. There you go. It really
Yep.
makes. I'm telling you, people. They'd ask me what kind of fertilizer I use. I said, man, that's fish tank water. They couldn't believe it, but like, if they had a minute, I'd go and tap them off a gallon. But
Yep. Oh, Laura's got a parrot that talks. That's what's up. Giuliani, really? Wow. I don't know.
What kind of fish is it, Darlene? You have one fish. Is it Lundley?
Crazy. So, wow. That'd be cool. I never had a bird.
We had a parrot named Chico. I think it was a parrot when I was a little kid, man. It was a cool bird. It sure could talk.
Hmm.
And I remember one in a pet shop that had the old kind of cash register that you cranked and the door slid out and the bell rang and the bird could do a perfect imitation of it. I think it was a minor bird. But anyway, they kept it in a cage right by the register. It sounded just like it. It was crazy. Wish I could have recorded that back then.
The blue gummy. Wow, 12 years old. Must be doing something right. 12-year-old fish.
Wow.
Oh. The bird, 12 years old. A lot of them birds can live for a long time, right?
Birds some of them can outlive a lot of people, man. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Long lifetimes. Trying to think, some of them are really like, decades. Trying to think what they are. I've had all kind of things you can keep in an aquarium, crawfish. Oh man, you name it. It's a lot of fun. It really is. Yeah, probably so.
Yep. Hmm.
My mom's threatening to outlive me. Good God, 96. That's crazy, isn't it?
It's awesome.
Oh, and what I meant to say earlier that I've said before, but she takes zero meds of any kind, aspirin, nothing. That's just unheard of, man. Not unheard of, but it's pretty rare.
It's good to hear.
None for me either.
Yep.
But
When you're
I think that's
clean.
why she's still here. I think that's a big, 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 big part of that. If you ask me, and again, what do I know? But seriously,
We know nothing.
yep, she is unmedicated in any way. Her blood pressure, dude, it'll be like 112 over 65. It's like, it just blows their mind. Oxygen, heart rate, it's unbelievable how good it is. That's why it's like I was telling you earlier, that's why it's kind of worth trying to get her stronger, man.
Mm-hmm.
because it'd be one thing if she was just all her body was, giving up, but it's just ticking like a mofo, man. It's unreal, everything
Hmm.
else, her vision. She reads books, no glasses, no, little print, little paperback. It's unbelievable. Not, without bright light, it's crazy. But anyway, um,
It's awesome.
I just think not being on, of course she didn't smoke or I don't think she's ever drunk a day in her life, and but that has something to do, and genes too. But dang, man,
Diet.
Yeah, 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 absolutely. Um, let that food be that medicine. But
Well, they say that the older people are eating better than the younger people now because the younger people are the ones out there eating all the fast foods, processed foods, and all that junk that's
yeah,
out there, and the older generations are still eating like they used to when they were growing up. So they're not being exposed to all those harmful substances that's FDA approved, that's put in almost all our products.
yeah, and they say that even you know it, the same deal. You really the healthiest thing you can do, even more than eating all organic foods, is to make your own foods because you're not,
Absolutely.
like you're saying, because you don't. Obviously, I do organic and do them both, but even more than that, they say, it's so important not to get all those freaking chemicals that are, in there, man. And, well, could sure say a lot. Oh, mercy. I've just been
Yep.
looking into it for a long, long time, before all the stuff was scrubbed, even before really, you know, I mean, a library, before the internet took off, before I had a PC anyway. It took me, a couple of years to get one, I guess. But learned a lot, man. And then again, what do I know? But man, it's crazy.
Yeah, Red Dawn, I have a female beta. I didn't put the two together because they'll fight.
You know, Red Dawn, I was thinking about getting another one of these big jars and getting a betta. Um, I don't like to put them, obviously, in
Mm.
those teeny, little tiny containers. Like, that's crazy. But 5.5 gallons would be enough for one. But I wouldn't mind trying to breed them. It's really cool. The little bubble nests they build on the man. That'd be fun.
Take care, Laura. Good seeing you again.
Yeah,
Hope
Laura,
to see you again.
absolutely.
Sucks to hear you have to go to the
Get
funeral
Bob to
tomorrow.
get Bob to do this more often, write congressman and everything. Let you know, do it more.
Yep.
Yeah, bettas are they're amazing. That would be because when I set that jar that you just saw, I said it's where my mom is really close to her, and I was surprised how much she enjoys it. But she would love to see a betta over there. She can spot those catfish don't get a tiny bit over an inch long, and she can spot them.
Mm.
Well, I guess about 6 or 7 feet away. So her eyesight is still unbelievable. But a betta would, she could really, really see the color and the way they swim around. Man, those long, thin fins, they really are something. Yeah, Lord, night. It's good to see you.
Welcome back, Buried. Buried X Blade.
Wow, it's been a long time, man. What's
Yeah, it has
going
been a
on,
long time.
Buried? Wow, good to see you. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's good to see
What
everyone.
is it, Dougie?
No
What is
doubt.
it, buddy? What is it? Come here. 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 Man, it is over 70 degrees here. It's like I'm going to have to turn on the AC in a minute.
Wow.
No kidding. Because well, for one thing, that tank is it's a cold water tank. It doesn't have a heater like a tropical tank. It's so I need to keep it about 70 degrees. Let's see. Well, no, it's down to 63 now. But earlier it was like 71 degrees at about 8 or 9 o'clock. Wow. Anyway, it's crazy weather. A week ago, it was, like I said, 12 degrees here less than a week ago. Anyway,
Yeah, it's in the 30s here. Yeah, I got some neons too. Actually, I think I got like 10 of those little neon fish.
I would like to have a school of about 1,000 of those in a big giant tank. Because when you get like, have you ever seen those things where they film them like in the Amazon, their natural home, and there's just thousands of them? Like they're so colorful, man. But they all swim together, like giants. The schooling
Exactly.
behavior. So if you had a big tank, man, um, but that just blew my mind, man. Just like thousands of them, just all synchronous. But they're nice in a tank, man. The neon tetras, their little red band only goes about halfway across their belly, but the cardinal tetras, it goes all the way across the red on.
Hmm.
They're a little. They're a good bit more expensive. They're a little bit, maybe a tiny, tiny bit more fussy than neons. But both, I love those fish, man. I've had those for years.
Wow, it's actually 43 here, 67 in North Carolina,
63 here.
and
Crazy.
31. I forgot where Darlene. Where are you, Darlene? I think in Ohio. Wow, it's been a long time. Yep, but I think Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is supposed to be down in the teens.
We're supposed to be getting. It's been raining steadily for the last couple of days here. And let me see. I think we're going to get a little more. It's pretty good. We haven't gotten a whole lot of rain here, so they have flood warnings, but so far it's been just light, just steady though. Of course, that can do it.
Mm,
Yeah, let's see. It's raining. I can hear it.
yeah, it's been raining here.
Well, that system's going up your way, the edge of it. But yeah, there's some a little bit off the coast up there. We got that moisture coming up from the Gulf of Mexico. Man, there's a lot of moisture. Anyway,
X-Blade added bottled water and killed a fish. Too much fluoride, plastics. I used a rain barrel water, and I just bring it in and set it on top of one of the heat registers to warm it up overnight, and then the next night I use it when I clean the tank. Not that that's any better, right?
Yeah, Red Dawn, you don't want to overcrowd your tank for sure. They actually, yeah, they say like an inch of fish for a gallon of water. So yeah, you're pretty 10 fish if they're small, absolutely for a 10 gallon. Yeah, better to undercrowd than overcrowd.
Yeah.
But it's just a whole lot of fun, I think. Bigger tanks are a lot less work than smaller tanks, believe it or not. But especially if you get some plants going, they'll, you know, get the right kind of snails that don't go crazy. You know, they'll keep the glass clean. I don't know. It's not that bad. I enjoy it. Yeah, exactly, Darlene. Uh,
Hmm.
Distilled water, you can't use that for fish. It would literally be like acid to them. There's no minerals. Yeah, exactly. You smart woman.
Yep.
That's true. Can't use distill for fish. They make stuff to add, like a lot of aquarium people use. They get an RO system, then they make minerals specifically for to add back to your aquarium. So we've got a couple of natural springs that not far from here, and it's just sweet and pure, man. It comes right out of the ground. And sometimes I'll just take a bunch of jugs over there and load up. But I haven't drunk tap water since the freaking early 70s, and I really, 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 really think that's made a huge difference. I really do, man. Drinking pure water, I really do. And
Yep.
again, I have no idea what I'm talking about, but I love water, and I don't drink tap. Well, I do if that's the only option, but I haven't been drinking it for decades, man. And we have good
For
water.
everything else.
There's no fluoride added to our water, which is unusual. We don't have chloramines. We do have chlorine, but even so, man, I'm not gonna. I see what comes out of my filters when I filter it.
Hmm.
So, I even put a video up about that, man. It's like, good God, look at that. Halfway through the life of the filter, wasn't even halfway, to where it was supposed to be replaced. Just looking there, man, some gnarly right out of the tap, boy. I just won't do it. I'm sorry, but I think it's made a difference.
I didn't know that about betas. Red
Yeah,
Dawn.
huh?
Puddle skippers. Puddle
I want to get
jumpers.
I want to get some mud skippers. I really do. They're kind of half and half, man. Have you ever seen any of those? You know what I'm talking about, Bob?
No. No.
Oh, buddy, hang on. Let me look something up here. These guys, and you can keep them. If you know a little bit about aquariums, man, you can keep them. Uh, oh, this you got to see these dudes.
Mud dwellers.
Mud skippers. They're sort of they spend their time in the water, but they also they can absorb oxygen through the water, but mainly they breathe it, so they have to stay kind of near the surface. Oh, man.
Hmm.
You have to make they can climb up anything. Well, let me just here. I'm not going to go searching a million of them. Let me just show you this, dude. You got to see him if you've never seen him before. Okay, you can keep these. They're not super difficult, and they're really interesting, man. There's all kind of rainbow, crazy colors. Well, they're brackish fish. They're half saltwater and half fresh. Where like rivers meet the ocean and it mixes. That's where these guys they don't do well in fresh water or salt water, so you have to mix it. But man, they're funky. They'll eat out of your hand. They'll crawl up on your hand, get out of the water, and they'll crawl into your hand and eat right out of your palm.
That is crazy. My balls.
Yeah, isn't that wild? And they have their eyeballs, man. They have a little divide. They can see different underwater and then on the surface.
Okay.
So it's almost like having two eyeballs on each side. There's a little puffer fish. But yeah, man, they're really interesting. They'll get to know you. I mean, they'll hop up on you. It's crazy. But man, those are funky. That's how we got here, Bob. We crawled out of the primordial.
And they stay looking like that.
Yeah. They can jump too.
Yep.
Anyway,
I see that.
Just wanted you to see what they look like. You can order them online all day long. And they live, I don't know, 3, 4, 5
I'm
years.
good.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, they're funky looking.
Yeah, definitely.
There they go. Look at that! Wow.
Wow.
I had never seen this.
Teach some tricks.
God, man, that's the missing link right there. Our answer. Anyway. Hang on, Donnie.
Red Dawn says, I didn't crawl out of a fish tank.
Say what? Yeah.
Bunch of tadpoles.
I hear you. I totally hear you. I'm being facetious on that big time. I'm still a monkey.
So you've actually had some of these?
No, I came pretty close. I just would, if I had space, I would have some right now. Back when I had a bunch of aquariums, they're actually more expensive than they are now. I think people are breeding them a little bit more. But yeah, or eyeballs either, Darlene. Chubby cheeks and bug out eyeballs. But
yeah. That's crazy. My cats are pretty good with a fish tank. They just look at it. They like to just sit there and look at it all the time, but they haven't tried getting in it. But on this property, I want to dig a wildlife pond. Hopefully, springtime, I can get a excavator in there and just dig a hole.
yeah, no, those are fun, man.
That was my plan for this past summer, but I just didn't get to it. But
I'd
yeah,
love to have a pond.
and like you said, have the plants, the water plants all around the
Oh
edges
yeah, yeah,
to
yeah,
help keep the water clean.
yeah.
Yep.
Um,
I want to make it a wildlife swim pond where you swim in it, but it's pure clean water. I'm not going to put anything in it. I'm just going to let whatever nature goes in it. You know.
there's some people that are crazy into it. I didn't see this personally. I saw photographs, but my brother-in-law is in a like a fish club kind of
Mhm.
thing, and they went to visit. This guy turned his swimming pool into a natural like a pond or a lake or something with plants and all kind of native crappies and man, it's crazy. But and then one guy had a big long glass tank, and he had like a spring that turned into a little creek right in his backyard, and he just ran pipes and drilled holes in either end of his tank, and constantly had fresh spring water. He kept like cold water fish, like I do, but like darters and stuff like that he caught, out in the river. But he never had to worry about filtration because it was fresh. It circulated the water all year long.
Exactly.
And the fish would act like pretty much what the ones out in the river. They'd breed at the same time because the water temperature would change just a little bit. It was crazy, man. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. I really do. I've had a bunch of tanks.
Hmm. Cottontails. I don't know. Cottontails. I have to check that one out. Write it down.
What's cool? Speaking of
Cattails.
that, yeah, I think that's what she's talking about.
Okay, because I know I'm actually gonna play. Yeah, my nephew has
You
a
can
place.
you can use that as a filter for your pond, man. All you got to
Yes,
do is circulate the
exactly.
water. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There you go, Darlene.
Hey, Shanna, how you doing? Long time.
Man, yeah. Hey there.
but but I'm
How
definitely
old?
already got.
Wow.
I'm, cattails definitely gonna be planted.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
I've actually ate one. My nephew has a pond at his place, and we pulled one up and tried it. It was actually very, very good. It's like eating
when they're young, they're really,
kind of
really
like a cucumber,
good. But
tender. Yep.
yeah, 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 yeah. You can't let.
Callum. Hey, Callum.
Yeah. How's it going? Um, but you sure there's a guy here in town that he he has tilapia. He raises tilapia or something. I don't know, some kind of fish, and
Yep.
he just circulates the water. He also grows hydroponic lettuce, and he just circulates the water from the fish pond through the lettuce. And it's just green. It's so vibrant, man. It jumps out of the bag. I get it. So it's unbelievably good. Like I was talking about using aquarium water, the lettuce just and the fish tank stays crystal clear. It's amazing, man. So yeah, the cattail deal absolutely removes heavy metals too. But yeah, if you get them young, they're very edible.
Yep. I tried it. Yeah, Callum,
Yeah,
the tree water is awesome. You really got to check into that.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm really really interested in that. Bob's got me because I've had birch water, man. If you've never tried it, it's amazing. I've had birch water, and it's fantastic. I just didn't know that you could tap so many different types of trees. Anyway,
And drink the water,
yeah,
not
yeah,
just try to make syrup out of it. What's up, Shanna? What have you been up to? Callum? Yeah, I haven't been on. I'm just coming back to YouTube. I'm not gonna get into all these other. I mean, I have all backup channels on all these other sites, but I never used them, and I don't have the time to learn how to connect them all together and all that stuff. Just gonna chill here, my little hole in YouTube.
But you know what's wild is the go-to channel feature is here tonight, and I haven't seen that in a long time.
Go to channel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man, it's active tonight. I can't believe it. Hadn't been around in a while. Yeah, I'm already subscribed to Shannon. I thought so.
Ah,
How
I
about
didn't even
that,
notice.
man?
Yeah,
think
remember they took that away.
I think I'm on Callum too. Let me go double check. Nope, I'm not. Dang it. Okay. How about that?
Evergreens. Well, the trees that the leaves fall off of, or the leaves you want to tap. The evergreens, the pine trees and stuff. The sap is too thick.
If you want to find out what it tastes like, man, you could order birch water on Amazon or anywhere. If you want to, it's amazing to me. It really is.
It's probably nothing like straight from the tree though.
No, I'm sure, but just to get an idea of what it tastes like. Oh,
Yeah.
You get it right off the tap. That just like juicing, man. You got to drink it,
Mm-hmm.
within like now, But
I hear you, Red Dawn. I've had many strikes. And how many times did I have two of them? And you get one more, you're done.
okay, I'm
It's-
not on Red Dawn, but I just fixed that. Yeah, we were just talking about Bob's strike history, but hey, man, don't get flack unless you're over the target, buddy.
Yeah, I thought you dropped the link to her video, Darlene, and it's Shanna's channel. I already got her.
Hey,
What's up?
what's up? Oh my gosh, long
How
time
you
no see,
doing?
man. I'm doing good.
Yep.
Busy. I've been so busy, and man, I'm so glad to see you because I mean, there was that rumor, that went around about a year ago, and I was worried we didn't have you no more. You remember that?
I do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I did a
Blew my
video on that.
freaking
So
mind,
I'm
man.
still
It was a
here.
little over a year ago, right? A little bit over.
yeah,
I remember, man. It flipped me out. Sure did.
sure did me too. Gave us all a scare, but I haven't seen you much since. I don't know if YouTube literally is playing the algorithms of screwing everybody. I promise you.
I bet. No,
Yeah.
I haven't been on. I just started taking care of business, practicing what I preached all the time,
Yeah. Well, it's really good to see
Yeah,
you.
it's good to see you too.
Yeah, you too. Absolutely.
Thank you guys, man. This is a very tight knit community, but we can fall off really quickly.
Hmm.
I mean, I did. I just, I got sidetracked.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah, I didn't get
Life
sidetracked.
happens.
It's nice to jump back on. Bob kind of just got in touch with me out of the blue, a couple of weeks ago. I'm like, right on, man. And, it's awesome. And we had some other people, that you would have recognized, So, but it's absolutely good to see you. And I appreciate you joining the panel. Take some of it off my shoulders, man.
It's very nice to see you too, Wickham.
Um,
Yeah,
Bob,
It's
Bob is very patient with me, allowing me to, but
it's a
well,
reunion.
it
Come
is.
on. It's not
It
just
is.
he's
all
a
back.
he's a patient man.
That
Bob's a
he
very patient man.
there's some good
Yes.
information coming, from him. So that's he's worth keeping in touch with, So
Yes, absolutely.
what's going on in your neck of the woods?
Not much. It actually warmed up real nice here today.
Good,
I'm in
good, good.
Texas, and it's been pretty chilly and foggy and
Yeah,
rainy, just nasty.
same. I'm in Alabama, and a week ago it was 12 degrees, and now I'm threatening to turn on the AC, but it was 71 degrees about 3 hours ago.
Well, it didn't get that warm here. I think it got up close to 60, but same. It was last week. It was like 8, and then it's like 60 something today. So I want to say it got up to 59, close to 60. It was decent, and the sun was shining. It was nice.
It's been raining here for slowly but steadily for almost 2 days. We haven't had any really, just little storms that pass through and they're gone. But we've got the
It's been
moisture.
slow rain.
Yeah, the Gulf of Mexico moisture deal meets the whatever system, and but it's okay. We can use it.
I was going to say we desperately need it here where I live.
Yeah,
I'm in central Texas, and we
yeah,
desperately need the rain. Every single creek, bed, lake, tank, all these
yeah.
ranchers and farmers, their tanks are all pretty much almost empty unless they have a well pump in them. But yeah, we desperately need the rain.
Yeah.
We could probably use like 3 feet of rain, but not at once.
Yeah. Water.
Wood chips.
What?
Water is really an issue.
Wood
Yeah,
chips.
yeah. There you go. Wood
I mean,
chips. Yeah.
I've been working on food forests for the last several years and learning from these other people that's done it for 30 some years. And they start out with a foot deep of wood chips. And
Oh, so
they're
that they
in
have a water bed in their garden?
well, it's everything because the wood chips break down into food for the plant. So it feeds the plant. It's the natural fertilizer. Plus it holds the water moisture down in there. And it just turns your soil that you lay the chips on top of into nice, rich black soil too. It's amazing. It just brings up everything good in your soil.
Well, like where my mom and dad live, they have pastures, and they have maybe, I'm going to say 20 cows. So, that doesn't really help them when there's no water in their tank. You know what I mean?
Right. I was
Man.
just saying for
Because they
plants.
grass feed their cows. They don't. They're not like one of these farmer meal places that are grain feeding them and feeding them out just to get fat. And they don't give them no hormones or nothing like that. They just naturally grow their cows, which is awesome. And we try to. My mom and dad and my brothers and sisters. If you count my mom and dad as one, and my brothers and sisters, there's a total of 5 of us. And we try to have a cow slaughtered and share it between us. you know, once a year. That way we're not having to buy meat from the freaking grocery store. We don't know where it came from. We know it's
Exactly.
good, healthy meat.
Yeah. I cut down on
And
meat dramatically. There's a lot of times if I'm eating a piece of meat, I'm wondering if it's even real.
right,
Yeah.
exactly. And that's why
Mhm.
I think it's awesome. I'm very blessed that my mom and dad do have their own beef. They don't have a lot, you know. It's just very supplemental to their Social Security. It basically is what it is. It's a supplement for income.
Yeah, that's intense. At least you know what is in it and what's not, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But Bob, man,
Red
I
Dawn
don't know.
says flooded
If you
his.
oh, go ahead. Sorry, man. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying. She said it flooded in Southern California, rains the other day in Northern California. I seen that. That's crazy how flooded they got.
They
Yeah.
I
Unbelievable.
saw somebody on it. They were in the bar and they were holding their doors shut and there was glass doors and it, man, if you slow mo that video, that woman that's outside gets blasted into that door. Like there's no way she had a concussion. She may have got washed down the road and died. I don't even know. But that was like, it was
Yeah,
like a tsunami that happened on the California coast.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's what it looked
Crazy.
like, was a tsunami.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
What would cause a tsunami? And I've seen nothing in my news feeds about a tsunami in California.
They had one out there like about a week ago, a small tsunami, and as far as I know, they're not sure exactly what caused it. I heard about that like about a week ago.
Yeah,
It
and I
wasn't
have
very
not.
big. It wasn't very. I think it's like 4 or 5 feet. You know, but still, it was there, and they couldn't explain it. You know, that's the thing.
That's what I saw. This barkeeper, he was like right on the coast, and uh yeah, I have seen nothing in my news feed. I've only seen like TikToks about it.
Hmm. Um.
Very interesting, because what would cause a tsunami in
Right.
California?
Right. Yep. But
And yes, like you said, it was very small, but it
yeah.
was still a tsunami type event.
Hmm. Yeah, that my info guy Bob that I've mentioned a couple times. He brought that up. I don't know, about a week ago, but that they you don't really hear about it in the main news, but it happened absolutely. Um, but
That's
Bob,
weird. It's weird that they're not covered in the news.
no, well, because they don't. I mean, they're walking the fine line, man, between not wanting to disclose things and cause panic, and I get that. But then see, they can't wait too long because everybody would think, well, if our dumbass knows, surely they know, and they're not telling. You know what I'm saying? So they're going to have to. I see it in my MSN feed. They're starting to talk about stuff going on with the sun and meteors and asteroids. They got to start. They have to at least bring it up. They don't want to talk about it any more than they possibly have to. But when enough people are talking about it, they know they have to address it.
Right.
But
Well, I'm curious, how much is going on in your two brains that you don't even want to talk about because you're scared if you say something about it,
of course,
you might get your channel shut down.
they've got us all self-censoring ourselves. We all know if we say certain things, they're going to take down the. We're doing it. We're self-censoring. That's just exactly where they want it, man. It's
But
brilliant.
you
You
see
got to
my
give.
title, open
There you
topic.
go. Yeah,
What
but
is it? What it was the title? I didn't even notice,
It's
Bob.
all she saw
open
was
topic.
Bob. Hell yeah.
Always
Yeah, I
open
just seen
Right
topic.
you.
on.
We talk about
Bob,
anything.
Bob's going
I have a
live.
trouble with code words.
But man, but I wanted to mention Bob because I
Just
don't
like
know if you
Democide. Did you see my video I made? Democide?
Mm-mm.
No, I don't think I did.
Was that one of the last ones you just put
Yeah,
out recently? I saw a
yeah, it's a
couple
few
of.
days ago, or a week ago.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
called
Oh, I'm gonna
Democide.
have to go back and look at the.
Democide,
But
Democide means death by government. That was
yeah,
the
yeah,
title,
yeah.
Okay,
Death by
that's
Government.
exactly what's going on. We literally okay, and it's not just us because, uh, you know, I'm sure all of you and all of your viewers have probably seen this. I can't think of the website, but it's a military used website to draw facts from. And some guy was looking at it, and it was looking at the population in 2013 and then the projected population of 2025. Have you seen this?
Hmm.
Oh, you mean the Deagle report, that kind of thing?
Yeah, the Deagle report.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's crazy, huh?
Hmm.
Yeah, okay.
They've scrubbed a whole lot of that off the internet, man. That's
Yeah,
Okay,
I
well,
covered that. I covered that back in
yeah,
2019.
you sure did, man. You
yes,
sure did.
I know I'm talking old news, but we all saw that. That's why I said I'm sure
Right, right,
everybody
right.
here's seen that.
But they've
But
scrubbed it.
what's going on with this? Okay, like the guy that covered that back in the day that we all watched, he was like, "What? If anybody has answers, let me know." And now we're seeing the answers come to fruition. What's going on? Like we are being infiltrated, and we are going to become a third world nation. I don't see how it's not going to happen.
Of
Well,
course,
it has to happen if you
it's
believe in the
happening in real time.
NWO. And America would be the last stronghold if they really wanted to do that. It has to go down. A lot of people say that, and it makes sense.
They're saying
But
It makes sense.
the numbers
it's not.
coming in here far exceeds the birth rate of our country.
Yeah, yeah,
So yeah,
Yeah, and that's nuts. I mean, the birth rate of our country literally is not even one.
yeah.
yeah, it's down
You know,
69%
Well,
for
they're
children.
it's
they're
like
not.
point something per person. It's point something. It's not even
Yeah,
one. and
that's
that what did you call it? The what report?
The Deagle report.
Deagle. Man, I don't know why I can't remember that. But the
It
Deagle
rhymes with
report,
Beagle.
Beagle, Deagle, the Deagle report back in the day said our population was like 300 and I want to say 320 or something
That's
million,
yeah. That's
and it
ballpark.
projected that by 2025 our population would be 69 million. Okay,
Exactly.
that's like almost, it's not quite, but almost 300 million people
Yeah,
gone. Like that's insane.
yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of credibility to that. You can't, the people can't say it's a, what theory. I mean, they just can't. It's official shit.
It's all based on military
Right.
information.
Yeah. It's not
But
some.
even if all these people infiltrating through our borders, those are people coming in, even they are going to be disappearing. That's
exactly
what
Sure.
good
is.
point.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, man, it's. I've been looking into this stuff for a long, long, long time. It's not always fun to find out, but boy, it's
Same,
pretty
same.
crazy.
Ignorance is bliss. I
Yeah,
will tell
it
you
is.
that.
It is. It is.
That is
Yeah.
a true saying, but
Knowledge is power, and ignorance is bliss. But sometimes I wish I could go back to that ignorance. It's like, no way, man.
I feel like I'm stuck in the middle, you
Once you
know.
cross that line, yeah.
I don't feel like I'm in power at all, and I don't feel like I'm ignorant, but I feel just
Well,
helpless.
Well,
well,
we are.
you're not. I'll say that. I know. We feel like it. I do. And we all do, man. But we're stronger than we think, and that is true.
We are very much more resilient
Especially if
than
we
we
could
think
get
too.
together. If people could just get together on a common deal, man, we could
We're
put a
so
stop to a
divided.
lot
That's
of
never
the.
gonna happen.
No,
Hey,
it won't. It's by design. We're supposed to be against each other, and
Yep, we are.
so
you remember that old movie, the old Parent Trap with
yeah,
Haley
yeah, yeah.
Mills?
Haley Mills, right?
Let's get together. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I remember that big time. I had a crush on Haley Mills when I was a kid. She was cute. Isn't
she
that
was
wasn't
a
she?
she was a
Wasn't that
pretty woman.
wasn't that the? I mean, wasn't she in the Parent Trap? Right, Haley Mills.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure. It's been a long time since I've seen it. Okay.
it's an old movie.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
But
But
that made me
Uh,
think about that song that they sang. You know,
oh
you
yeah,
and me. I can't think of the lyrics, but I bet the lyrics are great for that. And somebody needs to redo that song for
well,
truthers,
there you
for
go.
real people that want to stand up against the man. And when I say the man, stand up against the devil, the evil, the whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I'm into that notion, sister. I'll tell you that. But Bob, well, before we get too far away, and just to change the subject real quick, and because I don't know, you may have sent me this, but talking about wood chips, I saw this thing where I want to say it was like a lumber mill or something, but they had all these excess wood chips, and they dumped them like somewhere I can't remember near like in a forest or near and it made a lot of people mad because it was like a foot thick. They said in about 3 years it was like a paradise, man. All the different
mhm.
compared to the land around it. Does that ring a bell?
No, I didn't see that, but
Well,
it's
maybe
true
I just
though.
found.
It's
I
it's
guess I found it
amazing.
on my own. Hey, come here, dog. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. My dog's
Here
ready.
where I live, our
Come here. Come
our
here. Come here.
city, they mulch up wood when they have to like go and cut trees off,
Yeah.
uh, power lines and stuff. They mulch it and they put it in a big old pile where people can come. You can
Right.
go and you can load up as much as you can carry for
Yeah.
free. You don't have to
See,
pay for it.
Hey, man,
you
I'm
don't
gonna
find
mute.
that here. They don't want you to have it. Not here.
No, yeah, I know what you mean. It's not free. Like you used to go to the zoo and get, elephant and rhino dung. It made perfect compost. It was fairly balanced, the nitrogen to carbon ratio already. You just basically needed to put it into a pile and rake it, turn it. But anyway, I've got to run my dog out real quick. Are y'all gonna be here for a few minutes?
Yeah, yeah.
I hope so. All right. Well, I'll BRB, y'all.
All
I hope you
right.
still
Let me
here,
know.
Sean. I'll be back in a minute. I got to run.
Okay.
He's
I got a lot.
overdue. All right. Be good.
Yeah, Bob,
All
they
right.
don't have that where you
I
live.
got many, many, many loads of truck loads. Now, but I'll tell you what, marketplace. Marketplace, type in free wood chips, and there's places where they have trees taken down and they got these big mounds of wood chips, and I just go pick them up, haul them away, dump them on my
Well,
property.
literally where I live, the city has a place. It's like got three big old cinder block walls around it, and
Mhm.
that's where they dump all the wood chips, and it's open on an open street. You don't even have to come in you just it's like right on an open street. You don't have to check in with anybody or do anything. You can just back your car up there and load it up, whatever you can put in it. Nobody's even like facilitating it.
Mhm.
Isn't that
There's a
crazy?
thing, yeah, because it's hidden knowledge.
But nobody knows it's there. It's like, yeah,
Uh,
it's like a like I've talked to many people in the town because I work for a lot of people around the town, and I'm like, you don't have to go because like they're richer people than me, and they go buy wood chips to put in their garden. I'm like, you can just go bag those up for free at the city. Basically, it's like I don't even know what to call it.
But
I
the
really
thing of it
don't.
is, if you go buy them, then they're going to be processed with chemicals, dyes. You know what I mean? Right,
Yeah,
straight from the tree is what you want.
yeah, and
Freeze the
that's what
best.
this is.
Yep.
But somebody that worked there told me there is a possibility that they might have thrown some lumber in there too that might have been on a work site or something, so you might get a possibility of having treated wood in there. That's a possibility. So but majority wise it is them trimming trees around power lines and stuff.
Right.
But there is that possibility of them throwing some lumber in there too sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
But it's
signed
way
up.
better than going and buy it at the store, like you said, that is already definitely treated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm
You're
signed up for a chip truck. Well, we got something open here.
You're signed up for chip what?
Chip drop. It's it's where these tree cutters go out and they chop up the wood and they have nowhere to bring it. So if you're signed, it's a site called Chip Drop.
So if you're close by, it dings you and you can go pick it up.
No, they'll come and dump it.
Oh, nice! That's awesome. Yeah. You don't even have to go get it.
Right.
Wow, that's awesome.
Especially when I even put a $40 donation there. Whoever gives me a load, I want it.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah.
So, how's your high tunnel going? That was, really the last thing I remember you making was your high tunnel.
It's actually a low tunnel. It's not much taller than I am, but it's still kicking.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Still doing good.
I ain't got nothing near as fancy as you do. I'm just still bucket growing.
It's not fancy. It's only fence panels.
Yeah, I know, but they're kind of expensive.
They
not
are.
Really, not super expensive. They're not that bad, but they are expensive for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But my son from Christmas gave me a Gorilla Grow tent. Do you know what that is?
What?
It's an indoor growing tent. It's only like 4x4x4. Well, no, it's 4x4 by like 10. It's like 10 feet tall. But
wow.
Yeah, I don't need that high because I'm not growing no. But I did actually, I accidentally killed my avocado tree. So I think I'm gonna start me another avocado tree and put it in there. But I do want to grow my pepper plants and tomato plants in there to start them off. And the grasshoppers, they don't ever mess with my tomato plants, but they demolish my pepper plants. I don't know why. They love pepper plants. So I'm going to keep my pepper plants in there. I'm going to start me an avocado tree and grow pepper plants in dude, that light alone that hangs in there was like $300.
I know,
so it puts out some BTUs.
Yep. What's up, baby?
Welcome back.
Good to see you. Yeah, I got the 4,000 watt LED.
Yeah, this sucker, I swear I could lay under it and get a tan, man. It's pretty intense. But you can adjust the light, and make it dimmer. And I can't figure out the timer.
Right.
I told my son, I don't need a timer. I will just plug it in when I wake up and unplug it when I go to bed. Because the timer that came with it is just like, it's a mess.
Timer helps though.
Yeah, that way in case I
used
forget,
to do that.
know.
Yeah. Or if you're out somewhere, you gotta get home. Gotta get home. I've been there. I used to do the same thing. No.
Come here, dog. Come here, buddy.
Yeah. Well, once you get the timer set up, you're good to go.
I
Here's that dog.
thought I had it set up, but I couldn't get it to ever kick off. It kicked on and then it never stopped. So I was like, that's not gonna work.
It's tricky. I know. I've been fooled by them before too. Those pins you gotta move and stuff. You gotta put them in the right places.
Yeah, this
I've had
one
it
you gotta
backwards.
click all the things down or all the things up, depending on where. Oh my god, this is too much for me.
I went through the same thing till I finally got figured it out. Oh yeah.
But it was a very nice Christmas gift. He got it for like 50% off. Altogether, it was like a $600 present, but he got it 50% off. So he got a really good deal. And I was like, if you're going to spend that kind of money, just, take care of yourself, please. I'm tired of taking care of you. Don't buy me frivolous crap. I don't need a grow tent. I like to grow things naturally when God intends it to grow,
Yep.
But it will be cool to have a jump start on my pepper plants. I'm fixing probably this weekend to plant me my pepper plants and get a jump start on them. It'll be nice.
That's funny. I just the second time tonight I'm showing a pepper plant.
No way. I did that too. Did you cut? I did that too. Is that one from last year? From the summer?
Yeah.
I did that to mine too. I cut all the twigs off and
I got dozens.
I did the same thing. But they've all, except for one, they've all turned brown, and I don't have any hope for them except for one. I'm like, oh, my babies all died.
That's what happened to me. Right, that's what happened to me the year before. That's why this year I did dozens of them because I expect a few of them to die and then get a few of them to hang in there. They'll be monsters.
That'll be awesome.
Hopefully I can keep them alive.
How fun is it to talk to like-minded people, man? It's so fun. I love it.
Yep.
Blinkum, did you get your dog walked and pooped?
You're muted.
Hey, you're muted.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. I was. No, we just we didn't do the dookie loop. He didn't have to do that, but he's a hound dog. He sniffed and
he sniffed and got his business done.
Yeah, he's a good one, boy. He really is. I'm usually he's been active tonight, or I don't know. Normally he's be right here with me. He'd be on camera. He's a good looking little dog, but man, he is just when he's not 3 feet from me. I know he's up to something, and looking for food. No telling what he Maybe he'll get up here in a minute. He's He's a good one, boy. He's he's gotten a few people here that were really afraid of dogs. He's gotten them over their fear of dogs. And that's to me, that's huge, man. He's a little goodwill ambassador. He really is. He's a good one. He loves people. I don't know what he's off doing. God, is it
He's getting in the refrigerator and getting a carrot.
he would if he could. I mean, every now and then he'd get his little nose and figure out how to get it open, man. And it's just, he'll take something off and he'll bury it for about 5 seconds and then dig it up, just to do the thing. And he's a hellion, man. But he's the sweetest dog, and he really is. He's the sweetest dog you'll ever. And some of my best friends are dogs. He's something else. He's a blessing. But
That's awesome.
I'm wondering what he's up to because, like I said, he's my shadow, man. He's usually 3 feet away, no matter where I am. Hey, dog. God, he's a hellion. But he's a beagle, Anybody that's ever had one,
I've had a beagle.
Well, you know
long
what I
time
mean?
ago.
They're
Long
real
time
by
ago.
their nose, their nose is real, their whole, I'm number 2 behind food and walks, and when there's food, it's all bets are off, he'll remember where food was, a week ago and just go to that same spot and sniff it. Just, I don't know, man.
Just to make sure he didn't miss a crumb.
Yeah, it's crazy, but no wonder they, use them at airports to sniff out contraband. And even compared to other dogs, beagles' noses are on a whole different level from, almost every other kind of dog. It's crazy, man. But he is a jewel. He just most dogs at his age have slowed down. He's 11, and he's still just he's quick. I don't know, but he gets the same. I give him kind of some of the same things, that dogs' physiology is very similar to humans, when it comes to things like that. So, and he gets good quality water. I don't give him tap water, and I get him. He drinks a whole lot of water. He stays hydrated. He really does. Man, I hear him.
That's the main thing.
Dog.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna grab coffee real quick. I'll be right back.
Hi. I just seen it. I haven't watched the recipe yet. I saw a YouTube video about how to make peanut butter cookies for your dog with ground up, had peanut butter and minced up sweet potato and some turmeric and a few other things. I can't, but like I said, I haven't watched the recipe yet and the video, but I'm going to because I don't personally have a dog living with me, but my son has my dog and his dog. My dog is a half pit, half lab, and his dog is he looks like a lab, but he's just a, well, my dog, the half pit, half lab, is his daddy, my son's dog. And he looks like a black lab, but because his mama looked like a black lab, but she was a Heinz 57, who knows what. So
that's usually what I've had.
I think mutts make the best dogs, man.
Well, they do. Genetic wise, they don't have the inbreeding, but and I've always had rescues or, mutts or whatever, and they make just incredible. But my ex had a beagle, and I've been around every kind of, basset hounds. They're similar, but slower, But
yeah, I've had a basset hound too.
I gotta have a beagle. But hey, man, guess what? I'm talking about. I'm telling you right now, the finest organic human people quality ingredient dog treats on planet Earth. I promise. I give my words to gentlemen that. Well, that doesn't mean anything these days. Most people, I'm telling you. I've compared. I had a company with. Oh man, and long story, but anyway, no kidding. I wanted to make them, so humans could eat them. They're pumpkin seed. That's one of the main. But yeah, they've got sweet potato and they got turmeric in them, pepper. But spirulina is the secret ingredient, and I'm telling you,
What's
man,
spirulina?
algae. Spirulina algae.
I've never heard of that.
It is the most perfect food on planet Earth. I promise. It's look it up. It's got the best nutrient profile. It's got carbs. It's got incredible protein. It's even got fiber. It's you could live off of it in water. I mean, you would want to, but you could. It's the most anyway. I don't know, but no, I've never seen another brand of dog treats with that. Man, you got to look that up. Let
I
me tell
will.
you,
That's interesting.
if you do it, and if you want, I can look it up. If you want to message me somehow, send me whatever. Because most of it comes from China, and it can be very, very contaminated. You just want to look for U.S. grown. They just grow it in big tanks. It's just like green water, like you see in a pond.
I
That's
wonder if you could grow your own
absolutely you can. Absolutely, you just got to have an aquarium or a pond. You know.
and let it just go feral.
Well, yeah, you might get more than you bargained for it. I mean, if the people who grow it, like you can get kits where you have to get some different nutrients for it to do it right. But all you need is an aquarium with a light, but just not any fish, obviously. But you can, but you could grow it in a baby pool. I guess you just have to be careful because you want to keep it all what there's a lot of different kinds of algae, but
Well,
seriously, look it up. Look it
like
up.
where I'm on where I live. I don't live and get city water. My water comes straight from a lake. It does
Uh,
not go through any filtration. It comes straight from the lake because where I live, they had to put the pipeline through this property to get to the water plant that makes the water for the city.
mhm,
So it's free water,
right.
but it's not filtered.
Huh.
So the water in my house goes. I've got a 1,300-gallon holding tank that my water comes into, and then it goes through like a normal, your typical filtration little. I don't know what you call it. It looks like almost a thing of yarn. It goes through one of those things in a glass canister, and then it
That's
goes.
yeah, I
And then
know.
it goes through a UV light to
Right,
kill the bacteria.
right.
But
It's an reverse osmosis, right? Isn't that what you're talking
no,
about?
it's not RO. It's not
Okay,
RO.
because they got that membrane that kind of looks like woven, Kevlar or something. I guess.
Yeah, it's not RO.
Okay.
But it's not near as good as RO. I'll promise you that. But it goes. Basically, what I'm telling you is the water I get is very raw water from like just a lake, basically. And I have two versions of that. The house water goes through that whole filtration system I just told you, and the outside water is just straight from the lake. And I bet if I put that in my baby pool, I could grow that stuff you're talking about.
Oh, absolutely, you could. Yeah, if you're getting water from a lake, your biggest deal is the UV because you can get whatever those make it pretty sick, raw lake water. But the UV takes care of that fine, no problem. So you're good on that. I'd rather
Well,
get water from. I'd
my
rather have that set up myself than get treated sewage water from the city any day of the week. Man, that's a good deal.
but my outside faucets are not
You know what
treated
my
in any
solution?
way.
Well, that's cool. Right?
It's just lake water, straight lake water.
But I mean, you just use that for watering plants and stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's what
Okay,
I
that's
use it.
cool. That's no
That's my
problem at all.
garden water. It's got all
Oh well,
kinds of
yeah,
fish
yeah.
poop in it.
Yeah. It won't
It's
make.
full of fish poop. I see it come out of the line sometimes. I'm like, oh, there goes some fish poop.
There you go. Well, yeah. Hey, man, that's the best fertilizer in the world. I'm telling you, it is.
What's your solution, Bob?
That's why I bought. That's why I bought a still. I bought. It's a small one. It's a 10-gallon still.
You got a 10-gallon reservoir. You're saying? How much does it
Yeah,
make?
you put the 10 gallons of water in it. It's all stainless steel. I just throw the pot on top of the fire pit, a couple logs in there, and let it turn that into steam. The steam goes into another pot. Then the steam from that second pot goes into a coil in cold water and comes out water.
It
That's
comes out
pure.
pure distilled water,
That's real.
real
I would
water.
I
love
know
to
you
be
have
able to
real.
do that, Bob. Man,
But it's empty water though. It doesn't have the minerals and stuff in it.
Right. Have you ever heard of Soleil water?
I don't drink any bottled water.
No,
If I
Soleil
have
is
to, I will.
it's just a name for it. Soleil water means you take a very pure distilled water that has no minerals in it, like yours. And I can't remember the ratio, but basically you take a unrefined salt like Redmond's real salt or Himalayan salt or whatever salt you like. That's a unrefined salt, that still has the minerals in it. You mix that up in it, and a lot of people are like, "Oh my gosh, you can't drink salt water," but it's the salt content in those salts is not that high. It's not like using table salt. And you're
Himalayan salt is so good for you, man. Anyway, it's really
well,
helpful mineral.
Redmond's real salt too. It comes straight from Utah,
Hmm.
and it's got a ton of, like Bob said, the problem with drinking distilled water is you're not getting your minerals that come in water. But
Well,
this mixture is you put that in there,
But
and
if
that's
you're
your
eating
water
right,
you
though, you get
drink.
your minerals that way.
yeah. The thing about distilled water is it detoxes your body more than drinking mineral water because the molecules are already filled up with minerals they can't really absorb. So, I mean, I drink both I drink distilled and, spring water because, I just get my minerals from other sources. And really, honestly, the way I understand it is that because they'll tell you it leaches out minerals, which is true, but it only really takes out the inorganic. The body really, they're totally different from what you get from food, your vegetables and fruits, which you need water for those processes to happen in your body. And it takes out the inorganic minerals that you don't use anyway. I think it's good to drink. That's what I've been doing for years, man, and it really it detoxifies
What's
you.
up?
Man.
Hey there, beautiful souls.
What's up, Callum, man? Have you ever been shown? Have you ever been on? I guess you have shown your face, or no? I can't remember.
I've shown my face around the internet, but I don't think I've been on.
That's what
What's
that's
that?
what I'm thinking. Yeah, man. Well, it's nice to lay face to the voice.
Nice to
Oh,
meet
yeah.
you, Callum.
Absolutely.
Hey, Shanna.
Am I saying your name right?
Callum.
Callum.
Yeah,
Nice.
Americans say
Very nice
Callum,
to meet you.
which is cool. I like that.
Callum.
And they just, oh, Callum, eh, Scottish.
That's Scottish, yeah. Well, very nice to meet you. Now,
okay.
where are you from?
Alice Springs in Australia, so I'm in the centre of Australia in the desert.
Oh, dang. Y'all really need the
so it's like,
rain.
Wow.
yeah, we had a little bit last night. It was and quite a bit because it's been like 40 degrees here, and the last week or two there's just been cloud cover, so it's been really, really humid. So I've just been sweating my ass off.
Wow,
Pretty
is
much
that
every day.
seems untypical? It's been 40. That's
it's
unseasonably cold, isn't it?
40 degrees Celsius, so it's like,
Oh,
what is that,
okay.
100 and something? Yeah.
Okay. That's totally not 40 where I'm from. 40 where I'm from is 40 Fahrenheit. When you said 40, I was like, what the heck?
Because I was saying it in Celsius and everyone was going, what? And I had to work out the conversion there, so it's like 100 or something. It's horrific.
Wow.
Well, that makes a lot more sense. When you said that, I was like, that seems weird. But I forget that y'all do Celsius, yeah.
So water. That's one of my favorite subjects.
So how are things in Australia?
It's good. Australia's, going through all the same problems everywhere else is going through, and we've got a lot of weather wars going on here. But apart from that, it's beautiful. I love Australia.
You sound like me saying I love Texas, man. I've lived in Texas my whole life, and I love Texas.
Yeah, I've lived here my whole life. Born and bred here, so
I will never leave
city,
Texas.
Yeah, same. Like I had to get out of here, and I had to go to the city and all of that when you're young and stuff. And I've spent, about 5 years, I think, was the biggest stretch I did in the city, and it's horrific. It's horrible. I had to come back, but when I came back, that's when I really fell in love with what I have, and especially like just for the weather and stuff as well. Like we get sprayed, but it's only like every 2 months for 3 days in a row. That's the schedule here. So like it's really obvious to see here.
Well, that seems like a better schedule than where I live. Where I live, we get sprayed. I'd say
Texas.
We might get 3 days off and then 3 days on, 3 days off, 3 days on. It's like, and I live in a very rural area. I'm not close to any major cities. So the biggest town close to me, maybe has 20,000 people, maybe. And I'm probably exaggerating that number.
So it's I think it's 30,000 people at the moment here in Alice Springs. So it's a very small town. Yeah.
So have you ever heard of Soleil water?
No, sorry, I missed that a little bit.
Well,
because I was working.
Bob thought I was talking about a brand. It's not a brand. It's a name, but it's like Soleil, like Mexican, kind of. And it's just basically you're adding minerals back to the water, to rehydrate it, basically. You know,
Hey,
I know
kitty.
that makes no sense to rehydrate water, but
No,
basically it's a rehydration of your water to
Remineralize.
give it mineralize it. Oh, Bob, your cat's so pretty. It's so
I do that
pretty.
occasionally. So I have distilled
He's
water
fat
all
now.
the time. And occasionally I'll put some salt in it, but usually I like to get my salt from food, you know, natural. Actually, I'll show you this other thing.
Right.
Pretty cat. You know, I'm not a dog person or a cat person. I'm both. I love them both. You know, usually one person's one way or another. You're either a cat person or a dog person, but I
Yeah.
love them both.
I'm an animal person.
Me too.
Yeah, I love birds. I've got too many
yeah.
bird feeders all over my yard. It's like crazy.
Bird feed right there. This is a saltbush, a native Australian saltbush. So that's how I usually get my salt. I put that in everything. It's just, and it's like fodder as well for animals and stuff. They plant it here, and it gives them shelter and all of this sort of stuff. But it's just natural, perfect. Thank you very much. You know, living, alive,
That's awesome.
organic. I mean, you know, you've got everything growing around you, really, when you look.
And what's it called?
That's saltbush.
It's called salt
salted.
bush.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's really cool.
Yeah.
So
so
basically,
lucky.
it's like sugar cane for sugar, but salt bush.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey, you guys, when I'm not muted, do I have an echo?
No.
Because when y'all all talk, I see my face blinking like it's talking. Didn't know if I was echoing y'all or something.
Do you have YouTube open or something? The microphone?
Don't think so. So that's why I've been. That's why I've been hitting my mute.
Yeah, when you mute, it goes away. You don't hear it, Callum?
I don't hear any echo. It sounds great.
I can't hear it, but that's why I've been muting when I am not talking, because it shows that I'm making sound.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm always forgetting to do that. I just gave up on doing that myself, unless it's a problem. Someone asks, for sure.
Well, that's why I was asking y'all if y'all were having a problem hearing me echoing or something, feedback from me. So, Bob, you said you hear something?
Yeah, it sounds like you got two speakers, two mics open.
Well, when I'm not talking, I'll just mute it.
What is this? StreamYard? If you go into the settings, there's the echo cancellation.
Well, I don't actually have StreamYards. I just click the link and it takes me here. That's just how it works. I don't actually.
And I don't want to go any further than that yet.
So I don't have like a StreamYard, like, you know, if I try to do any of that, it's going to be like, oh, you need to download StreamYards, and I don't have StreamYards, so.
Well, it just does it in, like, I'm on the laptop here, though, so I'm sure the phone,
Hello, Mad
it's really
Mystic.
hard to do.
How you doing, Mad Mystic? Been a long time. Oops.
What's the other one? Purslane grows like mad here.
Oh, yeah. I gotta plant some
that
of
one, right?
Nice. What is that?
Purslane. I make pickles out of that one. It's a weed that just grows everywhere here, but it's like the nutrient profile and everything is like massive. It's huge, but it's also good for sleep and a whole bunch of things and de-stressing and stuff like that. But it's one of those things. I think what people need is literally growing around, and so like that's a clue for me where it's like it grows a lot. So that's another one here, but that's everywhere.
I'm sorry, what are you talking about again? I had to step away, Callum. What are you talking about? Nutrient?
Purslane.
Oh, absolutely. There you go. Absolutely. Okay, I missed
Oh.
that. Thank you.
How does that sound, you guys?
Yep.
I hit the more button down at the bottom, and I went to noise cancellation.
Well, still sounds
fixed
perfect to me. So.
Woo! That's better.
I did it.
Now you're a pro user.
I hate technology, you guys. I really do.
Hey, speaking of technology, I'm going to blow my mom's mind.
Picked it up now.
Hey, Callum, I'm going to just let you say hello to my mom real quick. It'll blow her mind that she's talking to someone from Australia. Hang on 1 second.
G'day, Mum.
Say again, please.
G'day, Mum.
This is Callum from
G'day,
Australia.
Mum. I put my Australian accent on.
He's all the way from Australia.
Is he here?
He's on Bob's YouTube channel.
Hey.
She said hello.
Hey, Callan.
Saying hi to Mom. Yep.
How are you?
Good. Really good. How's yourself?
Are you a Christian?
I know of God and I love God. Put it that way.
You don't know?
He said he
No,
did.
I know God.
He
and
did.
I love God.
Oh, he did.
It's daylight where he is.
Good.
He's ahead of us. See, it's daytime.
Yeah, you've got daylight.
Usually when I'm streaming with people from all over the world, it's like nighttime here. It's like midnight.
Right.
So now I can be outside and beautiful. Love it.
Well, thank you for saying.
Thank you for saying hello.
It blows her mind that that we can talk in real time to people, especially when she has the landline mentality still,
Hey, this is really nice, but it would be really nice if we all had a ham radio.
I would love one. My dad was a ham radio operator in the Korean deal, and he brought a bunch of his equipment back. I wish I still had it. He was into it, man.
Oh yeah, so was my husband's dad. He was crazy into it. They're all good.
Yeah,
they're all going to go down, aren't they, Bob? Even ham radio.
If it comes time to use the ham radio,
they keep track, Shauna, of everyone.
No, what I'm saying is,
a ham radio.
If it comes time to where you have to use a ham radio, I don't want none of it. Everything gone. I want nothing.
Yeah, well, they got a point there. Yeah.
Well,
I'll be
radio. Ham radio still needs electricity to work, correct? Okay. So even a ham radio is not going to work if we have some kind of EMP or whatever. That's still not going to work, correct?
Yeah, then you do real communication with real people that are around you.
Your neighbors. Yeah.
Smoke signals.
Yeah.
Smoke signals. Hey, man. I've thought about, kind of coming up with a drum language. That was the first use of music,
Drums?
Yeah, I play drums, but come up with certain patterns and be a great way to communicate. That was the original.
I think in that period of time, I
use
like
of music was
quiet, no drums.
What?
Yeah, hiding quietly.
Oh, yeah. But
I said, I think in that period of time where, I don't think I'd want some smoke signals or have drums.
Yeah. Bob's like, I don't want anybody to know where the fuck I am.
Drums and guns.
Yeah.
I hear you, Bob. I feel you, man.
Well, it depends what's going on, right? If it goes nuts,
Be in the middle
lock
of the
yourself
woods.
away and avoid it. Yeah.
The gray man
Exactly.
theory. Yeah. Come here, dog. Come here,
That
buddy.
looks like it's coming, though. I mean, the way things are going,
Come here.
day by day.
Yeah, day by day,
I mean,
they are infiltrating, and
it-
they're all on the
see, I'm
same
in-
team. This is just them playing a
I'm
game
in
of
New York.
freaking checkers and having a good time. You can say chess, but I'm gonna say checkers because they don't give a shit about
Yeah.
any of us. They're just having fun to see. Ooh, what are we
At
gonna
our-
do today? Yeah, they literally don't care. I mean, I'm laughing about it because I understand the absurdity of it and how
Yeah, exactly. What else
ridiculous
can you
it
do?
is. And also, okay, I had a dream last night. It was quite terrifying. My niece was driving in her Jeep and I was riding in the back seat. We were trying to get somewhere to help like somebody in my family that had a baby. And my niece was driving and she was like she was hauling butt and driving really close to like a cliff edge, and we literally plunged off the cliff into lava, and I was like, oh well, I don't have to worry about that shit no more. So that tells you my mentality of, if shit hits a fan, no matter what happens, it literally, in the grand scheme of things, does not matter. Because they're playing their stupid game, these wicked mofos, and we are just
All that
trying to
matters-
survive.
Yeah, all that matters is how you are through it. If you're in fear and scared and all that, that's not the way to be.
Yeah.
And it's laughing in the face of evil, right?
Right. And that's what was crazy in my dream last night, was that I was scared to death while she was driving. I was like, watch out for the edge, this and that. And then as soon as we plunged to our death, I was like, oh, it's all good. Immediately. Because
and
it's all
that-
good. I don't need to worry.
Exactly.
Worrying
my dream
is
last night.
not
I was
good.
arguing with my sister. I'm like, all right, time to stop arguing with my sister.
Oh man.
Do we not try to work out our personal crap in our dreams? I do.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's your subconscious working everything out.
Yeah.
Which is why, it is good to do lucid dreaming and become lucid and aware in the dream. But I sort of recommend to just observe instead of taking control, unless you know what's going on. Just observe, And you don't really have to understand what's going on at all. Really, you can, but a lot of people put too much effort into that and then change their reality because of that to too much of a degree. When what's happening is stuff's being worked out. So allow it to work out. You're releasing emotional blockages and that sort of stuff in your sleep.
Yeah.
Well, I have crazy dreams, man. I think I've told Bob this dream once before, a long time ago. I dreamed that I was a black woman living somewhere on a beach. I don't know where. I know it must have been somewhere where there were lions, because lions were in this dream. And I was on the beach and just chilling, having a good time. And there was these weird things washing up on the beach that I would say were manna. They were like donuts with pokey things on them. They were like blowfish, but they were like donuts and just washing up on the beach. And I was eating them. And and then I hear horn honking, and here comes a yellow school bus. And I'm like, oh, I got to go get my kids. And I run to the bus to get my kids. And then a siren goes off in the town, which the town was surrounded by aluminum walls, metal walls all barricaded around. And a siren goes off. So I get my kids and I run I'm running like hell carrying my kids. And they're shutting the gate to the city or the town. It's a little village. And I barely get in before they close the gate. And then I get into the bathrooms that are right inside the gate. And I'm holding my babies. And a lion jumps over the fence and comes down through the bathroom like ceilings and is trying to attack us. And I woke up. Now, why would I have a dream like that? What the hell was that?
Well, dreams prepare us as well. So we can go through
It
scenarios.
was preparing me for being a black woman.
Well, yeah. Just usually, like, you want to be as general as possible if you're interpreting your dreams as well, because you can get too stuck in details and stuff as well, where a lot of the times it's an emotional language. It's not really to be understood logically, sort of. It's to be felt, right? So there's a feeling associated with it. It's like that's the other thing why I say, like, becoming lucid. So that you went through the fear, you went through all these things, preparing
It was
yourself.
so real, man. It was so real. I woke up sweating. I was just, oh, man, it was so intense.
So when you become lucid in your dream, you now have control over that as well. So that situation comes up, you can go, hey, well, I'm fine, everything's fine, I don't need to be scared. It's just a dream. Right?
I think that's what I did last night when, I think that's what I did last night when we were going over the cliff, plunging toward death into lava. I was like, it's all okay.
Let go.
And I didn't wake up, scared. I woke up and I was like, man, there is nothing to fear. I think I was in the moment going to lucidness and I woke up, like. I think that's why my dream came to a crashing halt because
remember that feeling.
Yeah. I have a lot of really, really vivid dreams that I'm not me. I'm like somebody else, and it's weird.
So the other thing is dream. Like, there is the dream world, your sort of personal dimension, but there's also dreams that aren't. There's like prophetic dreams, right, where you're pretty much literally seeing the future. And I've had a few of those dreams where it's worked out exactly how I dreamed it. That's not so much a dream, right? And then there's also, so it's like when it feels so real, when it's too real, that's usually not a dream. You're actually astral traveling or somewhere in another dimension somewhere completely.
Yeah, I felt like I was some other person. When I was that lady on the beach, which I don't even know how to explain that stuff that was washing up on the beach. That was very weird. But I felt like I was a different person in my dream completely. And but then, I couldn't say, well, that's not even it's not even a real person. So I'm not being somebody else because it was so out of this world that it wasn't real, unless it's a different dimension of some sort. It was so otherworldly weird.
It's just energy too. You get used to, like, if you do astral traveling and stuff like that, you get used to your different bodies, the different energies you can be in and stuff as well. It's very hard to explain, but there's a lot out there. There's a lot out there. It's limitless in terms of what's available to you as well. And it's part of us understanding the control we have, because you start controlling your dreams and that world, so to speak. You have more control over yourself in this world. It's just knowing yourself, right? Know thyself.
Yep. Man, you're talking about the prophetic dream thing. It's happened to me several times, and it really They almost you just almost have to think there's something to it. But the last one I remember was years ago, but I dreamed about some kid, random kid in elementary school. Wasn't one of my big buddies or anything. We hung out. And I just thought, woke up like, why did I dream about that guy? And later in the day, there was a yard crew at the apartment buildings across the street, and I was going somewhere, and I walk out, and it was that guy, man. Like 30 years, 40 years after I last. I mean, how does that happen? There's no way I could have known. It was hours later when the guy even showed up at all. And I was like, why would I dream about some random kid and that wasn't even special to me really, but there he was, man. It blew my fucking mind. I mean, I went over there and I said, and he remembered me. We hung out, but I said, dude, I just had a dream about it. And he kind of, whoa, buddy, I'm not no, man. It's a trip, you were in my dream, man. And here it freaked him out too.
I never had dreams like that.
It's wild, man. It's happened several times, and you just got to go, look, man, that's a one heck of a dang, what are the odds? I hadn't thought about that guy, man, seen him, 7th grade, I mean, come on.
When it happens a few times, that's when you really go, oh, yeah.
Yeah. But, dude, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Once would be, okay, that's a cosmic coincidence. But it's happened to me several times just like that. Right. And you just go, okay.
It kind of shows you that time doesn't exist thing, right? It exists I'm physically.
I've talked about all, stuff like that. The loop, I don't know exactly what. Yeah, but yeah, it's wild, man. I mean, it really does. That does seem to like it could play into it somehow. It's food for thought. It really is.
And I think it's possibilities. It's not like the future is set sort of thing, but those possibilities
are there. I can go with that.
And then we sort of focus it. So we create that reality too. That's us creating that reality for ourselves.
That's a pretty strong example, man. Absolutely it is.
I always had good dreams. I never had anything crazy. Just always good dreams, and I'd go back to it and start it from where I left off from the night before.
That's hard to do, man. That's a skill. Yeah. That's a skill.
Just keep it
you
going.
Wake up from a good dream and you just.
That's awesome, Bob.
Well, you don't watch like horrific, dark horror movies before you go to sleep or anything like that, of course.
None of that.
No, I don't. I don't do that. I don't watch horror films.
So like King Crimson right before bedtime.
It's so important. Like that 15 minutes when you're going to sleep, that's you're going through all these brainwaves, and it's meditation state basically. But it's very important because usually what you think about going to sleep, you'll dream about that and you'll wake up. So that 20 minutes waking up will be the same thing. So that's why it's really good to go through like appreciation, gratitude. Go through all the things you're grateful for, that sort of thing, before you go to bed. Setting yourself up. So when you wake up,
that's why prayer is important, maybe.
Exactly right. And that's why you do it at that time as well.
Yeah.
When my head hits the pillow, to seconds, I'm just out. Go to sleep. I never lay there and.
I take the opportunity. I've extended that 15 minutes for like an hour. So I kind of go into a meditation. So I take that time as like a meditation just because it's easier to do it that way. And then in the morning as well. So like I used to be jealous of people that had that switch, like just turn off.
Yeah.
I would love that. Like,
This is natural. I just lay down and
focus.
5-10 seconds out.
Wow.
And
I do not have a switch at all. No, I'm such a wiry person, so it's like
it's the wind down, right?
Man, it takes me a long time. Like right now, I'm usually asleep. It's 1 o'clock in the morning here, and I'm usually in
Maybe it's
bed
because
by like 9:30. You know, so I'm up super late, but I don't have to work tomorrow, so I'm like, screw it. But my husband's been in bed already for like 4 hours.
that's right.
He's probably
He got
dreaming about all this stuff we're talking about.
possibly. He's like, oh, great conversations. But he's got to get up at 4, so
Oof. Ooh.
yeah.
I'm a night owl, so that sounds great to me.
Getting up at 4?
No, that sounds horrific. I mean, staying up late, that sounds good.
Yeah. Getting up at 4 in the morning, that's when you're ready to go to bed.
Yeah.
Sorry, y'all.
I am not a night owl. I am a day owl. Whatever. I want to be up.
Morning.
The sun comes up. I want the sun waking me up, and I want to be enjoying the sunshine.
I really appreciate and love that when I get the chance. I mean, I'd say my preference is sunset, that going down, because I am sort of that night owl, and it gets quiet and I can do my own thing without anyone bothering me, all that sort of stuff, right? But when I do catch that morning, it's magical. So I've learned to really appreciate it, as opposed to when I used to be just like throwing coffee cups at people and angry dude, in the morning, until I've had the coffee and this routine that I needed to wake up and do all that. It's like, as soon as I got rid of that, that was all just nonsense. That was silly. When I got rid of that, my life changed after that one.
Right. Well, I live really in the middle of nowhere, literally, and I live in a rock house that was built pre 1900. It was built like in the mid 1800s, and it's an old house. It's got a rock wall even around it. My fence is a rock wall, and I got bird feeders out. The birds, I got red birds, bluebirds, blue jays, which I don't really like the blue jays. They're a bit annoying. And doves, the dove like to come in and sit in. I have a ton of birds, and I just love them. And in the summer, I got like 50 hummingbirds, So I really enjoy coming out in the morning, sipping on some coffee, and enjoying watching my birds all just doing their things. And so I love the sunrise, because before the sun comes up, the birds are like insane. It is just beautiful wonderfulness that just makes my day,
That's what Jesus would be saying. That's the language of the birds too. That's pure emotional tonality and everything. The more you listen to birds, the more you appreciate life, I think, and be able to communicate with animals much, much stronger.
Yeah.
And understand people, because it's not about the words people are saying, it's how they're saying it. It's the tone and everything behind it. The words themselves don't actually mean that much, Body language is 70% of communication. Right? So that's what we're reading. Yeah.
Yeah.
I call it attitude, like I teach, I've directed and teach acting and this sort of stuff for a long time. So what I say, when you say someone's name, right, there's an attitude behind that. So if you don't like the person, it's Steve. That's me putting it on.
Yeah.
But that's there, and people don't know they're doing it, right?
They don't. I don't think they do.
Yeah.
No. Like you said, it's part of their attitude. It's not. They're not trying to say it bitchy or whatever. It's just how it's their emotions coming
what
through.
They actually think and what they actually feel.
Mm-hmm.
People really want to be understood. That's what I've noticed. Is they're giving everything away. Usually, because I read people, body language and everything. It's like what comes out of their mouth is usually bullshit, and their body's telling the truth. So that's the thing I
Right.
look for. If the body and the words they're saying are different, are a mismatch, this is bullshit and this is true. The body's always truth, always telling truth, wants everyone to know. That's why it's really hard to lie. It is really hard to lie, unless you're a psychopath.
Unless you're a narcissist or borderline. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Callum, are you familiar with the behavior panel on YouTube?
It sounds familiar, but
It's 4 guys that they do, the body
Yes.
language and
Yep.
behavior. Oh, they're fantastic, man. I mean, if you want to learn about narcissism and things, let them analyze, Amber Heard or
Yeah, I've seen it before. Yeah.
somebody. It's incredible.
But I'm
I
I'm
think you would
curious.
really like
Does
those guys.
does body language always does it always match up to what they say body language does? I'm curious.
Well,
You
have
know,
to look for it. It's not. There's nothing absolutely set in stone. You look for
you have to
changes.
take a lot of
What's
things.
called their
Yeah.
baseline. You ask questions that they're going to be pretty much honest answering, and then ask questions where there might be deception, and look for changes. But man, these guys I just mentioned, the behavior panel on YouTube, they're if you want to get, and I don't want to be able, analyzing everybody I see on the street, but it's fascinating, man. It really is.
I kind of needed to. I had to learn these things because I had autism.
Oh, right. Sure,
So it was
dude. Sure. Okay.
It was very difficult for me to understand. Like, I was very empathic, but I'm like, people didn't really want to hear solutions. It's like people tell you the problem, and I would just be like, here's the solution. This is what you need to do. They don't want to hear that sort of stuff. They just want you to understand them first and listen. And so that's what I had trouble with. So, in dealing with that, kind of like,
dealing with people not wanting a solution, but you accepting I have this problem, but don't give me a solution.
Yeah, I just want you to go, oh, poor you, da, da, da. And
that's very typical.
And I wouldn't give it. I wouldn't give it because, like, that's not helping anyone, right? But
like,
that is
fix
a part
yourself.
of it. Like, you do need to accept where people are. That was what I needed to accept, where people are right now, and so just showing that you're listening and that you do understand is massive. Because if you do understand me, now I'll listen to you. Now I might actually implement, the solution sort of thing, or hear it even, just hear it, and that's, whereas before, if you're not understanding me, if there's a block or a barrier, I'm not going to listen to anything you say. Basically, that's how it works, right? So for me, like, too, it was a matter of connecting with people and understanding people and all of that as well. So that's why I did it as well, because now I can communicate really well with people, whereas before, like, I wouldn't do this sort of thing, I wouldn't jump on and be social like this at all. Not at all.
So you are on the spectrum of autistic, and
no,
you overcame that?
I had autism. I fixed it.
That's what I'm saying. That's awesome. Did you do like heavy metal cleansing or something to fix it?
Totally. What I use is so silica, right? So silica will remove the aluminium, right? Because that's mostly the problem, is the aluminium going to the brain through the right, and that's what happened to me. I got one of those at school, like mandatory sort of thing, and straight away after that, that's when all the problems started. So I was able to, when I was able to sort of diagnose myself and realize what was going on, then I could track it back, work out what was going on, right? Which took a lot of fucking research, a lot of work.
How old were you when you figured that out?
Probably, it was only like 10 years ago.
Dang,
Maybe
so
a
you
little
lived being autistic for many years.
Yeah.
Wow.
One of the biggest things that helped was meditation. Like, what's happening too is because it goes to one side of the brain and it's brain damage, right? So there's a process. You have to clear clear the heavy metals, but then there's a point of balancing the brain again, like rebalancing, because your brain's just doing what it does perfectly. It adapts to any situation, but now we're an overworked left side, like I was stuck in beta brain, right? And I couldn't control this. I was just stuck there. So my brain was going like this, 1,000,000 miles an hour all the time. And so that's very stressful. That's anxiety. That's all of these things that start building up and building up and building up. And I had to clear all that. But I had to do that through like literally rebuilding brain cells and all of that as well. So CBDs and that sort of stuff, like things that I found myself naturally doing were really good for me for this sort of stuff, like smoking as well. That was another thing that helped me in my balancing along the way. But I had to learn all these things because, you know, we have beliefs about all these things that don't help us, make the situation worse, you know.
Because I have a friend, her son, he's like, I want to say 27, and he's been autistic since birth. I think it was one of the jabby dabby doos.
Nowadays that happens a lot, right? Because it's passed on and passed through.
Well, I think it was from a jabby dabby doo, like you said.
Yeah, but even like
that's what I'm going to call it, because I don't want to get mom in trouble.
Yeah.
And
so, Colin, did you
like,
change
what
your
was
diet
the main?
at all?
Oh yeah, totally.
That's what I was going to ask him. What was the main thing you incorporated in your diet for the heavy metal toxin?
So one of the biggest things I did for my diet was intermittent fasting. Right, straight off the bat, you know, like it's a matter of like, we eat too much, we do all this. We need to actually take that back and allow the body to naturally process things.
Once a day,
and it does a wonderful job. Right? Does it? And so I go to a sort of a nourishing traditions. Hey.
You also did some fasting as well, I'm sure. Fasting?
What did you say, sorry?
Did you do fasting? It's where you don't eat for a couple of days.
Yeah. So I did a lot of sort of 3-day fasts.
That's what I'm saying. Now, that's the same thing I'm doing now.
One of the biggest things,
I help people get off their medications. And
that's hard.
Do all natural foods. Do the body cleanse. Get rid of all the toxicity that's in us. And just like the woman I was on here before, 81 years old, stage 4 cancer. Been on hospice for 4 years now, and they're threatening to kick her off it. No, she's out there shoveling snow, raking.
Good for her.
Yeah, I'll put her to work.
Well, I was curious, you know, because
I want to do surgery. We've ordered all that.
They say cilantro.
It's a life-threatening break.
Are you responsible for that, Bob? Oh, good for you, Bob.
I've heard cilantro is really good.
Thank you.
Well, that's what I was fixing to ask him, is if he did cilantro, because I've heard that too, that cilantro,
organic cilantro,
is
see, well, like what I just asked him. See, everyone thinks it's what you can put into your body. It's actually what we have to take out.
Yeah.
Stop looking at things that you can take that's going to solve your problem. You have to take everything out of your body.
But if you take, like you said, you detox. But when you do
toxic dead cells that's in our bodies.
But when you do put in, is it important to put in things maybe that do help carry heavy metals out?
Yep, DE.
Possibly.
Yeah. He's showing you diatomaceous earth right there. That's one of them.
Oh.
Yeah.
I get that like a 10-pound bag.
I think Cullum, you might be muted. He's muted.
The diatomaceous earth is an awesome chelator. But
yeah,
one that works too is bentonite clay that really wraps itself around the heavy metals and helps pull it out of your body.
I used to do the bentonite. I have DE
but my point is, before we get off the track here, what he did for himself with autism is what I do also pretty much for everything. Chronic body pain, the arthritis, pain disappears. I'm not a doctor and I'm not telling people what they should be doing YouTube, okay? I'm just saying what I've done and my experiences. But people, it's like 100% success rate.
That's
If
awesome,
they
Bob.
do, you do the fasting because you got to do the fasting as well. I mean, it sucks. You have to go a few days without eating, but you got to start out with 1 day, then go to 2 days. Do whatever you can because when you go after like 18 hours, your body goes into autophagy, which means it's burning your own stored fat cells and everything that it's supposed to be running off of. We're always running off of what we keep putting in our mouth. Our body never has time
To burn off
to
of
burn
excess
all that
crap.
up. Right, so we're always running off of everything you keep popping in your mouth. And it just builds up. We think we're getting old. We're just getting toxic and deficient as we're getting older.
That's right. You're so right. Hey, Colin,
Unbelievable.
you're muted, hun.
You're definitely muted, or your mic's not working.
Unplug your mic and plug it back in. Maybe.
Yeah. He's muted. I see it muted now. No.
Well, it's not muted anymore, but I still can't hear him.
Nope.
Darn it. Well, Bob, call him, even though he's not here anymore. Blink him. I'm gonna have to call it a night, you guys. I'm so glad to find y'all.
You actually
Well,
saw me on YouTube, huh? Wow.
Yeah. Well,
it's been a
listen.
I'm surprised.
pleasure.
We had a good time tonight. Saw a lot of
I did
familiar
not.
faces tonight.
I did not see you on YouTube. I actually went to like I had to go to my subscriptions and scroll through them, and I saw you, and I was like, "What? Bob's live!" And so I clicked on it. That's the only. If I would have done that, I
Holy
wouldn't have
shit.
seen you. So yeah, I'm glad I found you.
That's what's up.
That's what's up.
No, awesome.
Yeah, Bob, do a couple more, man,
Yep.
and because you used to have quite a few, people stop in at once, but
Yeah. We
quality
used to
over
do
quantity
every
any day
day.
of the week. You got
Quality is always
Exactly.
best.
there. You go, and
Yes.
you
I don't
always
want to get
had.
where I can't keep up with the chat, and because I already missed a lot of messages from people, and I don't mean to, but it's hard when you're trying to talk to someone and do the chat at the same time. I
Yep.
miss some people.
Well, I love you guys, and hopefully this will not be the last time I see you for a while.
No,
So,
we'll be back.
all right.
Definitely.
I hate Cullum. Hang on. Love you, man. Sorry, I can't. You can't hear. I can't hear you, but love you. And I will see y'all hopefully soon.
Well, have a nice
Love you too,
evening.
sister. Take care.
Sweet
Good night.
Enjoy.
dreams. Sweet
We'll see you
lucid
next time.
dreams.
Sweet lucid dreaming.
Yeah. Yep.
And they used to make
I don't know.
these glasses like 20 years ago at least. They came out with them they had little red LEDs and it detected REM sleep. And when it detected it, it would send a little light. And the red being red, it wasn't enough to jolt you awake, but it would train your brain to know that you were dreaming. Do you guys remember those? I mean, I'm
No.
sure there's something like it on the market. I mean, it was like 25 years ago. They've been out for a long time. but it
I
just
don't
would
know.
train you. You know, your brain would learn to recognize little but lucid dreaming. That's wild, man. It really is. Um, it's just again,
And
it's that
Callum, your
fine
mic is
line
still
between
muted.
knowing you're awake enough to be aware you're dreaming, but not awake enough to wake all the way up and get out of your dream. But anyway,
Yeah. I don't know. I thought it was always cool where I can just go back into my dreams where I left off and just continued
that's
on.
hard to do for me, man. I try and try. I can do it every now and then, go back into a dream, but that's cool. It really is.
I think I think yeah, as I say, I think Callum needs to maybe restart his computer or his phone or whatever he's using.
Yeah.
Just restart the whole thing.
Now
Yepper.
what's those friends of yours that I asked you about not long ago? The guy and his wife. I think her name starts with a J, Jamie, or something like that. I want to say they live in Tennessee or North Carolina. Um, but they came on your live streams all the time, and I've got their email. Jackie or Jamie is his wife. I can't remember his name. I got their email. I
Yeah,
just have to dig
she
through them
was here
all.
before, Jackie.
Was that? And what's her husband's name?
Fox.
Maybe
Call him
that's
Fox.
them. Real nice, real. They did.
Mhm.
They'd say prayers. He would anyway.
They used to come
I
here all the
can't.
time.
I'm not. I guess that's them. I'm thinking about. We've talked about him. We've mentioned it before because he didn't show up. I think whenever the last time you went live, but he was on quite a few times. And then who else am I thinking of that? Oh man, what's the guy? Um, I was talking about him anyway. But people will figure it out, man. I guess I got a notification. I got the bell lit up, and I was ready to go anyway. But
Mm.
you just got to.
Well, it must be working because people showed up. I didn't send out
Yeah, I
notifications.
was surprised, man. There were
Yep.
people waiting on you, buddy.
Yeah,
Um, yeah,
surprised
I
too.
was. Yeah, I'd be pleased with that.
Absolutely.
I think the most.
It was a good night. We saw a lot of people that old school.
Yeah, man. I was hoping to. Well, I sent Darlene a message. I told her, but she would have figured it out anyway. But I wish we could have seen Calico. That would have been fun. But Camo, that was nice. That was a treat. And Rock, and
Yep.
Is it working this time?
there we go. Yeah, man.
All right. Woo!
That was a full reset. I turned it all off, restarted it.
Yep.
Happens all the
Gotta
time with
do
the
it.
internet here.
Yep.
Well, I'm in the middle of a desert, so the internet's not that good. Just drops out every now and again, and it's just the audio cuts out for some reason with StreamYard.
Well, I got full power here, and it's still no good. So it's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, lucid dreaming's wild. So you can build that up, or test yourself. Basically, what you're doing is sort of coming up with a test to test reality. So what I do is try and poke my fingers through my hand. But if you set up a constant rhythm, so say every hour, so you'd set up on your phone or whatever, like a reminder every hour. So every hour you'd go, hey, am I dreaming? Let me check this. right? And so that becomes a habit. So when you're dreaming, you go, hey, am I dreaming? Check that. And whoops. And you can put your fingers through
Oh,
your,
wow.
and you go,
That's
oh,
cool.
shit. And then you realize that you're dreaming and lucidity.
That's wild, man. That's very cool.
Wow.
If you want to. I mean, I think it's quite helpful just to
I had one
understand.
not long ago.
I always know I'm dreaming though. It's like, I don't know.
What'd you say, Bob? Say again?
You always know you're dreaming? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I guide my dreams. I can make whatever happen. I
So
want
you're
to
already
happen in my
lucid.
dreams.
This is like natural to you. Yeah, you're already doing it. Right, but you're probably already just observing it too, not necessarily controlling when you want to. Like, oh, I don't like this, let's go this way.
Right.
I would say that's why your dreams are all good and happy and nice and all the time, right? Why would you give yourself a shit dream?
Yep. Yeah, I rarely have nightmares. My dreams are usually pretty cool, and sometimes they're out there, man. But a buddy of mine just called me just a few days ago and said he had just heard about Dream Herb for the first time, and he said it blew his mind how well it worked. It's worked for me, and I've tried it on many different occasions. Sometimes it works better than others, but I've had some whack dreams, man, after taking that stuff, making tea or whatever.
Well, I told you that dream the other night, right? So I was arguing with my sister, and the reason why is because in life I'm trying to help her with a solution. So I've been pushing a little bit too much, and the dream told me to back off, take it easy. And I'm like, okay, yeah.
Huh.
We can only help people when they want and need to be helped. When we force it, it's usually makes it worse. Yeah.
Yep.
Done there, been that. Good Lord.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's a constant thing.
They have to want it, man. Good gosh, gotta want it. It can be
It's
done.
hard.
It can be
Take a
done.
break for a second. Be right back.
Back years ago, man. I was never a chronically late person, but I'd be late, 5 minutes here or there, and I just,
I'm a wizard. A wizard is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely.
I tell you, man, I turned because that feeling when it's 10 minutes till you have to be at work, but you still have a 20-minute drive. You arrive at work and you're already pre-stressed.
I had that a lot, and I had to work that one out, right? It's like, it's just a mental sort of thing too, because if you're late, you're late.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why stress about it?
Yeah.
Right. The only thing is when I got there and I'm like, hey, and the boss would be like, you're fucking late. They want you go, oh yeah, sorry, feel bad. But it doesn't help you. So, which allowed me to release the stress of it, so I wouldn't stress. But that also, somehow, I would be more on time for everything after I kind of did that. So it was like, oh, strange.
Well, I just remember I was playing in a band, and it was in a motel lounge. One of my first professional, just in the sense that I was getting paid, not that I was great, But anyway.
That's all professional means. You're getting paid
exactly. For it. It's a profession, right? But they started right on time, and I went to pick up my girlfriend at the last minute and just walked in a few minutes late. And the bass player was sitting behind my drums, and he was playing bass and then playing the bass drum with in the hi-hat with his feet, and he looked at me like, you a-hole. And I just said, man, But I flipped this switch, man. You really can. You can kill bad habits. It's just all whether
it's just a story, right?
If you want to, man, it's almost already done. It really.
Yeah, and the more you do it, the more you do it, the more you realize that you can, and you gain control over that,
Yeah.
of that changing habits.
Yeah.
The biggest one for me was drinking. I was an alcoholic. I was a full-blown alcoholic. And I quit drinking in one day. I just stopped. Right? There's this whole thing like Alcoholics Anonymous and all of this sort of stuff say that it can't be done or whatever. Right? But I don't agree with a lot of stuff unless I know it for myself, right? So I never had that belief to start with. I just went, I need to change this, and it's the decision, it's the choice to do it. And you make that choice, you do it. It's will, your strength of will. All I did too was I swapped every time I would take a drink, normally, I swapped it for drinking water. So I just swapped the alcohol for water, and it was about 3 days where there was sort of reminders that, oh, I want to drink sort of thing. And I just was mindful and went, no, I'll be fine. And literally it's like 30 seconds in the mind where you forget about it or you move on. Or you realize the long-term aspects and all of this instead of the instant gratification that you're always going for straight away. So you work that out. It takes 3 days and then you're fine. Like to a point where I can have a drink now, not a worry. I can watch other people drink, not a worry. I don't feel like I need any. I can tell you if I had like 2 drinks, I would have a migraine for 3 days. So I'm not going to do it anyway, right? But if I have a drink now, like I used to drink beer, and if I have a beer, like I literally don't drink. But if I can have, like, I think it was a couple of years ago, I had a drink with my brother, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is delicious. Like it's actually, I really like the taste of it and everything. But one's fine. I didn't want another one. It took me like 3 hours to drink that one drink, or 4 hours. And it's fine. Like there was nothing there. Literally is just a habit. And that was really powerful for me, where I could see exactly what happened and went, oh yeah, if I can do that, I can do anything.
Well, that's you're either blessed or fortunate. I mean, do you think that has anything to do with
it's just mine?
The being on the spectrum thing in any way? Could that have played a part in it? You think, like, being able to quit? So,
well, this was one of the things I needed to do to help that situation as well, right? Because it was making it worse and worse and worse. I did have a bit of an awakening before this, where I realized all of the things I was doing that was not good for me and stuff. So that was just something that needed to happen. And so it was the choice to do it. It really is, that just comes back to that choice. You don't bullshit yourself. We sort of bullshit ourselves all the time and say we're going to do this, but really it's a weaker, and we'll convince ourselves to give in or whatever. But it comes back to that choice. When you make the choice, if you're just, that's it. Genuine, honestly.
That's what we said when you were gone, Bob. Exactly.
Otherwise just prolonging it,
I stopped.
But also it's clearing those beliefs that we have to start with. Like if I fell for all this Alcoholics Anonymous shit and the way they talk about alcoholism and stuff, that would have stopped me from doing exactly what I did.
Right.
It's just not true. It's just not true. And I'm living proof of that. So,
that's not my thing, but if it works for people, that's great. But to me, no, it starts with your head.
That's how they suck you into the system.
Want it, it's done. And if not, it doesn't matter how many steps, man. You're trading one addiction for another one,
That was part of it. Like I said, like I swapped alcohol for water. I was chronically dehydrated. Like that was something I needed to fix.
It's beautiful though, man. And I
didn't even swap anything. It's just one day
it's kind of converting like a bad habit into a good habit sort of thing. And I did need to drink more water, so it made sense at the time for me.
Yeah.
And I've been in the music business, and I was in the restaurant business for I've been around alcohol and did my share, and drank too much. But I was just really blessed with I quit in about 2005, and but once a year I'll get a little half of a thing of like, because I still like the taste of bourbon, you know, a really good, decent bourbon, and I'll get one of those.
Scotch for me.
You know.
Scotch was one.
Yeah,
Of
well, I can do a single malt, man, all day long, but
Mm.
bourbon, I just
Pretty
decided,
good.
I don't know. There's just something, but the beauty of it, back in the day, man, I was either going to drink or not drink. I couldn't have a drink. If I had a drink, buddy, it hit my bloodstream. I'd meet somebody
Exactly.
out for a drink and they go
I
home
didn't
to
drink for
wife.
I
flavor.
was
I
doing it by
never tasted.
myself.
I'd have to go get a 6-pack and keep on drinking, you know. But now I can have it's incredible to me, you know. And I never was like wake up in the morning, got to go to the liquor store and can't, you know. Now I wasn't like that, but I drank way too much, way too many times, you know. And I made an ass of myself, you know, more than once, and blah blah blah. I got some great stories to tell due to drinking, but as we all do, but it's, you know, sober is better. But yeah, it's nice to be able to have one and not, you know, it just, but after 2 years, like you say, man, if I had more than really 2 drinks, 3 days, just forget it. The last time that happened, I really thought I had done some damage, man. It scared me. It was beyond a hangover. It was phenomenal. So freaking, I don't even know, man. But your body, after about 2 years, your body just gets ultra sensitive, and that's why it's dangerous when alcoholics relapse, because they'll have just a drink or two, and the effects on their body are, you know, 10 times what they were when their body was used to processing, you know, alcohol all day long. Bob, you've never been a big drinker at all, have you? You didn't really get into drinking.
Yeah, when I was younger, I drank like a fish, and like I was trying to say before, I didn't drink for flavor. I drank anything. You know, I never really I never had a good taste of liquor. I never had a shot of anything. Like, this tastes good. No,
Yeah.
poof, chase it.
Oh yeah,
Done.
lights out. Well,
I didn't drink for flavor. But then just one, I didn't even say I'm gonna quit. I just lost the urge for it. Just like outgrew it. I think it's more like just outgrew it.
Natural, but sort of. You can clear emotionally, and then the brain works itself out, right? You change the story in your mind sort of automatically.
I was just, you know, both sides of my family.
I didn't say I'm gonna quit. I didn't force myself. You have to quit or anything. It just happened.
I never really thought about it like that. Like I hated using the word quit or something. I'm just going to stop this. That's kind of how I felt. I talked to myself at the time, because quitting's like, for some reason that word doesn't suit. It doesn't work. It's like try, you know. When you try to do something, you're going to fail at it. Like I'm a hypnotist. I also studied hypnotism and stuff as well. So I use it as a command, right? Like lock your hands together. Now try and pull them apart and find that you can't. That's what I say. That's the command, you know. Try to do it.
Mm-hmm.
No, genuinely try, but you still put try there, so it's a fail. So I don't use that language for myself. I did a lot of work to take out those words that fuck us up, basically.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very cool.
But that's actually where I learned a lot of the sort of the spell casting and what's happening through hypnosis. You know, I never did it for a job or because I don't really agree with it. Like manipulating people, that's horrific. But I learnt it from myself. And so I did it with someone else where we would get together and did it for a few years so we could work out what was going on and stuff.
Yeah. Are you
It's a very simple process what's happening there too. When you understand the process of what's happening, it's kind of a fight and flight mechanism as well sometimes. So then we're able to deal with that mechanism within ourselves. So if you don't want to be hypnotized, like, you know how they say like 5% of people can't be hypnotized? That's all bullshit. That's if you take control over yourself and go, I'm not going to be hypnotized, you won't be hypnotized. It's as simple as that.
Mm.
It's actually a little trick where I convince you that I'm in control of you. And if you agree to that, then I actually have control over you. Does that make sense? But if you never gave that permission, even though it seems like it's just happening to us, you literally gave permission. So, and that you have control over that. Everyone does. Also in stuff we watch and all of this sort of stuff as well, you know, you remain in control. And then it's not affecting you. So then also the emotion, like watching the stuff that we watch and stuff, you know, that's how not to sort of trigger as well. It's just remaining in control of who you are. And I'm not going to be hypnotized by this. It's a simple, it's really hard to explain, but it's such a simple thing when you understand what's going on there. And then it's really simple to see why people do what they do and follow the agenda and right. You know, it's because they think that they're not in control. It's just happening to me, which is actually what the mind goes through in that moment, where you're doing something, like a doing becomes a happening. So it's a really quick moment, and it can be very, very quick, where you can hypnotize someone in an instant, where you're doing it, and now, this is actually happening to me. So then you've given up control in that moment. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's such a simple thing, but when we take that, but that's taking back your power and your control, you know, which is what we've done a lot. Like I would say that everyone here probably can't be hypnotized unless they want to be, right? Which means that you have to really trust the other person and know that everything's going to be fine and let go to the process if you want it, which is fine. That's great if you want. That can help a lot of things. But I wouldn't go to a hypnotist myself. Right?
Me either. Never have. No interest.
I learned self-hypnosis so I could understand myself, but I don't really use it to, like, it's not like, because you're changing a program. You can either delete and then change a program, but I don't want to put another program in place of another one or something. All I use like self-hypnosis for or whatever is just to clear beliefs, just to clear the limitations that I put there. Get rid of that, and then your world opens back up again. You become limitless again.
That's
because
L. Ron Hubbard stuff.
You took away a program, and that's all they're doing. That's all they are doing is instilling a program.
That's L. Ron Hubbard stuff. Have you ever heard of L. Ron Hubbard?
Yeah, Scientology. Yep. Cults.
Yep.
I studied
clear the anagram.
Yep. He and
Yep.
the JPL guy that turned it, what was his name? Jack Parsons. They were buddies at Crowley and, you know, that bunch. They were all.
They really understood what was going on and then went, let's use this for money, religion. Horrific. Right.
I learned about L. Ron Hubbard way back, probably when I was like 20 years old. So I went to the hospital. My heart was beating 200 beats a minute. They had me lay there for a half hour and it still beat 200 a minute. And the doctor comes in and is like, Robert, what are you anxious about? I'm like, nothing, you know. And he's like, well, there's two things you can do. You either go talk to someone or I can give you medication. And that there alone told me, wait, I can talk to someone? Definitely not take medication. So if you say I can talk to someone, then I'll take care of myself. And that's
I can
what
talk
I did.
to
I just
myself.
did some research and then I read the L. Ron Hubbard. Yeah, me too.
See, you're autodidactic. You
So
teach
I just,
yourself. I mean,
I cleared myself.
so that's taking control. That's taking power. Teaching
cleared
yourself,
myself.
which Yeah. Boom. And that's way more powerful than giving it to someone else. Like they might help you, but you'll
then there was
probably get these habits back again, you know? But when you do it yourself, it's gone. You've done it. There's no one more powerful than you, right?
And then that's since my 20s. So I've used that like the rest of my life. It's helped. I don't stress anything. All the shit going on around us, everything. I don't stress none of
There's
it.
no need to.
It is what it is. Just live as best as you can.
And that is like, that's what I say. You're not feeding them. You're not feeding the system. It's that emotional charge. So if you get angry and you trigger, now you're giving the loose sort of thing. But if you can look at it neutral, calm, home, you're neutral, you're not giving that power. You're just seeing through it. You're just being aware. Having more awareness,
actually,
more conscious awareness.
I've been pulling away. Pull away. Pull out of the
Well, you
system
get to
as
a
much
point
as
too where you
possible.
realize you don't need to see it. You know it. You know it. You can feel everything that's going on too. So you're just, we need to convince ourselves and prove ourselves over and over. But it comes a point where you go, like, I don't really look for things. I just allow things to come through. And there might be a whole bunch of horrific stuff that I look at, in certain times and stuff like this. But it's not like I'm actively going out to look at it or whatever. No, it just comes through and that's fine. That's what I need to be aware of. That's all, which helps me in the future. So say if I needed to avoid something, then I already know and I'll avoid it. So I won't do this or I won't do any silly decision because I'm just aware. It's really quite simple, but not if you're stuck in a cycle, right? And you haven't done a lot of this work on yourself, like teach yourself. You are your own teacher, which is also that internal.
Gives you so much power.
It's incredible how many people spin their wheels, man. They just self-improvement is just not part of the game, and it's unreal. Like, playing drummers. Most drummers, like everyone else, are right-handed, so they're left-handed. But whatever their non-dominant hand, if you try to play fast, it's going to get behind, and so you want to do things to make it a little stronger, and I just took that further, man. Started doing things lefty. Yeah, that absolutely. But do things lefty, and it really does. But I can throw a frisbee and do several things pretty well. Write my name okay left-handed, but it really I broke a finger one time, and I could still keep working because my left, and otherwise I would have had to take a month off of work, but
we adapt. That's what we do. We don't evolve.
Arc and just work on your peripheral. There's just little things you can do, man. I read books back like in junior high school about how you can improve. If there's something cool you want to remember, you just associate it with like
you turn it into
the weather and things that you don't really, but just that'll trigger in your brain a little, and it really works, man. My people tell me all the time, people 10 years younger, it's like, man, your memory is incredible, and it's wild, man. But that stuff really works. You really can work on your brain, obviously your body, but a lot of people just don't. I try to do things in the dark, and it really, man, you just get sharper, just like anything. Yep. Yeah, what you're saying.
It's all like building a muscle too, right? Like you have to do it or you lose it.
Right. Yeah, man, that's all music, is. Get out of the way, man. Let it happen on its own. You're just you're just the receiver unit. The music's already there, man. You only learn how to play it and get better. So it's like improving your stereo equipment. The music's already there, man. In a way, you just gotta get out of the way.
So this works on the body level and the mind level as well. So like what I said, like my my left side was highly overstimulated. And so when I started balancing that out, I started to notice like I was doing things with the other hand. My body was sort of balancing out as well. Like I'd be throwing things to the other hand and washing dishes. And I'm like, oh, my left hand's just used to be stupid and now it's intelligent.
Exactly.
You know, if we allow it to happen too, like your left hand's learning from your right hand and your right hand's learning from your left hand, let them teach each other, not be separate, which is what people go through. They feel like the worst thing, they feel like they've got two sides of themselves, which they do, and they're fighting each other. That's not nature. What's natural here is we have two sides and they go hand in hand down the path, enjoying life together, helping each other out. That's where you want to be at. But most people feel like they're the two sides of themselves are fighting each other, because they are. You know, through beliefs and stuff like this. Through social conditioning and stuff like this. Right? But as soon as we start
I'm what
to
you
balance,
call
let me. Sorry?
Oh, go ahead. No, sorry to interrupt.
You're right. I immediately forgot what I was saying to hear.
I didn't mean to do that. No, I was just saying.
No, that's cool.
I work with both arms, both hands, left or right. I got right with both. I got right with both
doing
hands.
it physically balances your mind as well. It's vice versa. That's what I was saying. Right? So that's why I learned juggling and all of that sort of stuff as well. So I could actually teach. But actually, I remember, like, this is a lesson in the body as well. Like for a musical, I had to learn Barnum. It was Barnum the musical, and I had to learn unicycle, roller bowler, juggling, high wire rope, all these different circus tricks, and I had to learn them very quickly within a couple of months, sort of thing. So I really had to force myself to learn all these things, and I came across something by accident, sort of thing, when I was trying to learn this roller bowler, which is just a plank on a tube, sort of thing, and you're balancing. And I couldn't do it. I was like, fucking what? This is crazy. Like, this should be the easiest thing to do. But it wasn't. It was the hardest. And then I'm like, I really need to do this. I need to force myself. I need to do something here. Well, all I did was I was kind of balancing it. I said, throw me those, because I knew how to juggle by then. I was just getting better. I needed to do clubs and all this sort of stuff. So someone was juggling over there, and I'm throw me the balls. Threw me the balls, and I started juggling on the roller bowler. So my mind went to the balls, and I completely forgot about the roller bowler, and boom, my body knew exactly what to do. Of course, it's just balancing. So I just had to get my mind out of the way. And so that activity got my mind out of the way, and then I realized, oh, this is easy. I can do this. Bang, I learned it. I knew it in a day or something, and moved on very quickly. But I had to, you have to put yourself in that uncomfortable position, like force yourself as well, put pressure on it. So and you will step up to the plate. That was a good lesson in my life, I think. Yeah. Oh, here's a really good one. Like, everyone knows about grounding, right? But here's how important it is. Like, if you're not grounded and you go out and ground yourself, in 15 minutes, it takes about 15 minutes, whichever side of the brain that's overstimulated, which normally everyone has this, right? Especially if they're non-grounded. So for me, it was my left, right? So when I go to overstimulated, right? So when I go to ground, 15 minutes, nature does this. And your hemispheres balance. I'm amazed no one knows this. Like, I found these like random, like written a study, like this is what happened when we were studying the brain at the same time with EEGs and stuff.
Yeah.
Right? So that is why I am grounded 24/7. As soon as I learned that and knew that, I'm like, oh, this is how important this is. And especially for me, because my focus was in balancing the hemispheres for the autism. So, and I know now, like, if I go out of grounding, I feel it. You know, not so much now because I've done it forever. That's what happens. Nature helps you to do that, and then that will clear. Like, you know, I'd stop grounding and this would happen again, right? So doing it, I would feel it, and then I'd know the difference. I'd know what being whole brain synchronization sort of thing, right? So no matter what I do, any decision I make, everything, I make sure that I'm grounded first. So I have to be neutral first, so I'm not imbalanced in thinking about things. I'm always coming from a balanced point of view to start with, which is nature does this. It's magic.
So I've been making all these unbalanced decisions my whole life because I don't get to ground that much, especially now in the wintertime, snow on the ground.
Well, I'm outside now, so I've got a good ground here, but I have mats, you know, that I plug into the wall. And I have,
okay.
for, like, one of the biggest ones you can do is for your sleep, like, because that's like 8 hours of grounding. So if you've got a grounding mat or a grounding pillow that you can plug in and use the earth that's already there, sort of thing, or do it, you know, get a cable and just do it. Just do what you need to do to earth, and you'll see those differences over months. Slowly come in, you go, things are easier, and stress, anxiety, all of these things. Nature helps you. Nature helps you deal with everything. So when you don't have to kind of work at it, it's easier. You're balanced easier. You come back to balance quicker. You know, all of this sort of stuff, right? It's like, I'm amazed people don't really understand and know that, because that's huge, right?
It's vital.
And it's the basics. It's the basics of life. Just go back to the basics.
It really is.
Water, food, connection, all of these things, right? Breathing and posture, massive, right? That's actually, for me, like, I wish I knew all the stuff I knew now back when I was dealing with my autism and stuff, because breathing and posture were two of the biggest things.
I agree with that.
Yeah. And can smack, like, I remember learning a breathing technique, which you can breathe in over 5 seconds, half a second, breathe out, 5 seconds, half a second. So putting yourself in that rhythm. I do it with my heartbeat, though. That's advanced, right?
That's what I was going to ask you before when you're talking about sleep, because that's what I teach people how to do that too, the breathing technique.
You know, that's why they have it in churches and psalms and all that, like the timing involved in that, because people are out of sync, out of rhythm. They go in and they get into that rhythm. It's powerful. It's powerful.
Always in that fight or flight mode.
You can't be in it. You know, and that's the thing too. Like, in doing that timing, that rhythm, that brings all of your systems into sync. So if you looked at your heart rate when you're doing that, normally it's like this for people. It's like erratic. It's chaos when you look at the graph of your heart in and out, right? But when you do that technique, you have a perfect sine wave. Your heart's doing a beautiful, perfect sine wave. Speeding up, slowing down, speeding up, slowing down. And then all of your automatic, autonomous, all of your systems, your neurology, everything align. Also with grounding. So when you ground yourself during sleep, so these are the studies too, in terms of you can see your erratic circadian rhythm sort of at nighttime. But when you ground yourself, boom, you get a perfect sine wave, which is nature. That is what we should be experiencing, but most people experience chaos, an erratic heartbeat, which will make everything worse. So I tested this, like I've been very chill for a lot of years now, but I remember after learning this actual technique, like there was a moment that sort of taught this to me where I triggered and I got upset with someone. And I'm like, I'm not talking to you anymore. And I left, and then came aware of that technique. Boom, My heart rate went straight back down, and only took a couple of cycles. Everything just left me, and I was just grounded and good again. And I'm like, wow, okay. So I haven't triggered since then, you know, because it's knowing that control that you have over yourself as well. And when you realize that you can get rid of an emotion, like normally people are stuck in like if they're angry or whatever, they'll be stuck in an emotional refractory period is what they call it, for about 15, 20 minutes. So, you know, if someone's angry, you can't talk to them for 15, 20 minutes. Go walk away, come back, and then they might listen to you or whatever, you know. But that's just what people kind of think. But no, you have the power to instantly change your being. Of course you do. Just people believe that they can't.
Well, when you're breathing in, right. But with the breathing exercise, when you're breathing in, that's when you're in the fight or flight mode. And when you're exhaling is when you're in the
parasympathetic, yeah.
It takes you out of the fight or flight mode.
Yeah, it's easier. It's really easier for us to control that breathing out. So, you know, one way of controlling your heartbeat down, your heart rate down, is just concentrating on the out breath and making that longer.
Right.
Right. Because you want that out breath to be longer than the in breath, basically, to bring you down. And that's easier to control as opposed to the in, right? But yeah, dead on. It's such a wonderful thing. Like I needed to teach myself how to fucking breathe. Like I had to teach myself these human things that were never taught to me. I didn't know any of this sort of stuff, and you just go with what everyone else does. But there are some beautiful little things, like take 10 deep breaths, my mum always used to say. And yeah, all right, that does work. You know? But deep, not big breaths. That's what I kind of misunderstood at the time too. Just deep, lower, here. Because here is fight and flight, sympathetic nervous system. Mm-hmm. Which smoking sort of, you know, if you smoke too much and stuff like that, will do that. So you need to train it lower, because this is a habit and we're always coming back into that fight and flight mode. You train it lower from the diaphragm, and then it's a more centered breath as well. Mm. But that's naturally parasympathetic system. So, bang. Amazing the control we have when we acknowledge it and do it, you know. I only started to get better at this when I took my own advice. Like, I would learn things and then tell everyone else, but not be doing it myself. And that was the biggest lesson for me. Like, take your own fucking advice. And when I did it, bang, I got all the benefits from it. But
right. That's how I started out, though. I started out by just telling everybody else, you know, before I was actually doing it. And then
it's one thing knowing, right? But the doing it, now you're wise. Now it's wisdom, right?
Yep.
That's the wisdom.
Yep.
And still, to a degree, like I'm still applying things and putting things, because I like to do things slowly as well. Some things I like to rip the Band-Aid off, like tongue position, like an oral posture, right? So if you say tongue and realize where your tongue ends up, or and the tongue sits right up on the palate, right? That's proper oral posture, tongue position when you're resting. And I took 3 days to train myself that, because I'm like, oh, this is strong and powerful. I need to do this. So instead of reminding myself and taking something like 30 days to slowly fix, you know, change this habit, you can just do it. And it usually takes about 3 days to go through something. So the fourth day, oh, I'm doing it, you know, without thinking about it. Unconscious competence. You know, we go from, you know, conscious incompetence to unconscious competence. So really that can be very quick. Usually I say it's, you know, there's the 3 day or the 30 day, right? You can definitely do it over 30 days if you want to chill out and take your time and slowly, because you're going through all the things. But like 3 days, I had to do it in everything. So I was always part of my awareness was making sure this tongue position was correct. right, which was hard work. And my tongue was, worn out, and I had to stretch and do all these things. But bang, yeah, by the 4th day, done. And then it just got easier and easier. That's called mewing, by the way. Mewing is that tongue. It's like as well. You end up with that position, and that's clearing all of this as well. It's it's relaxing. It's a relaxing breath already. You kind of know it. It's like I learned how to put myself into deep sleep very quickly as well. You know the position where you're snoring? That you can put yourself in that position, and instead of you just before that, and it's a deep, slow, long. It's like the breath that you use when you're going to sleep. So I just do that straight away, and that quickly puts your body relaxed down quicker. It's like a dog does as well. Like you notice a dog when they lie down and they're ready to go to sleep, they go.
Yep.
Do it, you know.
And I do it sometimes.
Yeah, we do it naturally.
He ventilates.
It's like because I became observant on what I'm doing, I just like become the observer in terms of meditation and stuff. You catch yourself doing all these things, and you go, "Oh wow, I didn't know I was doing that," but now I know about it. I can use that as a technique or whatever with myself. You taught yourself, you know. We are our own greatest teacher. Hoping people are still here. The chat hasn't moved much.
Yeah, I see.
I'm hoping that means it's a good conversation.
7. No, it's just 3 a.m. here. I don't know about there.
Coming up on 2 here. Ooh.
5:30 here.
You went on right at 8, right, Bob? You were on time. So
this is what happens before when I was doing it every day. I'm just going to be a couple hours, turn into 8 hours,
8 hours later,
10 hours, 12 hours. It's like, come on, then go to work. Wow, I was killing myself.
That's it. Like talking to like-minded people. Like this is actually what we need. You know, it does help. So it's one of those things that, yeah, I did it because I enjoyed it. And the more we enjoy things, the better it is for ourselves. So, of course, you know, and time flies, right?
Knowledge.
There are, I remember there's some people. Some people
so
don't have
nice
anybody.
To take in knowledge, and it's nice to share it, man, with people that are interested. It's my gig, man. It really is about.
Yeah, I think that's the key word, sharing.
Well, there you again, you know, like-minded people, but it really is. It's just it's a passion, you know, and it's great. I mean, a good day is when I learn something cool I didn't know the day before, and you know,
every day.
So
that's the beauty too. You open yourself up more when in this. Like that's nature. You know, that is natural. Enjoying talking to people in a relaxed car. It's just most people are always stressed all the time, so it's very hard for them to do it. But that relaxed, easy talk. Yeah. And it's sharing our experience. Like this made me feel good. And someone else is like, "Oh yeah, I'll try that. It'll make me feel good too."
And I find that no matter how obscure information you have, there's usually someone out there looking for it, man.
Yeah,
you know, you make that connection, and it works both ways.
And it's usually like you take that one thing away, you know.
Yeah. The live meteors that, on YouTube. It's on YouTube now. They track the meteors, coming in. And I met so many people. I learned so much, man. They would, steer me in a direction. Well, okay, well, if you're into this, man. And I studied that stuff in school, man. And I learned more about it in the freaking chat room on YouTube. Like Bob, man, meeting him, and you, and it's wild. It's good to make those connections, man.
Yeah, and I find that's natural too.
Yeah.
So when you're in that flow, you're kind of magnetically kind of drawn to all the right places, the right things, the things that help your life and help their life as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So win-win.
My folks were like that. Both of my parents, man, they did things just to do things, and that's its own reward, and my mother would, for about 30 years, she would go around to nursing homes and sing and play her guitar. And
awesome.
Most of the people were just old, but a couple of them would just be completely out of it, just comatose, man. But the minute she would start playing, they'd spring to life and start singing. They could talk like nothing was race freaky, man. It really was. And
yeah, the body remembers, the mind remembers.
You never, it's like I was saying about the memory tricks, little things, but it's so powerful, man. The doctors figured it out after she played all the different ones, but after she'd been to a place a couple of times, the doctors would figure it out. They'd be waiting, man, when we got there, because it was the only time they could ask their patient, "Are you in any pain? Is there anything you need?" It was incredible.
Wow.
And dude, when she would shut that guitar case, they'd just go back to drooling. It was incredible. And time and time again, I saw that.
Wow.
It's it's all a frequency deal, man. Everything in the universe is a frequency. It's created by and held together with a frequency,
Yeah. And I think for ourselves, it's like I got to the point whereas, like people say, raise your vibration. I'm more like expand your vibration.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the more that we can expand it, the more we experience. Right. And then the more opportunities we have.
Yeah. It's just like a receiver, man. You can, some people are just, and again, that's something you can train. I've done that, to be more
transceiver,
to vibrate.
Transceiver, transmitter, and receiver.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. So when we have that right too, that's a perfect balance in nature where we're interested and we like what we're doing, because that's our balance, the perfect state of learning. But it's also it's sharing, it's taking and giving at the same time. But a lot of people are only doing one of those things. They're either just receiving or just transmitting, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Like a beautiful conversation, right? Is
I'm a giver.
Listening. And so it's a beautiful back and forth. But it is learning and teaching, or sharing. I like the word sharing as opposed to teaching, because you're not really teaching. It's a sharing of information sort of thing. And then we take on what feels good. Which is, and if you're in that state, you're always learning every day, which is how if you're not learning, you're dying. You're in that direction.
The first day of high school, two of my teachers, that's the first thing out of their mouth after the name. Don't ever, no. Question everything. Back then it was cool to say it, but don't ever stop learning. Don't, whatever you do. And man, by that time I was already
great advice.
Loved to learn anyway. I was a very good student as far as being interested in the subjects and making motivated. And I enjoyed things I learned. I was interested in. I knew inside and out. And I'm still that way.
I also realized when I lost interest, right? Like I remember in mathematics where I loved mathematics up until the point I kind of questioned them. I said, how do we check our answers? And she was like, you do the question again. And so I'm like, well, what if you get two different answers then? And well, then you have to do you have to do it again. And this is just bullshit. In my mind, this is just ridiculous. So I'm like, you're teaching horrific. Like, I can't learn this anymore. I have to go and teach myself mathematics now to get that interest, that motivation.
Oh yeah.
Like,
several things are like that. Absolutely, man. But hey, it's a skill to be able to learn on your own. You know, it really.
Well, that's what I think should be taught. That's all that should be taught.
It's not
how to teach yourself.
Exactly, man.
Go.
That's my whole gig. You know, my father was an architect, and I did drafting off and on for him for like 30 years or so. And one day I got a letter from the state, and it was basically a diploma. It said, you know, you put in enough hours, so you're legally recognized as a draftsman. You know, I'm like, oh, cool, you know. But hey, man, you know, it's like I try to tell people, you know, they think that you can't learn if you don't have it. You know, like a doctor has a magic knowledge portal. We have the same Google, you know. But it's like, well, would you rather, if you were going to go whitewater rafting, would you rather go with the guy that studied it in class for 3 years or somebody that's been down the river? Obviously, okay. And don't get me wrong. I like I said, I took learning. It was valuable. Some of my teachers, to this day, I talk about them, you know. And so, but there's no substitute for experience, obviously, you know. People down
and failing.
And there you go. And people like narcissists, or, for example, who don't learn from their mistakes. That's incredible to me, man. If you deny, oh, I know you're never going to learn from it. I don't see how some people get by. Like if I'm a drummer, right? And if I was going to learn you know, and I flubbed up some rudiment and blamed it on the drumsticks, you know, where is that going to take me, man? Mistakes are what you want, you know, because that's okay. I know how I just did it wrong.
Hurry up and fail.
Now I can do it right. You know, yeah, man. It's crazy.
The more you fail, the more you're on the right path.
Right.
So bring it on. And a lot of people, they get that fail and then they start that negative talk. Oh, you're bad at this, or like a lot of people say, I'm bad at this, I'm bad at that, I'm bad at this, right? And I go, no, you're not. You haven't done the teaching part. You haven't learned it yet. But of course, you can be a master at anything you like.
Exactly.
Of course, you have the opportunity.
I try to get people interested in just the art of moving your hands in a percussive manner, because it's so amazing health-wise. Look at it, man, it'll blow your freaking mind, man. And they're always like, they're in this, oh, well, you know, I've never played. It's like, you got to start. I had to start somewhere. You know, it's a beautiful thing, man. And, but have you ever been to a drum circle? Have you ever picked up and tapped on a drum?
In music class, I learned one beat. That was it.
Right.
And I did learn guitar for 5 years.
Yeah, I took a few guitar lessons, but I was blown away, man, by how much drumming is incredibly good for you. Even if you just
same as like juggling and that, it is balancing the hemispheres of the mind as well.
It is, you know. And I was going to say that as far as balancing now, I would think that it would, but drumming, and you can look this up, it connects the two hemispheres more than anything they know of drumming. But
because you're using your feet too, you know. You're using all of it.
Well, it's hardwired in my, you know, it's hardwired in everybody's brains, man. A rhythm, or everything in life's
rhythm,
you know. So it's just a little bit slightly more organized form, hopefully. But dude,
all we have to do is feel it, you know, understand it, be one with that rhythm, and then we get it sort of thing. We're like, and of course it feels good. It feels great when you're in the rhythm, when you're doing it right, so to speak.
Absolutely, it does. But this is pretty amazing. My father, about 15 years ago, 16 years, had a stroke, and he'd been really healthy up until he still flew his he had his own airplane at age 80. He was still flying, still driving a car. Anyway, you know how these things work. And after about a year of looking after him, but I didn't realize, but I was getting a script filled for him, and something just said, man, take your blood pressure. And I feel fine, you know, but now I just thought it was like, okay, it was 270 over 190. That's like 5 points from where they quit measuring out, like you're dead, you're gone. Seriously. And it blew my mind, and I did it again. I thought it was just the machine. Same reading. The pharmacist saw it, said, man, we got to get you an ambulance immediately. And but I got somebody to pick me up, you know, and but I for that year there, I was not able to play my drums, and I didn't realize how much. And man, I knew that it would lower blood pressure. I got on eBay and said I need a drum kit overnight. And I got it the next day, and I played about 6, 7, 8 hours. Within 6 days, my blood pressure was 112 over 68. And that's all I did differently, man, was just Google health benefits of drumming. Just take 5 minutes. It'll flip you out, man.
I think the other important part of that is enjoy it.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Well, don't take it like a task or this, I have to do this for this or this. No, just enjoy it. And that's where, you know, the benefits skyrocket.
Sure, man. And we got into it for the fun of it. Having fun, that's rule number one. You're right, man. Everything else falls into line. But it's just amazing how the benefits that they've done all these studies, you know. And when I started playing full time around 2021, legal to get in bars, I started noticing, man, I don't get sick anymore, not a cold, nothing. And I just thought,
invincible.
You gotta have something to do. But now you can look it up, man. These studies, it's pretty crazy.
I remember too, like, you know how people do the drumming with the bucket or a tin or a pot, and they use their foot to sort of flick it up. Like, that's a really easy way to. You don't need a drum kit or whatever. Get a bucket and go for it. You know, it makes it very simple.
I love doing stuff. Using like a minute rice box for a snare drum. I love all that stuff. Yeah, it's amazing.
I like when people do it on their guitar and stuff as well, and they're drumming on their guitar as they're going. It's like magic. That is magic.
It's some people are just gifted, man. That's what they were wired to do. You know, I had to work really, really hard at it, but hey, it's been
but you get the benefits from
the journey.
it.
Absolutely. Yeah. I wouldn't trade it for anything. I got to tour all over the country. I'd be doing it now if I weren't looking after, you know, my folks. But that's what I did.
Do it as well.
And
do it as well.
You know. And by that time, talking about alcohol, I was still drinking technically, but never, ever, ever would I drink either on a gig or even the day of, not a sip of beer, nothing. And I was really trying to put that positive. Because, you know, we play frat parties, everybody's bombed out of their mind, but I'd be there with my mineral water. Now, after the gig, I might have one waiting on me, don't get me wrong. But I tried to let the muse be the buzz, you know, follow that deal and set an example at the same time, you know.
I would always it's funny, I would always recommend for people when I'm directing and teaching them acting and stuff to take one little drink before going on stage and stuff, because it does open you up a little bit, takes a lot of the nerves out of it and helps a lot of people. And so that's what I always did. I guess it'd be funny to sort of see now, but I probably would still have a little shot. But I'm really good with my own nerves and stuff, of working with them and stuff. Like going on stage is not a problem for me at all now. You know, it used to be horrific, but now I was able to work through that and understand what was going on there. It's gaining control over it again. But just like a little nip or something would still opens that emotional sort of center up, you know.
I like it for vocal purposes. It also relaxes your vocal cords and just a small, not enough to really even get.
I had a singing teacher who said that to me as well, like a little bit of port, and that's what she did. She just had a little bit of port, and it would open it all up, but lubricate and all of that as well. That and passion fruit juice,
I've I've done a little bit of studio, recording and what our normal thing would be to record all the instruments sober and then have a little, drinky poo for the vocals, and it was fun, man. It's been a blessing, but really look up benefits of drumming. It'll freak you out. It freaks me out.
I've looked it up. It's amazing. It is amazing.
But like I say, even if you just pick up a cardboard box, no rhythm necessary, and bang on it for an hour at a time, and do that 2 to 3 days a week, it increases your T cell count more than anything they know of on planet Earth. Man, you look it up, it's freaky. But I just cold and flu season, man, it doesn't exist for me. It just doesn't, I haven't been to the doctor in 20 years the last time. Well, no, I tore a tendon. But for anything sick, flu, anything like that, it's been over 20 years.
There's only one person I will allow to doctor me. Me.
Yeah. Well, there you have it, man. I'm my own. I write my own scripts.
And we know how full of shit it is now too.
Agree with that.
That's what got me down to studying, learning about the Federal Demonic Associations, I call them. That really awesome. Opened my eyes, man. I thought, well, if they're out, for the Almighty, then the whole damn game is stacked. I started.
That's where I really learned it was the medical industry.
It flipped me out, dude. And I was telling I was talking to Bob earlier. I did a lot of research. I mean, library. Back over 25 years.
You probably did way more than a doctor's ever done,
man.
And they're stuck to what they're told. You could go anywhere with it. That's the difference,
They are.
So you can actually find the truth. It's open to you, but for doctors doing their courses, no. It's this.
They don't want them to know. They don't want them to know that stuff, man. It's like, I call it
they're
aspirin.
indoctrinated.
I'll go, well, where does aspirin come from? And they'll go, bear. I'm going, no, I mean like the main ingredient, it's willow bark. They're not meant to learn any of that, man. It's not about healing, it's about prescribing, obviously. Maintenance, keep,
suppressing
take
symptoms.
The same, and then for every possible thing it treats, you got possible 10 what effects, and then if you get treated, then you add another, you're stacking the deck. Holy cow, man, it's exponential. It's I don't know. And my friends, that a couple of them,
when we
figured it out.
I'm so glad I was kind of diagnosed as autistic when I was young. I didn't know it. But my mum said they wanted me to give you drugs and stuff, and I didn't. I'm like, wow, thank you so much, Mum, because I didn't go down any drug route. So, because if I did, it might be a very different story today, because I know how difficult it is to get off of that stuff. I know it takes, I would help people online and stuff as well. And they would send me lists of the medications they're on. I don't really do this anymore because it's too hard.
Oh yeah, God, well, I can imagine.
But they would send me a list of like 6, 7 different things, and I would go through it. And there's such a process to taper off of drugs and stuff like this, and all these effects that happen and stuff as well. So it's really difficult. I had to study every single person's case and every single drug going through it. It was just a lot of work I was doing for nothing. I was just helping people as best I could. But wow, and how hard it was to actually do those things that they were supposed to do. Like you could pretty much get rid of the drugs completely if your mind's right, if you understood what was happening right, but you do have to understand that first. So a lot of it's belief, and they have to get slowly come back to a natural and reinforce that natural's better and all of this sort of stuff to actually be confident in getting rid of that. So a lot of the times I would substitute. So I would substitute a natural thing for something and slowly get that done, right? But it wasn't that's when it was because they had the mindset of I need to take something as well, right? I need to take something for this, like what Bob was saying earlier, right? No, you don't. You need to stop putting in the toxin that causing it in the first place, basically. Right, but the way I could help people was to give them something, usually. So if it's a pain thing, I could give them something else that doesn't have a list, that has no side effects, just has the goodness sort of thing, which does help them relieve pain or whatever, but it's also helping the problem as well. So at least it was something that I could give them. So say terpenes or something like this, where suddenly they use that instead, and I could sleep again, and I got this. It was great, and it's like So it's a slow process there, right? And normally the chronic condition was because of the fucking.
Well, a lot of what you're using, I'm sure, also probably helps.
I missed that, Bob.
Yep, exactly. You put toxic stuff in your body. You put anything foreign, not natural, into the body. That's what happens to you. And I forgot.
And our
what
body
I said
can't
before.
process it. Sometimes it needs that help to get it out. And a lot of the times it just needs the time. So the intermittent fasting thing. So the body goes, now I've got time to detox this out. I will do it. Whereas before it never had the energy, it never had the time. It was just dealing with all the toxins that constantly going in all the time. So once you start it, the body goes, sweet. Now I have the time to start clearing everything. And then you go through a lot of detoxing things, which people freak out about.
Right.
And that's one way they'll go backward again. They'll go back into the drug world again. So it's that knowledge of this is going to happen, right? Yeah. But it's okay. It's great. Flu-like symptoms. Great. Shit's coming out of you. Let it come out. Don't stop it. Let it. It's a flu. Open the flu.
Right. It's just you're burning that fat and all with all the toxins.
The flu and cold.
That's why you have to be careful. You have to you can't go too fast if you try to detox all at once, man. All that stuff just goes back into your system, and that's why a lot of people, I got sick, and they never do. So you have to go, at a certain pace. But yeah, man, it makes and I'll tell you, Bob, grounding is legit, man. I did it for 2 years.
Flu and cold, though, is the natural body's way of detoxing itself,
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's like the first, if there's a build-up, and what do people do? Stop doing that. Stop doing that, body. And that's what the body gets from that. So it's going, I can't.
Cough medicine.
That's when it turns into cancer and stuff like this.
Exactly.
Right?
We're stopping.
I mean, if you really want to understand cancer, if you really want to get rid of cancer,
you're on the same page.
Initiate the flu, initiate the fever, the cold, or whatever they call the cold, right? because you've stopped that process from happening yourself. Your body has to work out different ways of detoxing this stuff because you stopped a process, a natural process. So if we understand this, we can bring that
See,
process
that's exactly
back.
like
Take a hot bath.
blood pressure medicine. They'll give you a blood pressure medicine to bring down your blood pressure. Now your body's got to figure out another way to get that blood pressure back up so it can get the blood from point A to point B where it wanted to
Learn how to
intentionally.
relax.
So it's making your heart work 10 times harder than it originally was.
Boom. Right on.
Unbelievable.
Right on. And all the drugs they're giving for that, statins and all this sort of stuff, just makes it 10 times worse, right? Because we're at a point now where you've done the damage and now we're dealing with the damage by creating more damage and more damage. It's just, the path is obvious there, you know. But again, like all of these things, like getting out of it, it's going back to nature, doing all the very simple things.
But,
you know, it's right here.
Taking an aspirin,
fire.
you know. You take an aspirin
Right.
for a headache. You take an aspirin for a headache, it takes the headache away, but it's not causing or solving the problem why you had the headache. That's what's missing.
Right on. I mean, if you acknowledge and understand, like I have had that, I've had like headache, migraine, and I'm like, okay, I was doing this and this and this, I'll change that, but right now I've got a headache. So what do I need? So what can help? You know, well, cayenne pepper for that. There you go. You know, where you're opening the vascular pathways. Bit of coffee, blood thinner. So you're doing two things there that will help it along, but also help what's going on. But you do need to acknowledge what caused it in the first place so you can change that. Drink more water.
Yep.
Right. Hydrate properly.
Usually. Yep.
A lot of the time, yeah. And it's so simple. All the solutions are like the simplest thing.
Exactly. To say it's not rocket science, but they make it seem like it is.
It's not rocket surgery. Like, sorry, rocket science. That always sets me off. Like, how hard is it to put like shit in a tube and fire it up? And you know, that's not difficult at all. I don't understand why people use that. That's why I say it's not like rocket surgery, you know.
That's true.
I kind of got it to the hand. It's an alchemical thing as well. Fire, air, ether, water, earth, and they're the things that we can. That if we go through all of those things, like air, breathing, clean air. Like just like in winter when people have stale air, they need to open and get that flow through, breathing properly, right? Once we go water, you know, get your water right. It's all of these earth, you know, which is the body, exercise, all of these things. Once we have all of those things back to the way it really, you innately know how it's supposed to be. Just take that advice and do it. Then all of the other things that are out of balance and out of sync will resolve themselves, you know, and it's knowing that too. So that's what I call faith. There's your faith. It's having faith in that, what you know to be right, having faith in that and doing it. You may go through the horrific detox or whatever, but you get to that end result and you're like, yeah, I was right. I did. You know, and then you're building upon that and upon that and upon that. So every time you reward yourself because you did something right, you followed your heart, and then you just that's proving things over, like prove all things, and so you're proving to yourself that, and the faith diminishes because it's not faith anymore. You know, it's just knowing. I know this is going to happen. I know this to be true. And there's no belief necessary. Right? For me, like all the miracles happen when I get rid of beliefs, and you open yourself up again.
Right.
I know what I know what I don't know, and I don't know what I don't know. That's okay. That's fine. I don't need belief. That's a huge one. I think beliefs, like, you live your beliefs. You know?
Yep. I've gone over. Wow.
That's
Yeah.
where I, the
And
self-hypnosis,
they don't have
self-help,
anything
that's,
on me. I know too much,
yeah. And you know it. It's not believing. No, I know this. You can't shake that. You can't unknow something, right?
Exactly.
Yep. Yep.
And that's
I've
all
seen it
we're
with my own
experiencing. Like, that's all we're
eyes.
experiencing.
Plus, I experience it myself.
Yeah.
Yep.
And learn from other experiences, other people experiencing stuff as well, what not to do and all of that as well, right? It's going, yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Everything
I don't mean
is
to talk
connected.
over you. I think I got a delay or something here.
I am getting better and better at sort of realizing that delay thing. And I go, oh, stop, because I can just keep talking and talking and talking. It's a lot better now than it used to be. Like, I remember a few years back, there was like really long delays and it was so difficult. It felt like being really rude and all of this sort of stuff. And it was just the technology.
Mm.
But I am in Australia. Like, this is amazing. And I think, technology is just us. It's just like making physical something we do. We may not, know that we can do it anymore, but it's all nothing new under the sun, right? It's all done. It's all known. We're just making it a physical thing, which is also taking it outside of you and separating it from you. No, you are the technology. You're the highest technology here. There's nothing higher, right? You and everything around you. But what we create, we're kind of trying to make our lives easier, and all of this ends up always being a problem, causing problems. Because we're not really completing that cycle as well, right? It's like an alchemical cycle. You need to do the entire cycle, not just one little section of it. Is anyone still here in the chat?
I've been working.
I'm here.
I see 8.
In the chat. I mean,
I was just thinking of, it just got me thinking about some stuff.
Oh, there's 3 of us, so.
Wow, it's almost like
Darlene says we'll get to a certain point. We'll go back to being tadpoles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like to say it's like everyone goes into the evolution or whatever, but my sort of view of it is we adapt. We're highly adaptable, which is amazing. Like, the only permanent thing is change. So get used to the change and love the change and changing, which is learning. So if you're in that mindset of things are changing all the time and I'm going to let it happen and be curious about it, jump into the void with curiosity, not fear. Like, fuck that. That would be horrific. That's what people experience all the time. But if you're just jumping in with curiosity, you're learning. That's curiosity, right? In the state of learning, allowing yourself to learn, being curious, which is the interest, right? Interest.
It's just a part of daily life, man, and it's a beautiful thing. It really is.
But I've noticed, like, we understand that, but look at other people and see how that brings fear. I just want to do the same thing over and over and over because that's safe, and that's what's killing them, right? That's what's making them stagnant and their body's stagnant, right? And then they need to open that up and move with the flow.
They'll be taken flat-footed too, man. You know, they're not going to be ready for anything that happens. If it
Or
happens,
they'll already be fearful.
yeah,
It's like, what
Yeah.
a limitation.
they're already
And
there,
that's
man.
expecting that too. Like they expect to be fearful, scared, da da da. So that's what they create for themselves. So that's what they experience. Suffering.
I don't mean to put, say anything bad. I really don't. And everyone has talked about this, no matter what side you're on. But I see a guy out kind of jogging, wearing a mask, and I just want to ask him, but what is your thought process, bro? I'm not honestly, dude. Do whatever you. But
And the ones in the cars by themselves with a mask.
what is going on in your mind? It's that fear, that like, come on, man, the out in the wild blue yonder. And I'm not, again, everybody's brought that up. It just still blows my mind. That thought process. It's just a blessing not to have to be living in that kind of thing. There's people up under the covers, man. A couple of family members I know that, they've told me, like, man, my, real outdoor, whatever person, he said, man, he doesn't leave that, people, it's a lot of people,
Still wearing them, yeah.
really push to
Lack
the
of
limit.
knowledge.
And just not to be living in fear, man. It's a real blessing. It really is. Really is. Without
I remember when I woke up from that, and because I went through a massive awakening. It's kind of a natural process where you bottle everything up, like everything becomes so chaos, like confusion, to a point that's too much, and you break. And then there's a natural order. This is the chaos and order thing anyway, order through chaos sort of thing anyway. But it's a natural mechanism that happens if we allow it to happen. But what the Freemasons do and all of that is hijack this, create this scenario and hijack it for their purposes. But when it happens naturally within yourself, you just acknowledge the process and go, yeah, I was confused as hell, and I let go of all of that, and I saw the simple pattern that put everything together, right? And you go, it's so easy, right? So simple. How did I miss this? How didn't I see it before? Because it was that state of confusion and chaos. But sometimes we kind of need to push that as well to get to that point of breaking, which is just letting it go and allow your mind to do exactly what it's designed to do. Self-balance. Nature is self-balancing and everything. But when we sort of get rid of the ego sort of thing, the mind that's in the way, we allow it to happen. We let go of it. The brain works it all out perfectly. It does it all naturally, automatically. And so we can learn from that order. That all happened in an instant for me, where it was that intense. I could understand what was happening there. And that's sort of happening at a smaller scale a lot of the times for most people, all the time. It's when you get confused about something, don't. Just relax. It's like when you're talking about certain things with people and you see them and they go, they squeeze up and they go, I can't think of that. I'm not allowed to think of that. Like it kills me. It's like, yeah. And you can't get past that moment though too. As soon as that happens, they're like, oh no, this is painful. And ignorance, ignore it. And the brain just completely can't see it or whatever. That's what happens.
Shut off that bell of truth. Muffle that bell of truth. We've all got one ringing in our heads, man. It's just whether you want it. Boy, people, they'll figure one thing out and they'll get to a point, they'll just go boink, they'll shut it off. No more communication, man. No more communication. They're afraid, like, there's a good damn chance this is true, and I don't want it to be true. So I'm just going to cut it off, Well,
literally most of the time, they can't acknowledge it. It doesn't go in at all.
Yeah.
Not at all, because it's against a belief. So it's not allowed to go in. Your conscious awareness is not allowed to see it. Right? You've already set up a belief that stops that from going in. And that will be that moment too when they squeeze up and stuff, because that's what's happening in that moment. You've hit the belief and the belief goes, nah. And then they like they'll go to that moment where they're staring at you like this, right? And then change the subject. Right? Like they never even heard it. And you think you like the penny might be dropping for them? No. They just freaked out. They got to experiential blindness, and then ego kicked back in and went, don't worry about that. Do this or go on a tangent. And that's what they do. It's hilarious watching people. I love watching people. You know? But I tend not to put people in those positions now. I used to, and I've learned from it. Because that's not helping. When they get to that point and they're totally blocking it, you're just reinforcing that belief for them. So you've got to go in a different way, gently, carefully, over time. You know, they have to do it themselves. They have to untangle the knot themselves.
Yeah, I wait till people ask questions, man. And
right.
Open that door just a little bit, man. You know.
Yeah, just drop some interesting little things, and then they get interested. Oh, let's tell me more about that. Okay. Yep.
I've got 4 friends, lifelong friends, that, buddy, after toil and tussle, they're waking up to varying degrees, you know, and it's amazing, man. But it was not overnight. I'll tell you that. It took them from one guy a couple of months to a couple of years, you know, but at least it's, you know, it's going on. At least it's happening. And,
I like sort of the position at the moment where, like, I've had some feedback from various, like, family and all this sort of stuff, where it's like, you remember you telling me this years and years, and they finally found it for themselves, right? All that shit you were telling me. And I remember this moment too. It was like in COVID and stuff as well, where I was like, Mum was telling me, I sat down with your brother today and we were talking and we looked at each other and went, wow, Callum was right about all of this sort of stuff. I'm like, oh, and we never get that, you know.
Man,
I was like, oh, sweet, cool.
I've known my brother-in-law now. I knew him before my sister. That's how he became my brother-in-law. I worked with this guy, and never once, not one single time, has he ever questioned the official narrative. Not fucking once, man. I'm just like, I mean, that's straight up fear. You got to realize deep down.
Yeah.
But there's just, and he's supposed to be really hyper intelligent, man. He kind of goes out.
That doesn't mean anything. Like the intelligence part doesn't really mean anything. You can be super intelligent, and
he tells
it's not
me,
an emotional intelligence.
Like, don't believe everything you see on the internet. Like, that's what I actually do. And then he's never. It's like using the official explanation to explain the official explanation. You know, it's just like, okay, well, man, okay, you know, I mean, it should be, you know, in a perfect world, that should be the truth, but it ain't, you know, and like, but some people just like, not even one time. I mean, I get following it most of the time, but not like, whoa, buddy, what? Anyway,
just one. Give me one.
Yeah, exactly.
But you're also dealing with people's just completely went from my mind. Then it'll come back.
Fear, but
yeah,
they just don't want to know. They don't want it to be. You know, I get it, man.
Oh, wait. So you're also dealing with their assumption of you, which is not correct. It's not true. Like, they think you're watching some silly YouTube video. That's what they say too. You just watch YouTube videos, and right. It's like, no. Would you like to see the studies? Would you like to see the actual research? Would you? No. I'll be fine with my assumption of you. So sometimes you like. That's why, like, Jesus said, like, you can't perform miracles for your family, but you can perform for the stranger, because they don't have those assumptions already there.
Exactly.
Like, in your mother's eyes, you'll always be that little my little boy, right?
Man,
And that's cool. That's very cool. But there needs to be that allowance of people change, people grow up. And when I realized that for myself, where like people treat me with those assumptions, bang, I lost them in terms of assuming other people. No, and that's when I had to learn exactly what they were thinking, like the body language, everything that they're not sort of saying, but what they are saying, so I could be more precise about my assumptions, right? Be more helpful.
Yeah.
oh man, it's mind blowing. My sister, you know, she's pretty much the same way. They just, you know, they're on their 8th rooster, if you know what I'm saying. And I'm like, for the love of God, man, y'all
It's
are
only a
going,
matter of time.
you know,
The odds
I don't know.
aren't good.
They
Each rooster.
you know, they're, and I'm not saying this is no judgment. They're two of the most unhealthy, unhappy. They're bordering on obese, man. I hate it. My brother-in-law, my sister, man, and I've told them, look,
Same.
I can help you. I promise you, I can help you lose weight, get off, blah 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 blah. No. It's all bullshit.
Yeah.
All your shit. Is bullshit.
Yeah, like you're saying, Blickham, it's like you have to wait for them to ask you.
Exactly.
And it is that role
Yeah,
model thing. Like, why the
those-
fuck are you
those-
so happy?
It's just weird because, like, I just one little example.
those roosters.
I would tell my brother-in-law about turmeric.
Those roosters. They changed the roosters. Before it was a toxic soup.
Yeah, they did. It's
Now it's a code messenger. It's a whole different ball game.
yeah. Well,
It actually sends messages to your cells. You know, it tells you on a cellular level your body what to do. Before it was a toxic soup. You had your mercury and formaldehyde and
I'm sure
all
they
kinds of stuff.
they can't help themselves but put that stuff in as well, because there's all the stuff that they put in there to cross the blood-brain barrier as well, like to get to the brain. You know, like why?
Right.
There's no
The
reason
mRNA
for that, but
mRNA.
it's there.
yeah. I
And it is
started
that
looking at
frequency
mRNA,
thing as well.
Though,
when I started
Yeah.
going down the FDA
but the mRNA
route,
is
one
actually
thing
a code messenger.
Yeah, and it's changing that code.
boy,
Well, they say it works very, very much like a Windows operating system. So, you know, the Windows operating systems always have a back door.
Yeah. And that's part of the brain fog and everything
in.
as well, because it's taking a lot of energy out of you, basically, for that system. It's your energy.
they think medicines are I don't know. They just live by it, man. They're just medicated to F and back, and just
And
they're
yeah, unfortunately, like with our family and stuff like this as well, like people you love and know too, like unfortunately because of that those beliefs and stuff, they have to go into extreme suffering before they'll work anything out, right? A lot of people need that extreme
they work it
suffering
out.
to go, hey, shit, I've been lied to, you know.
It's just brilliant. It's just to never ever think anything otherwise. Just like, dude, medicines came from plants. What do you not know? But yeah, all you can do is say, look, okay, here's what take it for, put it in your brain, stick it up, whatever you want to do with this information, but still have to present it to them, but they do. That's a good point, because that's exactly what is happening. Extreme suffering, dude. It hurts me to see it, as much as they ridicule my shit. Oh, well, you're medicated. I thought medicines were supposed to make you better, right? Just
especially when you've been through it too, you know exactly what they're going through.
Yeah.
Like for my sister, it's depression and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, been there. I had the worst fucking depression ever. But I know what I did to fix it. And it worked. You know? And I'm in that place of I just can't, like that dream I was talking about, like you can't push. Just relax. Let them have their learning and their lesson and all of this sort of stuff. So it's literally, it's like the least you can do is the most that you can do a lot of the time, which is hard. It's really hard because you love them so much. It's like my father as well. Like I had to let him go too, because like he went through all the cancer, chemo, radiation, all of that sort of stuff. So they killed him. And I had to just, like, I got to a point where I couldn't do anything because they'd shut down and not listen anymore. I'm going with the doctors. That's it. And that's it. It's like, that's the hardest thing I had to go through. You know, when you're helpless, because that's helpless. That sucks. Helplessness, you know.
I see many people
Exactly.
that happen to me with. Yep.
And that was a
last
moment
long
where
when
I
you go through
really.
all that nonsense.
Sorry, you go.
No. No, I went through the same thing, but it wasn't with a father or anything. It was just with people I know, friends, and you know what I mean.
And now more
could have
than ever.
helped, but
yeah, now more than ever, and it's like the turbo stuff. So there's no chance to sort of even get the information in there. They're just too far into it straight away. Like before, it used to happen over years. Like people would have years, a story like a massive story over years. Now it's like a 4-month story or something, and they're dead. Right? That's the difference of what's happening now as well. Like this is new. Like the turbo cancer, what they call it, or whatever now, and that's happening now. So it's not like they don't really even have a chance, right? Unless they dropped all their beliefs and went straight to it, and went straight to the thing that helps them and changed their lifestyle and everything instantly. That's the only way out of it, as I see it. You know, so it's even harder now going through that.
Yeah, it's more than just taking a drink of turmeric with honey. You know what I mean? It's a whole different diet, detoxing regularly.
Yeah.
Eating
That's
as much
critically
nutritious
overlooked.
food as you
Detoxing,
can.
man.
Yeah, it's a whole life change, whole
And a lot of people
lifestyle
probably try
change.
these.
Grounding. I want to organize.
And that's how it
grounding
works, though.
parties, man.
It's not going to work just by taking a drink. You know what I mean? A lot of people might try the turmeric and honey, which is good if it's organic and not messed with by man. You know, it's all natural.
It will help.
Of course, it's good for you.
But you got to let it help
a lot of
too.
things.
You can't have that mindset of, you know, I'm trying natural stuff, but I still believe I'm going to die in 3 months because my doctor said that. You know, because if that's what you believe, that's what's going to happen. So that has to go, right? And then you're giving all of that natural things that can help you a chance to do what they're supposed to do, and you're not stopping that stuff from helping you, which I've seen a lot as well, where people just stop it. You know, don't misunderstand what's going on and can't work it out because they've still got that belief of I'm dying. So, I mean, that's the first step. If you believe you're dying, you're dying. So you've got to stop that. I'm not dying. I'm living, right? I want to live. I am living. I am for life. And then all the things that will help you to increase that will become easy and natural for you. And you'll do it. And those things will work because you've got that fundamental question out of the way first. You know, that fundamental choice of I am here to live. Like that's the same as like depression and all of this sort of stuff. If you don't want to be here, your body will agree with you and slowly kill you. But if you want to be here and you enjoy life, your body will help you. It's so simple, but it is a very simple choice to make first. hey, do you actually want to be here? No? Well, then that's what we need to change. So let's remind you of all the things that make you happy and da da da, like what Blickham was saying with the old folks' home with the music, right? Oh, the memory. Ah, yeah, I remember what it's like to live. I remember that. That's what you forgot, so it's bringing that back, which is, like we said, a complete life change. It's like usually people take a long time to realize that, a long time to get to that. And when they get to that decision, that choice, then everything works for them. They're like, oh, sweet. It was actually really easy. But I was in my own way. That's usually what's the problem. I'm gonna be back in a sec. Go to the toilet. I might grab another coffee as well. So I'll be back in 10.
Yep. All right.
Darlene's still hanging in there.
Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, Darlene just singing strong. Strange skies in the house.
Oh, Strange. Hey, man. All right. Long time. I didn't have
It's been
the
years.
chat going. I was looking on the. There's so much of a delay on the I thought it had kind of slowed down a little bit. What's Strange Skies up to?
What's he up to? I know he was working on his property a couple years ago.
Yeah, I should have put YouTube on the TV. I should have thought about it because I could have cranked it up better for Mom to hear. She could have joined in. Dang it. I'll do that next time.
It's 4 a.m. here, so I'm going to get going soon. I'll hang out for a little bit.
Yeah, man. I'm a little woozy, but I've enjoyed the exchange of information.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, man. I think, Bob, I think some people were pretty pleased, man, to see you live.
Yeah.
I know I was, but I thought it's good to see those people anyway.
Yeah.
I'd have been pleased with that turnout, man, if I hadn't gone live in, whatever, 2.5 years. I'd have been
exactly.
I've been very pleased with that. And
yep.
And again, if you start doing it every week, every couple of weeks, people will get used to it, and then
Yep.
But
let's see if we can get something going like once a week at least,
Again, though, it's a quality over quantity, man. I never did, never tried to ask people to, pound the light. It's like, man, if you want to find out about it, cool, here it is,
Yeah.
But really, like, there's people that it really means a lot to find out about this stuff, man. Our only deal is we've just took the time to, learn about it. It's I think it's a responsibility to, spread it, what knowledge you may, or, share it with people. Hang on.
I hear you, Strange Skies. Working on my property never seems to end. I can relate to that.
Well, I'm sorry, Mom was talking. What did it say again?
I was talking to Strange Skies. He says he's working on his property and it seems to never end.
Yeah.
Yep. A lot of work. Especially if you're doing it by yourself.
Well, one thing that hasn't diminished is Mom's appetite. And so she's already had 2 dinners and she's still hungry. So At least at least that's still good.
Yeah.
Zero medications at age 96. That's crazy, man.
It's awesome.
But my dad was the same way before he had his stroke. He was on 10 meds after that happened, but before that, he wasn't on anything.
That's amazing.
But what do I know?
Yeah.
But 96, man, won't take an
Yep.
aspirin. That's insane. And I know she had, discomfort, arthritis, and, her back, but she just like, I'd rather not take any medicine.
That's what
And that's why
aspirin
she's still,
seems to be like the last thing for people, right?
the what seems to be again.
Aspirin seems to be
Oh,
like the
yeah.
last thing people will get rid of, right? It's like everything else, and then you really have to explain the aspirin thing so they can get rid of that.
Right.
Same for me, I think. I even knew how bad it was and still took it. Until I really understood. I'm like, oh shit, okay, right, get rid of that completely. Right? Not necessary.
To be able to make a batch of herbal tea, man, that made me pass out cold and think that I'd gone out drinking and blacked out and couldn't remember how I got. That's incredible. And ever since then, it's like, okay, this stuff's legit. I'm going to look more into it. It just, I never would have expected that for anything in the world. But
Do you know about banana peel tea?
yeah, I know about it, especially to use on plants.
Bee
And I
on my
know
head.
it's good for humans too. But it's it's outstanding to use on your garden and house plants. Obviously the potassium and everything, and
I boil them up with a little bit of water and cinnamon
yeah,
for 20 minutes. So steep it for 20 minutes, and then I have it with honey. But it's like it'll up your melatonin and your serotonin. It's like a precursor thing. So you can have it before you go to bed, and it'll boost your melatonin. You can have it in the morning too, and it'll boost your serotonin.
I did not know that, man. That's
you might want to add it to that tea and just make it super.
Wow. Well, because that angle of it, I don't think is really covered. But I'd be interested in just trying it plain. But what I was going to ask you? Oh, dang it! What if you tried? No, I can't remember. Oh, daggum. I'll think about it in a minute.
That makes this earth.
It's good
That's
stuff.
the brain. Help you think clear.
It'll get rid of fleas and roaches too.
Yeah.
Really
It's good for so many things.
I've got my bag.
Massive one, right? I'm taking that every day.
10-pound bag. 10-pound bag.
And the silica's one of those things that is less and less and less in the stuff we're getting. So it's one thing I don't mind supplementing, and especially like for the autism and stuff like that. That was a lifesaver sort of thing. So, but also like hair and nails and everything. It's essential.
Yep.
Oh, I know what I wanted to add.
I put it in the garden as well because it.
Yeah, man.
Roaches. Just sprinkle it around the place. It'll
the plants suck it up, and then but like even like Epsom salts and ashes, everything you put it into the soil, the plant will consume it, and then it'll break it down so it's bioavailable for the body.
Yeah.
Instead of eating it raw, so it's actually much more healthy eating it through a plant.
That's the processing. That's the processing plant. Is a plant.
Right.
Not like, what do they say now?
right.
Like plant-based food. That's
hope you
like,
still remember,
like a
Blake.
manufacturing plant, a processing plant.
Yeah.
Calvin, have you ever tried dandelion tea made from the flowers? It's delicious, man.
Mm.
The taste
Yeah,
just blew my
base.
mind. A little lemon and honey.
Savory.
It
Yeah.
tastes like sunshine, man. It really is incredible. Well, I'm glad you when you mentioned the banana peel, it made me think about that. Such a beautiful color.
The reason I got into that too was fixing the melatonin, serotonin thing. That was a problem with me as well. I really had to fix that. So sunlight and all these things as well.
Oh,
like
that's interesting.
Yep.
But that's like a booster. So I used to use 5-HTP tablets.
Right. I've heard of it. Never tried it.
Right, which is a serotonin, melatonin precursor as well.
Right.
That allows you to create more. So, and I was taking that for helping me with the autism and stuff as well. But when I worked out the banana peel tea thing, I stopped. I could tell that it was doing the exact same thing as one of the tablets I took.
Right. Oh yeah.
So that was my test too. So I could understand what was going on there. I'm like, sweet, I found the natural way, because I don't want to be taking 5-HTP tablets, but it's like, okay, it's not so bad for you or anything. It's just find those natural ways, you know.
Yeah.
Nature's already done it for you.
Mm-hmm.
But banana's also one of those things that has amazing digestive enzymes as well, right? So you can mix it with anything. Same as pineapple. Actually, I'll show you something.
Right.
Bromine.
Yeah. Bromelain. It's good for inflammation.
Yep.
But Bob, did I send you some of that butterfly pea tea that makes the blue tea? Did you ever try that stuff?
Yeah. Very good.
So this is one of my
Awesome.
favorite amazing ferments ever, right? It's the simplest thing to do. I found it like a Mexican thing to do, right? So every year, right, the pineapples, like, there's only one time in the year where the pineapple tastes the most amazing ever, right? And every other time it's out of season and it's horrific. But there's that one time. So when I only get pineapple when it's good to go, right? So I get a nice organic pineapple and I chop off all the peel, put the peel in the bottle, distilled water on top of it, lid on, sit out until it's frothy, sit out until it's bubbly, lid on, put it in the fridge, right? So now I use this for every sort of ferment drink that I make. So any because it is like, you can mix pineapple with everything because of the digestive enzymes, right? So what I'm making here is a super ferment. So what I do is I take a little bit in and put it in another bottle, like just a little bit of that, and I'll fill it up. And this just like, and I'll leave it out again and get it fizzy again. And it's just like, I'll last more than a year, but I do this about once every year, and you can keep it going with the next one. But this just slowly disintegrates, right, as you're going through it, right, as the bacteria is eating it all. But you take a little bit, like a half a cup or something, and then put in whatever you want, like your fruit juice, like apple. I made a cherry one. That was the last one I made. But so fill up the rest of the bottle with apple juice, orange juice, whatever the hell you want. Seal it, wait till that ferments, airing it until it's nice and fizzy, and put that in the fridge. And then that's you've got this most amazing ferment drink, but it's a digestive enzyme, super digestive enzyme. So that helps.
Probiotics.
Yep.
Yeah.
What about kombucha, Callum? Have you ever made your own kombucha? It's super easy.
I don't have one going at the moment, but yeah,
it's super easy, man. Just
once you've got it going, you got that system.
Exactly. Just whatever you tap out, you just make a batch of tea periodically and add it. It's just self-sustaining. And like I was telling Bob, it's so acidic. it doesn't support any bad bacteria. So,
And you can get it to whatever. So I like one of my favorite second ferments, like doing the second ferments.
Yeah, exactly.
One of my favorites is rosemary and lemon.
Yeah.
So delicious. It was amazing.
I make pineapple. That's the best one I've made. But I've made all different, But man,
And
you got to be
notice,
careful. It'll send the opening the bottle, man. It'll get super carbonated on the second ferment if you leave it at room, man. You got to be careful,
especially here in Australia, in the heat and everything.
Exactly.
Like, ferments are so quick.
After a point, man, you've got to put it in the fridge to stop that process, or at least slow it down. Or it'll really pop the top off of the bottle, man. But
I used to use green tea. So I actually trained mine over. So I used to use sugar, but then I trained it over to using honey. So I'd add both and then just slowly train it over to, because I had this amazing raw honey that I could get from here. So I still can, I still do. But so it was the same sort of thing, but using honey. So that's what they call jun.
Exactly.
Jun,
right.
The Chinese did it, yeah.
There's actually a different type of mother that you can get that's already had several generations of honey instead of sugar. But
it just takes a while, but you can do it. I just did it slowly, and then when it was on the honey, it was going great. I just pure honey.
Yep. It's got a different name when you use honey. It's got another name too, but I never tried that. But I used to make one with green tea and one with black tea. But they say the black tea has a little more of the antioxidants and whatnot in it. But man, it's really super easy. It really is. After about a week, you're in business, man. It doesn't take very long, to start, to get rolling.
And once you get that rhythm, it's like this too. Like I don't even need, like, when you do. I'll grab the bottle. I'll show you what I mean with the bottle.
Yeah, Bob, we'll set you up, man. You've had it, You've had kombucha from the store, though, right? You've tried it, haven't you?
Yeah, yep, from a store. Okay. I just haven't made my own or anything.
Some people like that vinegar. I like the taste of it, but
you get it to what you like,
right?
So the sweet and sour, you get it to wherever you like, and the more you sort of drink it, the more sort of you prefer the sour and sour and sour, right?
Yeah.
And once it's to where you like it, that's when you stick it in the fridge.
Yeah. When it gets to a certain point, man, you learn to tell it gets a certain amount of little bubbles, even when it's completely pressurized. You start to get a feel for it. But
the only thing I've fermented is cabbage.
Yeah. Well, that's
I
good.
make my own
sauerkraut. It's the best.
Yeah,
awesome.
Man.
That's the only.
I want to do some of that immediately.
Very good.
So simple too.
I use lemon instead of salt. That's one thing I did with my sauerkraut, because I wanted to control the salt sort of thing myself. So it's like half a lemon instead of the salt. Perfect.
I didn't know that.
I always put some caraway seeds in there too. Oh,
nice.
Here's these really cool, really old bottles. Like,
oh wow, yeah,
super
man.
thick. Right, wow. So that's my Pepsi Cola, right? Which is a cherry. That's a cherry pineapple ferment, right? So I leave. This is another way of doing it. As soon as you've done it, you could just leave that little bit left in it, and then fill it back up again with your fruit and do it again. You don't have to wash anything. You don't have to do anything. You just pour more. Like, say this was an apple one, or I could have apple and I can just pour apple juice in here, seal it up, ferment it away, and that'll keep going, because you've got a colony already, and you just eating the sugar.
That's the same. You do the same thing with your soil too. You make your compost tea. If you don't, you do the same thing. But I use molasses, and you save a little bit of it, and you just fill it back up, and you just
that's the master stock too, build. Right? Like
yeah,
like sourdough.
Just getting better and better.
start.
Look, like here's a
Yep.
secret too. Like I haven't done this yet, but it's all in theory, and it'll work perfectly, right? You know the whole raw milk thing, right? I don't know if you guys drink milk.
Oh, absolutely. You can't get it here, man.
Yeah.
Cannot get it.
Yeah,
Is it?
I
Unwashed
haven't got my
egg.
raw goat's milk for a while, and I really want that. But
You can get it frozen
No.
for pets. That's the only loophole. It's legal to sell unpasteurized frozen goat milk for. It is out
Frozen,
of this world. I crave it, man. I mean,
it's so
honest to
good.
God, if I could
Wow.
afford it, I would have it every day of my life. And it's
So,
so much
yeah.
more digestible, obviously, than
Oh, it is
than
digestible.
I said it's so much more
But
than
we're-
cow's milk. Way. It's sort of similar to breast milk, more, but it's
That's
way better.
My
for
dog
you.
loves it.
Yeah. Me too. Mine
I've been
goes
feeding
crazy.
goat's milk for
Ru-
bloody
rumor.
forever.
Oh,
Sorry?
rumor.
You got to know somebody. You
Yeah,
got to know
the
a
rumor
farmer,
has it
man.
that
It's too expensive.
we're the only species that drinks milk
Yeah,
from another species.
yeah. Anyway, goat's milk. Man.
No, I used to drink cow's milk before until I found out the government allows 750,000 pus cells per gallon.
Well, you know, now you know what they're doing to cows, right? So this stuff changes, right? But I just want to sort of make a ferment point or a bacteria point, because you could take pasteurized milk that's boiled and all the bacteria is killed out of it, right? You could take a half a cup of raw milk, put it into the pasteurized milk, and let it ferment. Just sit it out for a day or two. And now what you've essentially done is just brought that milk back. I haven't done this yet, but of course it'll work. So that's an interesting thing. That might be a survival thing, maybe, or I hate that word survival. I like thrival, but
Do they allow
Survival.
unwashed eggs in Australia? Do they?
well, I've got someone that I get their eggs, so I
that's
get
what- yeah, that's
fertile, beautiful eggs, and
it's illegal
literally
here.
have an egg a day.
But if that natural
Illegal.
coating, that cuticle that eggs naturally when they watch, you can keep an egg as at room temperature, man. And the yolk will sit up higher, when you put it in a pan than one that's been washed and even kept in the man. But anyway, they tell you that.
I tend to I just have raw egg now. A lot of the times
I
I
do,
just
man.
simple.
A smoothie with raw egg, coconut water, turmeric, a little black pepper, and honey.
Oh yeah, I put bee pollen in there.
Well,
I have
yeah.
2 meals a day. I have 2 meals a day. I have a liquid meal, and I have a solid meal. That's it.
Yeah, bee pollen.
Nothing, and it's the intermittent fasting. So
Royal jelly too, man.
yeah,
My dad kept bees for about 30 some odd years. Yeah, exactly.
I'll show you something.
High quality stuff. But I love the taste of bee pollen too. Really interesting.
This stuff's
Oh, sure. This is the good stuff right here.
Yeah.
I make this one. So this is all the honey products, right? Beeswax, propolis, royal jelly,
Wow.
and honey, like raw, and castor oil. Mixed up, and they're like, this is an ancient Egyptian recipe sort of thing, and in the one that's pasta they put olive oil in it, but I put castor oil because the Egyptian god Castor. That's a huge story, but castor oil is amazing and magical. But this sort of this stuff, I've made this, and this is lasting, because you only need that little bit too, like on a cut or anything like that. But for skin and everything, this stuff is amazing, right?
Just topical.
What I do now is just a little bit too, and put it on my belly button. Right.
What about
and it's just bee pollen is in here as well. So like all of it. You just put it all back together. And that actually helps with sleep and stuff as well. You could also like castor oil packs and stuff. You just put a little bit of castor oil in your but it's in here as well, in your belly button before going to sleep and stuff. Helps with sleep, and you're absorbing nutrients and stuff as well.
Wow.
Right. The castor oil helps it penetrate deeper into anything as well. So cuts, fucking everything. That's what I use instead of just raw honey, which is in here, right? That's putting all of those things back together, so it's got everything. Amazing.
Powerful, antibacterial, that's for sure.
Awesome.
Well, I don't say antibacterial because but it does help bacteria. Like it helps the right bacteria. It's like we have this thing that all bacteria, like there's good bacteria and bad bacteria, but it's the train sort of thing. Like you don't want to target and kill bacteria. You want to fix the problem, and then the right bacteria will be there to help you, sort of thing. If you kill all the bacteria, you're making the problem worse.
Oh, absolutely.
Right, and that's what people think. Like, kill it. Oh my God! Look, that's there. Kill it. And that's all they think. And so that's not the right way to go about it. No, stop eating sugar, and you won't have that bacteria colony eating all that sugar. Like that's why you do stuff like this. That's how you have sugar, right? And then you have the colony within you, right? So you have all this. It's the same as like I used to have intolerance to milk, of course, because it's pasteurized. And I used to have 8 cups of coffee a day back in the day, right? Now I don't. Now it's a limit of 4. But because when I started drinking raw milk, away went the intolerance. Why? Because you have the bacteria colony to process it. You can't digest it. You need the bacteria to digest it for you. If that's all gone, if that's all killed off, well, of course you can't digest it, right? Ferments is doing the digestion for you, so you can get more. But it's the prebiotics, right? You need that. But if you have that colony within you, right, eat whatever, and then it's even easier to digest the fruit and all of this sort of stuff because you have that colony to do the work for you. That's the key. It's not find this and kill that and kill this and kill that. That's the mental fuckery. Everything's really there to help you. So it's just create the right environment, which is not a toxic environment. Because of course, if you've got a toxic environment, guess what else show up? Even parasites and stuff. But parasites are there to help you too. Like I knew this when parasites will process heavy metals out of you.
Huh.
Right? That's one of the jobs that they do. Wow. So if you do a parasite cleanse, which interestingly enough, like this is a parasite cleanse as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Good for animals too for that.
Right, but it's like that's taking out heavy metals, right?
Yeah.
So we don't need the parasite. The parasites don't need to be there anyway for that. So you can see it helping itself. Like when you do the right things, you're setting it up. Because if you just got rid of parasites, well, then you probably need to do something extra to chelate heavy metals out of the system, zeolite, whatever. Right? Because the parasites are there for a reason.
Yeah.
Change the toxic environment, they'll go. Your urinary tract infection, all of that shit that people believe in, right? All that'll go when you fix right at the start. Fix the food. Fix the putting in, right?
Yeah.
And then you'll have the right stuff in the raw natural food, has all the bacteria that you need to digest it. Right?
Yeah.
So simple.
It's like enzymes in food, but
yep. And they kill them all. That's what it's about. Kill, 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 kill.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And in doing that, they're killing us.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well,
it's such a simple thing, but once you clear that, because
like,
people still have
taking
like those
antibiotic.
words like antibacteria, anti-inflammatory. Like turmeric is anti-inflammatory or whatever. It just helps your system. It helps your system doing it. Like some stuff that you take, which is anti-inflammatory, it's stopping and suppressing the symptoms, stopping inflammation. Inflammation is good. It's blood going in and collecting all the stuff and taking everything away, right? It's just a problem when it's chronic. Why is it chronic, right? Like things like turmeric and this, which are anti-inflammatory, are just helping helping that process along, not stopping it or detracting from it, just helping that process. Does that make sense? So those anti-words are a little bit cheeky, right? Like, yeah, they're doing a different job, but it seems like they're anti-inflammatory or anti this or anti that. Whereas there's a big difference between the natural product doing it and the drug doing it.
It's been 100%, absolutely. Turmeric has been a big thing for me, man, and I've turned on a lot of people. Really,
and good for the animals too, right?
Yes, sir. I give it to my dog. Spirulina, and
spirulina is an interesting one. I would say the only thing with spirulina, because I've read a lot of vegans had this trouble when they were taking a lot of spirulina. They would get a colonoscopy and all this green stuff would be coming out. So the only thing is to do something like that to clear the liver, colon, because it can collect in the colon, I think. I'm not sure, but this is something to check too. If you have a lot of spirulina, it'd be good to get a colonoscopy.
It's incredibly sticky. It's when you mix it, it's very, you can tell it's a very sticky type substance. But
and you have to be very careful where you get the spirulina.
Oh, well, that's the ticket. I was going to say that you have
right
to
on
U.S. grown, organic.
Yeah, when I researched it, like most of the brands and stuff are like they put the algae in a toxic runoff for like 5 different
and
toxic runoffs
because you have to fertilize it, and it works
it all up.
But heavy metals. The whole bit, man. You've got to source it.
But amazing stuff. If you think about what it's doing too, like it's cleaning the water. Like that's why it's in the water. It cleans the water perfectly. So that's why, like when there's algae and stuff in the water, that's what it's doing in there, right? So that's another way to use it too, is to clean your water source, right? To help that water source take those toxins out, and then you'll just have the good stuff left. Right? Knowledge, it's just knowing that too. It'll do the same thing in your body, right? I'm just not sure. Where it can get caught, it can collect. It's still doing the job. But if it collects in the colon, then you might need a colonoscopy. It's not a colonoscopy. What do they call it? Colonic?
Yeah. To
pump it out.
That's it. What's the weather doing there, Bob? Is it you still getting any rain? Because it's still coming down here.
Yeah, it's coming down. I hear it.
It looks like it
with the headphones
on the weather map. It looks like it's going all about your way. But I'm going to run my dog out, and I think I'm not too long for this world. But if y'all are going to be up for a little bit, I got to run him out. So I'll probably take about 10 minutes.
I'll be up I'll wait till you come back, then we'll say goodnight and everything. It's 4:30 a.m. here.
He probably won't stay out too long. It'll be maybe 10 minutes top. But I'll be back here in just a minute, guys.
Okay.
You've been gone for nearly 8 hours. That's a day.
That's what happens every time.
So good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been on a few other streams as well that just keep going and going and going. You get into the rhythm and it's just amazing.
Yeah.
Snowing. Is that snow stuff real, is it? Oh, I don't believe it.
not.
I've never seen this snow stuff. No. Actually, I have seen snow. It wasn't snow, though. Like, Mount Kosciuszko is our highest point here in Australia, and I went up there, and there was this brown ice. Like, I dug down, and there was some white stuff, but you're not throwing that at anyone. It's ice. So I've never seen the snow sort of thing. So I'd love to, but I haven't left Australia, and I don't feel the need to, so, especially now, right?
Yeah, because now the snow, when you
Traveling.
look at it with the sunlight shining on it just right, you can like move side to side. You can see all the glitter. It's all different colors. Like someone dumped gasoline in the snow. You know what I mean? Or you know,
So
like
I've seen people light it up and shit as well, right?
Yeah.
A friend of mine tested
Crazy.
that. Yeah. I'm like, what?
Yep.
And then black shit coming out of it and all of that as well, right?
Yeah, not melted.
As I was just reading the other day, wood ash is good for that, right, too? For melting the snow. Like, people use salt or whatever for clearing the snow, but wood ash is another one that works really well. I was reading that the truckers carry like a tin of wood ash to help them if they get stuck or whatever. They just put it in front of the tire and it helps them out. Amazing.
Yeah, here they use sand and salt.
Salt, yeah. I would think like the wood ash would be an easier, like, I guess a lot of people aren't using the wood heaters much anymore. They've got gas and all these things, so then a salt product, I guess.
Well, you know how they got the system set up, just the way they want it, all done by design.
Yeah, jobs. That's the problem with this world. Like, jobs. Let's just create a whole bunch of useless jobs, basically, that just keep everyone busy.
Unemployment is down now.
Of course. Yeah, of course. But I mean, that's what I've seen. Like, you know, people want either jobs or money from politicians, and that's what they vote for pretty much. So it's that scam sort of thing of they create their own jobs, like government jobs. Like, oh my God, no. They're the worst people I've seen as well. Like, I've studied people. Government jobs kill people's spirit. That is murdered instantly, right? It's just horrific working for government people. I try not to. I use the word try because I keep failing at that. And because it's theatre here, I do theatre. So pretty much in Australia here, it's all like grants. So they can really define what the theatre is about. So if you want to get a grant, well, know the agendas. Do a play about climate change, right? And you'll get the money. Boom. That's how it works.
Yeah.
So in the last few years, I've seen the most horrific plays ever. You know, they're all climate change and all of the agendas. It's like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
But I do my, now I do lighting design and stuff like that. So I do my bit and then I'm gone. It's a con, basically. It's a scam. It's the same as like the farmers and stuff too. Like, you know what that's about? That's about subsidies, which is the handout sort of thing. So they can control, so we'll give the money here, right? That creates a dependency. And then we take the money away and kill the industry, right? And that's what we're seeing at the moment with all the farmers up in arms going, and it's the wrong thing, really, isn't it? To go, hey, I want you to pay, like, it's subsidies. It's not real. Like, this is going away from nature as far as possible as away from nature. So it's the wrong thing to want that. Right? Like it really is about self-sufficiency without the government. You get rid of that dependency on the government, then they're not controlling you in any way.
Right.
But right now it's mass, and of course it's controlled. All we have to do is take the money away. Take the food away. Take the water away. Take the, right, more. And energy. Like here too, like, you know, the farmers, because the farmers can't survive here. Like, they've upped the price of water. So it's not even sustainable just how much you're paying for water now. It doesn't compute. So like there's all these extra things like, you know, put a wind generator on your farm and you'll get like a small little something, but that offsets. Right. The middleman that actually put that turbine, it's a turbine. It's not a generator, it's a turbine, right? Mm-hmm. So the middleman that put that there, they get all the money and they give the farmer a tiny little bit. And guess who has all the liability? If the thing falls, the farmer's got all the liability in that as well, right? It's just a crazy scam. But the other thing is, like, it doesn't even work. It's not producing, like, it needs wind to turn. It's a turbine. So the winds have to be at a certain level anyway. So it needs power. So they use power to turn the fucking thing to keep it turning. And it's just when the wind picks up, that's when you get a little bit of power kind of going back to the grid. But the grid can't go up and down. That's not how it works. So they just release the valve. So then, you know, that energy doesn't get put back into the grid, so to speak. It gets wasted. That's how it works. That's a complete scam. Completely. Doesn't do anything. In fact, it takes a shitload of energy to run. So
it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Right?
How hilarious is that?
I know. We can go on for weeks.
And that's just one example. Yeah.
I know. It's right now they're wanting us to take in a family here in New York.
Oh, take in a family.
Take in if you have an extra room, take in a family because it's not enough housing.
That's not going to work out well. That's where we're going to have a lot of the stabbing. Oh, another stabbing. Oh, like.
Well, already in the city, they're already knocking on doors and asking for food or clothes and.
Yeah, and you're bad and evil if you don't do it, right? That's the social conditioning that they'll try to do.
They might not have a choice. Also, who knows?
What is it? Constricted?
Because the crime is up.
Yeah, and that's orchestrated as well, right? Like fucking Soros doing half of this stuff, right? Here's a free phone. Here's a free credit card. Go for it. Right? Yeah, actually, there's a few words in here we have to be careful with YouTube, right? There's a few flag words that we have to be careful there, right?
Just have to keep reminding YouTube, this is just based on our opinions. I'm not a doctor or a professor of scientist.
No. Live action role play.
Yep.
Don't take my advice. I'm not giving any advice. You know, This is just my opinions. Yep. I ain't no doctor. I don't want to be a doctor. I'm amazed, actually. Like, there are still doctors that call themselves doctors, which are not doctors, like, you know, no virus guys and stuff as well. But they're doctor this and doctor that. It's like, you know, I wouldn't use that word, even if I did all the study and whatever it means. I just wouldn't use that word anymore, right? I wouldn't put that in front of my name. No, that shit's been soiled, right? Dump it, you know, create something else, go something new, right?
Next time I'll tell you guys some doctor stories. I'm sure we all have a few to share. Good God, Harry. Good Lord. How about it, Mr. Doug?
I've been pretty good with staying out of doctors from early on and stuff as well. So I've been pretty lucky on that front. Now, no way I'd ever. No way.
My dog says shout out to Australia.
I've been lucky with that too.
You did what?
Ever since I was a little kid, I didn't want no medications. I didn't want no needles. I hate needles. Stay away from doctors.
Awesome.
I've
Yep.
been that way my whole life. Stay away. And to find out, it's a good thing I did go that route. I didn't get the flu vaccine.
Oh,
every
Lord,
now
I'm
and
so
then.
grateful, man.
Push
You
it
don't
on.
know.
You know
Well,
what
I had that one,
No.
man. I had that one, and look what I had to deal with, right? Shit.
Yeah.
Like, oh, if I could go back and go, because I knew at the time too, I knew, and I was like, no, 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 no. Like, we know innately what's going on. It's just sticking with it, right? And trusting yourself, right? So it's like building that trust back up, because we go, yeah, I was right to trust myself. And so it just gets stronger and stronger and stronger until now there's no way that they can fuck with you, right? Because you've built up another trust. You've built up enough trust to trust yourself to know, oh, no, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I don't need any of that stuff. Who needs that? Right?
Yeah.
And it's
If I got
logical.
cut,
It's
need
non.
stitches, tape it up. Don't need stitches.
A little bit of honey.
Super glue. Yeah.
Some turmeric.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it would have to be a broken bone or something like that. But even that, I'd probably reset myself and do myself anyway. But maybe some, like maybe a surgery that may be necessary. But that's very rare as well in terms of that stuff being necessary, because most of the surgeries that are performed are not necessary. People are talked into it, right? And then you've got all the problems from the surgeries. Like, I know people have had surgeries and stuff as well, and there's the massive problem with the scar tissue. Usually it's the scar tissue buildup that will cause extra problems, because it wasn't natural. This was done to someone cut you open and cut these things and did all this sort of stuff. So it's not natural. So your body doesn't really know how to deal with that again. So it's this scar tissue that builds up. And I know there is a product, serapeptase, which will dissolve. That's the only product I know, the only thing, and it is somewhat natural. It's the only, you have to check it out yourself. I'm not a doctor, blah, 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 blah. But serapeptase will dissolve scar tissue throughout the body. It's the only thing I really know that does that. But I've never had surgery, so great, awesome. Don't need to bother with any of that. It's when they fuck with you, you may need to do a few things, right, that don't seem natural, just to get your body back into a natural state.
Yeah. Equilibrium. What are you doing, dog?
My dog's running around.
What are you doing?
Peeing on everything. Who's still in the chat? Is anyone there? Oh, there's a good pastor.
I'm going to sleep good tonight, man. It's already past my bedtime. I know it's.
Yeah.
How about you, dog? How about you, doggy?
Oh, hello, gorgeous. Oh. Hey, buddy.
Yeah, we should end it. It's going on 8 hours.
I should take my dog for a walk while there's still light. It's probably at that time now.
It was definitely a good live stream.
I sure did enjoy the heck out of that, man. I really did. Been really looking forward to it.
Enjoyed this.
Really enjoyed the info.
Yep, we're going to do it again. I'm going to see if I can at least do it once a week.
Awesome.
Well,
when I saw you there, I'm like, yay!
I know, right?
Because I
Just
know it's a good, yeah,
pop up out of nowhere.
perfect, and at the perfect time, right? I call it hibernating. Like I hibernate, like I go in waves, right? So when people don't see me for a while, like, where are you? What have you been doing? I've been hibernating.
Yeah. But,
And we need to do that, like the digital detoxing all the time and stuff as well. So it's something that we need to keep going.
I guess without saying,
Yeah.
it's nice, man. It's like I said, YouTube could be a lot of work, man. It really, even a humble little putting up a few videos or whatnot.
I think it's
enjoy it.
necessary
I met
that, like,
people I just wouldn't have imagined.
for this. Like, I don't have many people here that are awake. Literally, I have like one other person in the town that is awake and aware to a point that I can really sit down and talk and you know, connect, right? Like, this is what it's supposed to be. Everyone else, nah. So, like, I know personally I need this. This is exactly my social. You know, we all need the social thing, but this is how we do it now because we're so far apart. We're so rare and far apart that this is how we come together. So this is like using the bad technology for good sort of thing, right?
Right. My dog is more awake.
That's
than
what I
most
mentioned
of my
before.
friends.
All dogs are.
Aren't you, buddy? Aren't you?
But
Yep.
same here. I've only got a few.
So
just
thank
a
you,
few
Bob.
people that are awake. Yeah, absolutely. But
Yeah,
we're
much
in
love.
the same situation. I'm sure everywhere. You know, we all have a few people that are awake, but everyone else, even family, think you're crazy.
And that's the hardest part of it
Yep.
all is the people you love the most.
Yeah. But you
And the
can't
hardest
push
to
it,
watch.
you know, otherwise you're gonna push your family away, you know. So you just gotta
Walk
just keep your
softly,
mouth
be
shut
gentle.
and
Yeah.
right.
But
Drop seeds.
Just
y'all
do what you
remember,
can do and be happy with it though too. That's the hardest
Yeah.
part in the whole thing is to allow people their own journey and stuff as well. But be there for them. There will come a time when they'll ask you,
they're
and you'll be there. You'll be ready.
exactly. Hey, weren't you talking about that? Yeah, weren't you? Yeah, I'm telling you,
Give
man.
them a big hug. He'll say everything's going to be okay.
Yeah.
You know, there is no fear. Everything will be okay. Yeah, and I'm here for you. That's
Darlene,
real love.
so
That's
good
real
to-
support.
So nice to see you, Darlene.
Yep.
And Strange. Man, what a pleasure, all you guys. Wow. Thank you, Bob, for throwing this together, man.
Absolutely.
Well, we got almost 8 hours. Well, that's not a record, but not bad, man. But
That's a day.
we didn't get
Thank you,
shut
Terry.
Day's
down.
work right there.
Time out. Who knows? Maybe they'll go back and do
Not
some
yet. We'll see tomorrow.
Right.
We'll see tomorrow if we said something wrong.
I think
Oh,
I'm
you said
getting
this
good
word.
at not saying, at
Well,
skirting.
Mom says good night, Australia,
love.
and the world, the rest of the world. So
God bless you.
Good night, Mom.
yeah, actually, God bless, man. Bob, just you know, give me a shout, man, and we'll.
Tell him Jesus is Lord.
She says Jesus is
I'll-
Lord, so she wanted. I'm passing that along, but yeah, but for real, God bless y'all, man, from my end, and I really, 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 really enjoyed that.
Me too.
Anytime.
That's why we're here almost 8 hours.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. All right, so we'll do it again. I'll text you, let you know when
Right
I'm gonna
on.
do it again. I don't want to say now and then not be able to do it, but
Yeah.
I'll try to give a couple hours notice at least when I post it. So hopefully.
Well, you don't really need to. We know.
Okay.
We know.
You had a half a dozen people in here before you even started, man.
That's
yeah,
what's up.
I was pretty
We feel it.
surprised. Had a couple of dozen here,
Me
at
too.
one point. So that was good, man. I think people will, they're into it. So I know
I
I
don't-
was, but
I don't do the notification thing at all for anyone.
really.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like because they fuck it up too. They don't. They sometimes notice you. Sometimes it's
Oh,
like
yeah,
the screen's
they do.
ended by the time.
It's a
So I don't
mind.
rely on that at all. I just when I'm
Yeah.
here, I check my subscriptions and that's it. I don't see any other page. I don't see what YouTube offers me or any
Same
of that
exact
stuff. I
thing
just
I
see
do.
what I've subbed to.
Same thing I
Something's
do.
live. I'm there.
Yep.
Boom.
Stay updated, then off, back to work.
Do it yourself. Yeah.
Man.
Yep. All right, I gotta end it. I gotta get a
Much
couple
love, all.
hours.
Much love.
Much love. Adios, you guys.
Much love.
Catch you on
Thanks
the flip
again.
side. Good to see you, Bob. Thanks a million,
Absolutely.
man. Have a good one. Get a little
Good to
rest,
see you
man.
too.
All right. Mom says good night.
Good night.
You too.
Good night, she said. All right, buddy. I appreciate it, man. I really enjoyed
Thank
it.
you, everyone.
Talk
Thanks,
to you soon.
Darlene.
I'm out. OUT off.
All right. Take care. I appreciate you all. I appreciate everything tonight. It was a really good stream. A lot of good information. Thanks, Darlene, for all you do. Good night, Strange Skies. And whoever else is left in here, I don't know who. Much love to you all. Until next time.